2024 and 2025 under President Felix Tshisekedi. Mutamba announced his resignation in June over the case involving the embezzlement of $19 million while denying the accusations. Earlier in this year, Mutamba backed the launch of the legal proceedings against former President Joseph Kabila over his alleged links to the M23 rebel group. South Africa's Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille's dissolution of the SA Tourism Board is under scrutiny. Parliament's Tourism Portfolio Committee has resolved to seek legal advice on whether the board can be reinstated. De Lille dissolved the board after it placed the CEO, Nombulelo Guliwe, on a precautionary suspension. This was preceded by the resignation of the chairperson of the board, Professor Gregory Davids. De Lille members of the dissolved board, as well as two former chairpersons of the board, appeared before the committee. Chairperson Ronalda Nalungmango says that they will investigate what legal steps to take moving forward.
And I know that majority of the members have proposed for the dissolved board to be reinstated, but we have consulted our legal advice and said that we should have a thorough legal opinion, and then we will come back to attend to the matter. But the matter will not just be swept under the carpet. We will again interact with the matter.
U.S. President Donald Trump has accused the leaders of China, Russia and North Korea of conspiring against him. He took to social media while China's massive Victory Day parade was underway in Beijing. Trump questioned whether President Xi Jinping would mention the massive amounts of support that the U.S. gave China to secure its freedom over an unfriendly foreign invader. It was a reference to Japan during the Second World War. Sharon Bryce Pierce reports.
As China's Xi Jinping on Wednesday marked the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II with his country's largest military parade ever, President Trump wished President Xi and the Chinese people a great day of celebration, then asked Xi to give his warmest regards to President Putin and Kim, before suggesting all three were conspiring against the United States of America.
For any news stories that you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I am Nolutando Butelezi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Hey, good morning and happy hump day. Happy Wednesday, everybody. And thank you so much for tuning in to Channel Africa. Thank you to Asanda Beta and her team for kickstarting our morning on Africa Rise and Shine. And of course, Nolutando Butelezi, who kickstarted our morning here with the news. It's 9:06 Central Africa time. And it is time for On the Move with me, Palesa Tau, and Benjamin Moshatama with you until 12 p.m. Central Africa time. That is 3 hours. And for the next 3 hours, we give you news, views, and entertainment from the African perspective. So come through, join us. We're on www.channelafrica.co.za, on DSTV 802, OpenView 628, and the SABC Plus app. How are you doing, Beji?
Hey, I'm super good, and we're looking forward to this 3-hour journey with you right here on Channel Africa. This is where we do it best, right? Giving you the African perspective. We start on a very powerful note, and this is something that's powerful because a lot of people do it, and they're okay with it. It's become like so mainstream. That's ghosting.
Yeah.
Have you ever been ghosted, Bali?
I have.
Have you ghosted someone?
I have, unfortunately.
People like you are not trustworthy.
No, that was a long time ago. I'm a different person now, guys. I'm a different person. But what if you put that together with gaslighting? So imagine being ghosted and then being gaslit.
It's the same thing for me. I think gaslighting and ghosting is the same thing, because for me, when you disappear on someone, it is a kind of a thing of like you are just going to just make someone feel a certain particular way.
Yeah.
And because there's no explanations, there's nothing that's really like making you feel like you have a resolution of some sort with that person. I think we use different names for same things, and I think that's just a contemporary thing that we do today. But we'll find out a little bit more if there is a difference a little bit later between ghostlighting, which is the term that is used now, which is gaining more recognition in modern relationship, disappearing from someone's life without explanation, only later to deny the disappearance or distort the reality of what happened. Same thing.
Yeah, well, we come back with our Live Well feature in today's final hour, and we speak about a serious issue, the journey of an amputee. It might be a really difficult one, especially if you're someone who was born with all your limbs, and then under whatever circumstance it was, with an illness or accident, you had to be amputated. We're going to be finding out a little bit more about not just the physical challenges, but the mental and emotional challenges of being an amputee.
All right, and that's a very powerful conversation indeed. Stay in touch with us. We wanted to connect with you. Remember, you can do so via our WhatsApp number. You can speak to us anytime. Let us know what you think of these topics that we're speaking about today, specifically the ghost lighting. That's what they're calling it now. In my generation, we call it still ghosting. Do you think it's the same thing, or do you think there's variations of this thing? I want to get your thoughts on that one. Have you been ghost lit? Give us your thoughts on our WhatsApp number, +27634069126. Text us or voice note us there.
Got something to say? Are you passionate about issues that matter?
Do you have a voice that deserves to be heard?
Well, we've got the perfect platform for you. Call in or drop us a WhatsApp on +27634069126.
And we will call you back.
So you could have your say and be part of the conversation.
30 years of age. I just turned 30 on the 15th of November. So yeah, that's who I am, you know.
It's not just talk. It's your chance to air your views.
Share your opinion
With a community that values your perspective.
Follow us on our social media.
Visit our website at www.channelafrica.co.za
and get ready to share your views
on Channel Africa,
the African perspective.
Get set and be ready to go.
On the move with Falisa Tawo and Benjamin Mushatama.
Oh, relationships are so difficult, especially because if you're trying your hand in the dating scene, or even if you are in a relationship, there's so many things that can go wrong, at any time. That's because, we don't behave the same as the people that we date. And that's the whole point, right? You meet someone that's not you, that's not your mother's child or your father's child, and that's someone that you're just not familiar with, and they could present with any kind of behavior. So we have all these different terms that come up in relationships and the different things that can happen in the relationship. So some of those terms are a term like ghosting, where someone just disappears on you out of the blue, and another term that's actually been spoken about in terms of mental health is gaslighting, and this is usually when somebody distorts your sense of reality within a relationship or within that relation with them. But what about a term called ghostlighting, almost like a mix of the two? And that's what we're going to be speaking about today. It describes someone who really ghosts you, leaves your life and disappears without explanation, and then they come back and gaslight you and pretend like it wasn't their fault that they disappeared. And they didn't just disappear. Maybe they say they had a conversation with you and you know for certain that conversation didn't happen. We're finding out a little bit more about ghostlighting this morning. A dating coach, Dudu Ntlabati Madonsela, joins us on the line. Dudu, thank you so much for joining us. Are you coming in peace?
Hello, Balisa. I'm so glad to see you.
I'm happy to see you as well.
It's been a long time.
It has. Are you doing good?
I can't complain at all.
I'm glad. Well, you know what? Anything can happen in relationships. These days, it's tricky. It's almost like you're walking on eggshells because you're not really sure how people are going to react. And these terms, they exist for a reason. Ghosting and gaslighting. Maybe before we speak about ghostlighting, which is more of a new-ish term or a new age term, let's look at these different terms separately and what they are.
So the simple answer is that, Gen Zs came up with these terms, right? I'm 43 years old. So we didn't have these terms we didn't have sophisticated terms for how people behave. But the reason why is because you guys don't have coping skills in terms of relationships. What has typically happened is, and I've mentioned this before, is that we stopped letting our kids play in the streets because of safety and all sorts of things in the world that we live in.
Yeah.
And what we didn't realize was the system was designed in order for us to acquire the tools that are needed to handle interpersonal relationships. So you needed to find a group of kids, they would let you in, you would manage conflict, you needed to climb up the hierarchy in terms of the friendship and so forth. And what has happened is because the kids don't have those skills and they've grown up now to be Gen Zs and adults, is that the minute they encounter difficulty, the minute they encounter changes in a relationship, instead of them pulling out the skills and saying, how do I navigate this space? Then they ghost people. Then they gaslight people because they don't have those skills. So it's not necessarily to say that you are seeing is because people have acquired bad habits or because of the fact that it's a personality thing. Because previously, people used to ghost people and gaslight people were emotionally unavailable people. But we can't assume now 80% of the population is emotionally unavailable. I mean, how many of you have left WhatsApp groups in the last 3 years, right? So many people have done that, right? And it's now becoming the norm. And it's simply because your generation does not have the skills in order to manage and handle and even establish interpersonal relationships.
Yeah,
and hence why you ghost people.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Let's talk a little bit about it because I think it's the same thing, but people use different terms for it because usually it's people who ghost people who actually they end up coming back somehow, and come back and tell you, oh no, I was in an accident. No, I lost my mother. I was going through an emotional moment and I could not focus on relationships. What do you do when someone has ghosted you, right? And then comes back into your life and kind of makes excuses around that. They're calling it ghostlighting. I see it as the same thing, but it's just an extension of the vocabulary of the Gen Zs. What's your take of that phenomenon in itself?
The best decisions you can make, the best decision you can make in dating is what you say no to. So what typically happens is that when you don't have established boundaries and healthy boundaries, because I know Gen Zs, they love your boundaries, keeping my peace and so forth, but those are so rooted in trauma and, in a, like from a place of survival that they actually put up boundaries, but those boundaries end up being toxic boundaries. But if you do have healthy boundaries, then a person, remember, the minute you allow a person to treat you in a certain way, they'll continue to treat you in a certain way. You're setting the tone of the relationship. So if somebody disappears because their grandmother was in a coma, but yet the grandmother died 3 years ago, and now you have to discover who this new grandmother is, and they come back into your life with some soppy story, they're not taking accountability for their actions, and they're assuming that because either they think you're desperate or you have a low self-esteem or you're so invested in them that you don't actually understand your value and your own currency, that this person can show up in your life and you'll still take them back. So when somebody does that, it's because they have calculated that you will be accepting of this. People treat you the way you treat yourself.
Yeah. Dudu, we are taking this obviously like a lighthearted conversation, but the truth is, especially when it comes to gaslighting, this is a serious term because it involves a lot of manipulation, and many people have actually even ended up, in very terrible mental health places because of gaslighting. So let's speak about that. How do you identify that someone who ghosted you is just making excuses or is gaslighting you? According to me, it's not the same thing to make excuses and say, oh yeah, my grandmother died, versus saying, yeah, we actually had a conversation about this. I'm sure you don't remember. Remember, I called you, and all of a sudden you're thinking, hey, did that happen or didn't it happen? Is my reality the truth or not? Now you're questioning your own reality, and that could actually throw you over the edge sometimes.
The palatable answer would be that, these people are exhibiting behaviors of the dark triad, which is a person either narcissistic or all sorts of things, right? But what you're seeing is that people are lacking accountability. They don't take accountability. Whether you're making excuses or you're gaslighting a person, you're not taking accountability for your actions and how you make another person feels. But it still goes back to my first point. If you were not taught how to take accountability, if you've never seen it, you've never had to take accountability because you were constantly protected, your mother was there, they made excuses for you when you were bullying other kids at school, somebody came and then fought the other parents or fought the principal and so forth, you don't know how to. So the point I'm trying to make is that half of the people who are gaslighting people really feel like this, like I am giving you my end of the story. This is how to handle the situation. They actually do not realize how toxic that is, and hence why they keep doing it over and over, even if the other person is vocalizing that you're actually hurting me, that you're making me doubt myself. You make me feel like I'm stupid in this particular moment.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Tutu, can this thing filter through into other areas of your life outside of relationships? Can you use this kind of not taking accountability in this kind of ghostlighting manner? Because some behaviors, I think they do filter through. You might think something is not harmful, something is pretty much something you do to other people, but can it actually affect you outside of the areas of like love, relationships?
There is no greater mirror than a romantic relationship. And the behaviors that you display in your romantic relationship are the behaviors that you usually display outside. The difference is, for example, in the workplace, the structures, policies, and things put in place that force you to be able to display certain behaviors. Like if you didn't show up at work, you need to account that you didn't show up at work and so forth. Mm-hmm. In relationships, because of the fact that it's it's an interpersonal relationship, it's between two people and so forth, people don't actually put in hard structures to say, if you didn't call at 7, then you need to submit a form to say, why didn't you call at 7 and so forth. Yeah. So people tend to get away with bad behavior. But if you actually observe their lives, you will see that it trickles into other areas of their lives. An irresponsible person in the relationship is probably irresponsible with their finances, is probably irresponsible as a father, is probably irresponsible in other areas of their lives.
Well, we need to take a break, Dudu. Stay on the line with us. We're going to continue chatting about ghostlighting, but also that navigation of accountability, more so other than the ghostlighter themselves, the victim of this ghostlighting, and how they can help navigate and also identify they're being ghostlit and, try and wean themselves out of that situation. It's 20 minutes past 9 Central Africa time. We're talking about ghostlighting. Stay with us.
Parlez-vous couramment le français? Êtes-vous passionné par la radio? Et êtes-vous qualifié pour travailler en Afrique du Sud? Envoyez-nous votre CV et votre 3 minutes démo en MP3 à @channelafrica.co.za pour avoir une chance de rejoindre la famille Channel Africa. Si vous n'avez pas de réponse après 14 jours, cela signifie que vous n'avez pas été retenu. Channel Africa, la perspective africaine.
No time to waste.
Be on the move with Benjamin Mushatama and Palisa Tau.
Hey, spring is here, winter is gone. Probably it's the time where all the winter proposals are going to stop. And then people are going to disappear, It usually happens even around December where people just disappear when you've had like a long-term relationship with someone and they just go for the month. Then you try to call them and you can't find them.
Like, what's going on?
And then January, hey, baby, yo, baby, you don't understand. I've been through so much. And this is the thing that we hear about all the time, and maybe some of us have experienced it, ghosting. And I think this new term, ghost lighting, is part of the whole thing. I think it falls under the same umbrella because people used to do it even in the era before this ghost lighting term was actually invented. But we're focusing on this new Gen Z term, ghost lighting. What is it and how do you navigate it? And Dudu, you spoke a little bit about value. I have to say, Dudu, thank you for joining us in our live stream. I see you are springing there and I see the flowers and the birds chirping in the background. So join us on our live stream to check out Dudu's joining us live in our conversation today. Remember, we are at Channel Africa 1 on YouTube where you can check out the scenes in studio and also our guests as well. Dudu, you were talking about accountability earlier on, right? Who establishes that accountability? Because when it comes to ghosting, nobody actually knows that it's going to happen. So the victim would never know that I'm walking into this and someone has different intentions here. And the boundaries can only be established when the person comes back and tries to re-enter your life. When do you navigate that complexity?
So you navigate it when the person comes back. Like you said, it's not like we walk around choosing people who are going to ghost us. And some people are very good in the first couple of weeks in showing up as what we desire them to be, right? Even though the red flags are always there. It's just that people miss those red flags. But you are the one who is very clear in terms of, I want you to take accountability for the actions. Remember, you're the one who's been ghosted, right? They did the ghosting and now the ball is in their court. in order to rectify the situation. And the degree to which a person wants to rectify a situation tells you how the person feels about you. I don't know if there's an excuse for ghosting, to be quite honest. With all the technology in the world, a person can be able to reach out to you at any time. I really don't believe there's an excuse for ghosting. But if, for example, a person was kidnapped or something like that, I mean, we live in this new world now where strange things happen to people and so forth, and they come back, a person who takes accountability will feel the need to explain themselves. I think the problem is that when a person now flips it around, and when they're asked to be accountable for their actions, they come and make it seem like you are unreasonable, right? I mean, it's the same as your employer. If you disappear for a week and they're like, where have you been? You've got a job, you signed a contract. Is your employer being unreasonable if they ask you where you've been? No, they're not. So what is it that you would accept another person making you feel like you're unreasonable for asking you in terms of where have you been? Why did you disappear? What happened to you?
Well, do you know what? There is two different ways that this victim of being ghostlit can react to this. One, they might fall for the manipulation, and that's why it is manipulation, because unfortunately it works a lot of times, and this might create a very unhealthy connection to this particular person who ghostlights you, and maybe even a fight or flight response by you throughout the rest of the relationship, because you're just never sure if this person is going to up and disappear again, even though you love them. And that's why this is painful, because people do love these people who ghost them and then come back and gaslight them and manipulate them, and that can create an unhealthy attachment. How do you detach from something like that?
I love the word where you say unhealthy attachment, because most of the time when you listen to these conversations, especially when Gen Zs are having these conversations, it's always around what the other person is doing, right? And not to what degree are you allowing in your particular space. And then when we look at ghosting, we have to look at it from two perspectives. We have to look at the fact that the person who's doing the manipulating, where do they get the nerve or the confidence to manipulate you? What about you is saying to this person, I am open to this? And I'm talking about the kind of manipulation where there's no financial dependency. There's no dependency of some sort where somebody is trapped in a relationship. If you have the freedom to move in and out of a relationship and the person feels the need to treat you like this, the first thing, because there's no point in going around and finding ghosters, like, telling men, do better and so forth and whatever, but women still take a man with 7 baby mamas and they take them and they make the 8th child for them. Why would that man change, to be quite honest? Because of the fact of what you are allowing. And I think we need to have this accountability is twofold. You don't expect another person to be accountable for their behavior if you're not accountable for how you want to be treated in a relationship. So that's the first part, right, in terms of that. The other part about manipulation is that we allow what we lack in our lives. When somebody comes to me for coaching, the first thing I try to establish is that, do you need a dating coach or do you need a psychologist?
Yeah.
Because some of the things that we allow in our lives are rooted in trauma, are rooted in childhood conditioning that has damaged us as people. And maybe you're not ready to date, and hence why you're allowing all sorts of characters into your world who come in and manipulate you, because you don't know who you are. You're not secure in your identity. You don't love yourself to the degree which you need to love yourself. You don't see yourself. Like everybody else sees you, but you don't see yourself. And I think once we establish that, a person does not have power if you don't give them the power to behave in a certain way. And what I do is that I empower women to be able to navigate relationships. It's about you. It's about your power. We all meet all sorts of characters. Like a woman say, I only meet married men. Everybody meets married men. Married men love to ask everybody out. But you are the one who's allowing these married men into your life, right? And so you're the one who's giving them power. So we also have to turn this around, because what I've found is that the conversation of you do better, a person's not going to do better if there's not a system that forces them to do better.
It's so powerful what you're saying, and I'd like to flip the script and speak about the perpetrator of this thing, the ghostlighter or the ghoster. What do you think is going on in their minds? And it's an unhealthy behavior for them as well. What makes a ghostlighter ghostlight? Because there's probably something happening even in their world that's a little bit dodgy.
I'm a reformed ghoster. I'll admit it. And usually ghosters are emotionally unavailable people. These are people who struggle with handling sophisticated relationships, not relationships, but conversations and sophisticated emotions. For example, I was raised by a mom whose mom died when she was 3 months old, right? From an attachment theory perspective, she had an anxious attachment. Guess what? How does an anxious attachment then raise their daughter? And my mother was wonderful. I mean, I have a present mother. She's still in my life till today, right? And whatever. But because she had an anxious style, right? And whatever, she herself was emotionally unavailable. And because she herself was emotionally unavailable, I was brought up, my sister and I were emotionally unavailable people. Right? Because of the fact that sophisticated emotions used to trigger my mom. So we never used to have like intense conversations and debates at home because we didn't want to trigger this woman. And hence we didn't know how to handle conflict. We didn't know how to handle intense emotions and so forth and whatever.
Sure.
And what happens is that when I would meet a guy, and this guy is like, do or die, decide whether you're coming or going and stuff like that. What would I do? I'd block you and I'd ghost you because I didn't have the tools to have that conversation. So what we don't realize is that ghosters themselves are people who are damaged. They're people who need to go to therapy and so forth and whatever. But what has happened is that because of the movies, because of the bad boy, you know, we romanticize the bad boy. The bad boy is ultimately an emotionally unavailable guy, right? And most women would be like, oh, I like a guy who keeps me on my toes. What you're actually liking is a guy who's going to ghost you. That's ultimately what it is, right?
Yeah.
And I had a wonderful time when I was dating. Why did I have a wonderful time when I was dating? Because men used to chase me when I used to ghost them. I never used to understand that. Men would be like, oh, I'll never chase after a woman, ghost them and see.
No, you know, it's always better if something is hard to get. Apparently, we get a thrill out of that. Like, she's hard to get. I need to get her and I'll find her. I'll find her somehow. But she's ghosted you. She's gone forever. But thank you so much.
It's as addictive as a drug, to be quite honest.
That is true.
Well, thank you so much, Dudu. This has been helpful. I know that we've touched on some lighter elements of it, but you've helped us actually look at the seriousness of this particular issue, ghosting and ghostlighting. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Where can people find you on social media?
I am the peaceful one. I come in peace always.
Oh, nice. Okay. Is that your handle?
Yes, I'm very peaceful.
Fantastic. That's due to Hlabati Madonsela, a dating coach, joining us on that one. We're going to put a poll. Look out for it on our X handle. We'll be asking you a little bit about this ghost lighting conversation. We're asking, why do people ghost light in relationships or friendships? And go to our @ChannelAfrica1 handle on X and give us your choices there. But right now, let's quickly move on. It's 9:30 Central African time. Let's get the latest sports.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Guys, we kick off with rugby news this hour. Springbok women fly half Libby Janse van Rensbeck says they are still feeling relief, pride and joy after their historic win over Italy. But attention now turns to their final Pool D match against France. The Bog women made history with their 29-12 victory over the Italians in New York, securing their first ever World Cup quarter-final berth and breaking into the top 10 of the World Rugby rankings. Emotions ran high at the final whistle, with fly half Janse van Rensbeck embracing long-time captain Nolusindiso Boy. Both the Bog women and France have already qualified for the playoffs with victories over Brazil and Italy and will now fight it out for pool honours. On to football news. The Gambia senior national football team, known as the Scorpions, will rub shoulders with Kenya on the 5th of September before facing Burundi on the 9th of September in the crucial 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Head coach of the Scorpions, Jonathan McKinstry, has assembled a strong 25-man squad ahead of the clash. McKinstry stated that his team is ready for their performances against Kenya and Burundi. McKinstry further stated that they would fight hard to beat both Kenya and Burundi in their qualifier matches to improve their FIFA ranking. He revealed that they would also fight hard to snatch third place in Group F of the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, despite failing to secure qualification to the global biggest football showpiece. Now, cricket news. The Proteas, led by another magnificent performance from Keshav Maharaj and backed up by excellent catching, and then a batting masterclass from Aiden Makram, blew English away in the first ODI at Headingley on Tuesday. Themba Bavuma's team bowled out the hosts for 131 in 24.3 overs, with Maharaj saying 4 for 22 and cruising to a 7-wicket win with 29.1 overs to spare. Maharaj says it's magnificent.
Yeah, don't think you see many cricket games go this way, but I think it was a nice sort of momentum carry through from Australia, and to see the guys put in the processes that we always speak about was really encouraging, and to reap the rewards even more special.
The Proteas can wrap up a series victory with the second game set to take place at Lord's on Thursday. Maharaj has more.
Yeah, very much so. I think, every game is a new start. So, for us as well as England, obviously go back to the drawing board and see where the areas in which we can improve. And obviously there'll be a good game of cricket at Lord's come Thursday.
Let's end with golf news. Sergio Garcia has pulled out of this weekend's Irish Open, disappointed after not being selected as a captain's pick for Europe's Ryder Cup team. Captain Luke Donald revealed his 6 picks on Monday, with Garcia, a 10-time Ryder Cup selection, not among them. The Irish Open begins on Thursday at the K Club in County Kildare in Ireland. Garcia plays in the Live Golf League, which hampered his ability to earn rankings points towards an automatic qualification. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Figile Lungwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa Update on Channel Africa with Lulu Kabu.
Mozambique's opposition leader Venancio Mondlane has been charged with incitement to terrorism and disobedience. He faces a total of 5 charges. The charges relate to post-election violence that left hundreds of people dead. What punishment is he looking at?
The most severe charges are 2. One is incitement for terrorism, and also is being charged for mobilizing people for terrorism during the protests. These charges are really serious and severe. If he is condemned, is found guilty, he could serve 10 years plus years in jail, meaning that he would be banned from political participation, mainly for the 2028 and 2029 electoral cycle.
The director of CDD, the Center for Democracy and Development, Adriano Novunga.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
Thank you for that sports update. Let's move on to get our latest in business.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thanks, Palisa, and good morning. The UN Food Agriculture Organization says that gender equality remains a huge concern for women employed in sub-Saharan Africa's agri-food systems. A new report has exposed to pervasive gender inequalities in sub-Saharan Africa, despite women powering half the agri-food workforce. According to the report, approximately 3 out of 4 working women are employed in agri-food systems, and women make up 49% of the agri-food systems workforce in sub-Saharan Africa. The organization's senior gender officer, Clara Park.
Informal work is what allows women to juggle care, domestic responsibility, looking after their children, and productive work. So that is also telling us that the social safety nets and the infrastructure that allows women to work and at the same time take care of their babies or their family is still not in place.
The largest supermarket chain in South Africa, Shoprite, has largely completed the consolidation of its operations across Africa, but Mozambique is on the list of countries that might be reviewed. The retailer had expanded extensively in Africa, surpassing rivals such as Pick n Pay and Walmart-owned Massmart, to become the continent's leading food retailer in about 15 countries. In August, it announced plans to exit Ghana and Malawi, following other exits from Nigeria, Kenya, Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda and Madagascar. Its business in the rest of Africa is now made up of 268 stores across 7 countries, all of which are Southern African Development Community members. There's some reprieve for consumers in South Africa as all grades of petrol and diesel become cheaper with effect from today. The wholesale price of diesel has dropped by 56 South African cents or 57 cents per litre, depending on the sulfur content. It's costing 18 Rand 61 cents on the coast and 19 Rand 44 cents in Gauteng province. The petrol price has declined by 4 cents per litre. Illuminating paraffin is down 37 cents per litre and LP gas by 1 Rand 32 cents per kilogram. South Africa's Social Development Minister Nokuzola Tolashe has warned that the termination of the agreement between the Social Security Agency SASSA and Postbank will negatively affect the grant beneficiaries. Tolashe and SASSA management appeared before Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Social Development yesterday. They sought to explain the effect of the termination of the Master Service Agreement between SASSA and the Post Office on grant beneficiaries. Tolashe has appealed to the Reserve Bank to closely monitor the migration from the SASSA Gold Card to the new Post Office's Black Card.
I accept that, Chair, with a lot of intention. However, I really want to emphasize that the Reserve Bank can play its game more sharper than it is. That's my humble plea, Chair. So that with what they are saying is in the pipeline, it's being thought of, it's being processed.
A global slide in long-dated bonds extended into Asia. The 30-year Japanese government bond yield hit an unprecedented 3.255%, following a run-up in similarly dated gifts and treasuries overnight. Japan's Nikkei gauge of shares opened lower, following declines on Wall Street after data showed a continued contraction in U.S. manufacturing. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,530 naira. In Botswana, it's at 13.30, Kenya 128 shilling 452, and Zambia 23 kwacha 65. The BRICS countries in Brazil, the dollar will cost you 5.45. Russia 80 rubles 553, India 88 rupees 55, China 71.14, and in South Africa the dollar will cost you 17 Rand 67 cents. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Gold at $3,530 and platinum $1,400 per ounce. Brent crude oil is at $68.98 a barrel. For any business stories you would like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business in Johannesburg, I'm Tabisolo Hoku.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
África. Conhece o Ntivani?
Claro que sou eu.
Ntivani é o amante da música de corpo e alma.
Eu amo música africana.
Ele aprecia todos os tipos de melodias e passa os seus dias a ouvir a Channel Africa.
Okay.
Adivinha só, a Channel Africa quer ajudar o Ntivani e os amantes da música em todo o lado a descobrir ainda mais música incrível. Por isso, a Channel Africa está a convocar artistas africanos a submeterem as suas músicas. Músicos, lembrem-se de nos dar todas as informações relevantes no music@channelafrica.co.za. As submissões são a vossa oportunidade de ser ouvidos, mas não garantem inclusão na lista. Todas as submissões serão cuidadosamente analisadas para verificar se cumprem os requisitos da nossa estação. Canal África, a perspectiva africana.
9 to 12 midday, Central African Time.
On the move with Palisatawu and Benjamin Mushatama.
Benjamin Mushatama and Palisatawu on the move.
I'll prove it all. Shall we go table the matter? Make we solve and cup and every time make you call back better. I might be dangerous, but I'm on your side, on your side. I know you thought that I would come and break your heart. No, not today. No, not today. And I know you thought that I would come and let to your scars. No, not today. No, not today. You need a good hug, good sex and good love, someone you can trust. Don't worry about nothing. I know you're struggling with loving so hard. No, not today. No, not today. Overeater, overeater, overeater. Girl on fire, traumatized creature. Love and protect you like my sister. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. Speak of you highly and love you deeper. Open your doors, run you a hot bath, open your pores. Grapes and top wine, open your jaws. I'm nothing like them other niggas from before. I'm fighting stereotype, I'm going to war. Let's go MIA, elope on the shore. Mrs. Me, them legs are gold, I'm Mr. T. Keep them around my neck till I forget to breathe. I just want to listen to you. Tell me all of the things you want. Tell me all of the things you need. Just sit back and listen to you. Hold you close while I hear you out. We so close I can hear you breathe. Cause nothing will matter, cause nothing's the same. Cause when you're with me, let your past be your pain. Cause I won't neglect you, won't repeat the pain, the pain, the pain. I know you thought that I would come.
Hey, beautiful collaboration, Rotimi Mayakun and Nasty C. This is Sade. Sade, I heard that she was doing a tour. Some people say it's fake. Some people say it's true.
So
is it real or is it not real?
Sade's not coming to South
Is Sade not coming to Joburg?
No,
I saw a poster,
No,
Benji.
not today. No, not Sade.
No, not Sade. Fine. It's 9:46 Central Africa time. And even though the posters are circulating, the fake posters are circulating, Sade is ghosting
Man,
us.
I would have bought the ticket immediately.
I know, same.
I'm a big Sade fan.
Is she ghostlighting us?
She's not.
Are we ghostlighting
We
ourselves?
can't afford her. You know, there's some relationships, man, whereby you're like, this one mustn't start because this one is going to gaslight me. So I don't think we can afford her. She's not gaslighting us.
Okay, fine. Well, that's what the conversation that we're having. We're speaking about gaslighting. So someone ghosts you, then they come back and gaslight you and pretend like you are delusional. They didn't ghost you. We had this conversation.
How dare you?
I was going through something.
Oh.
How dare you say I
No.
ghosted you when you and I had a very specific conversation and you know that conversation never happened.
No, but they don't say it like that. But
Yeah.
it's more like, Mara baby. Mara, you know, man. Things happen.
You know I love you. You know I would never do that to
I
you.
would never do that. I was going through. Man.
Wow.
You know,
Wow.
man, please give me one more chance.
Where do you stand in this one? We're having an On the Move poll up as usual, and today we're speaking about this ghostlighting phenomenon. Why do people ghostlight in relationships or friendships? That we didn't really touch on that, right? Because it can happen in friendships as well. Are they avoiding conflict? Is it because of control and power? Is it emotional immaturity or just a lack of accountability? Let us know on our On the Move poll at Channel Africa 1 on X, so we can and hear what your thoughts are. Why do people ghost like
Those
us?
are interesting options, right? Avoiding conflict, control and power, emotional immaturity, lack of accountability. I think it's a control and power thing.
Yeah.
Because to a certain degree, you think when you come back, you'll still have the same influence over someone.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. And the gaslighting aspect of it is quite intentional and manipulative.
Yeah.
Because if you were not trying to have control and power of that person, you wouldn't have to manipulate them. Maybe you'd come back and say, I'm sorry, maybe you'd be honest and say, look, some of these things scare me, and our relationship was getting to a point where I felt like I couldn't handle it, and so I ran, and that's just the truth, right?
Yeah.
But because you want an in without the accountability, you have to find a way to manipulate them and make them feel like what you did wasn't intentional.
Yeah, but that happens, man, when you have more than one options. But you're like dating, we were trying, man. I don't know.
We all have options. We all have options.
And then you're like, let me disappear from this one. I'll come back if this one doesn't work.
You know what? I think we all have options. I would never date someone and think they don't have options. There's so many people in the world, and people choose you not because there's no one else they could choose, but because they wanted to choose you. We all have options, but we don't go around ghostlighting people.
All right, so what's your take on that one? People do it for different reasons. Why do you think people ghostlight in relationships or friendships? So find that on the Move poll at Channel Africa 1 is the handle on X.
Heritage Month is a time to remember where we come from and celebrate where we are going. Channel Africa. Catch us on DSTV channel 802. AUSISA, the Association of Water and Sanitation Institution of South Africa, is a platform uniting Africa's water professionals. This November, Africa leads the conversation on water and sanitation. Join global and African leaders at the AUSISA Africa and Global South Dialogue 2025 from the 9th till the 12th of November at the Emperor's Palace, Johannesburg. From policy innovation, this is where action meets collaboration for a water-secure future. Register today at ausisa-watersun-dialogue.org or follow at AUSISA on social media. AUSISA, working together for sustainable water and sanitation security in Africa. Get Channel Africa on DSTV Audio Bouquet. Channel 802. No time to waste. Be on the move with Benjamin Mushatama and Pali Satau.
Hey, that's the beautiful Ethiopian singer, songwriter, and musician, Hallelujah, Tekle Tzadik, taking us to 54 minutes past 9 o'clock Central African time. Hey, we're speaking about gaslighting and ghosting in one.
Ghostlighting.
It's called ghostlighting. Yeah, it's interesting.
No, it is very interesting, and there's so many dynamics there that exist. But I think at some point, if you're being ghostlit, there needs to be a point where you start to choose yourself, because you realize that this person, because it's usually a cycle, right? They might ghost you and come back, but
hey, matter what if he's
probably
cute,
going to
or
happen
what
again.
if she's beautiful, man?
Guys.
And you're like, yo, she's worth it.
Yeah, but then is it worth it for your mental health? Because they'll probably do it again and again and again and again, and you'll just keep getting more and more and more and more attached, especially if you have, like Dudu said, an anxious attachment style. You're just going to be more attached to that sense of stability, in the relationship.
Yeah. And what stood out for me with Dudu was when she was saying, like, look, even the gaslighter has problems here of not being able to have kind of an attachment to someone.
Yeah.
That emotional coldness. Because if you can walk away from someone without letting them know, hey, this is the reason I'm walking away, then you have a real problem. And when you come back, my question is, oh boy, guy, where are you coming from? Where are you coming from, and what are you coming back with? Because it means you've had an encounter, an experience outside of the agreement that me and you had, and so you coming back from somewhere with an experience that I'm not aware of, and I'm short-sighted there. Can I trust you again?
I doubt it. I doubt you can trust someone who has done that to you. But I mean, at the end of the day, you know how it's like, especially if you are like a victim of someone ghosting you or gaslighting you or even ghostlighting you. You feel like nobody else understands, especially if you already love that person, if you already have some kind of attachment to that person. So also it is your own journey, because people will come to you, maybe your friends and people who care about you, and say, this person doesn't really like you like that. Don't you think you should leave? And you're like, oh, you know what, nobody understands. And it will take your own journey to finally realize maybe your worth in that relationship, or realize whether or not you are being manipulated, and then your own pace to leave that relationship. So also it's hard to be put under pressure to leave a situation when you don't see it directly like other people are seeing it from the outside. Take your time, but also think about yourself and think about your own wellness.
Why do people ghostlight in relationships or friendships? Go to our @Channel Africa One handle on X and be part of that On the Move poll. We've got 4 options there. Avoiding conflict, the first. The second one, control and power. The third option is emotional immaturity, while the fourth option is lack of accountability. Let us know what you think of this term, ghostlighting. Why do you think people do it? Well, we're also going to move into another touching conversation in the second hour. September is Suicide Prevention Month. Suicide is something that's prevalent in our society. It's hard to speak about, isn't it, Bali? But we have to wrap around our heads around the fact that, it's there and it affects many of the people. And today we're looking at the struggles families face as a result of supporting those who are at risk of suicide. And, you need a lot of therapy. You need to know, okay, there's probably a mental health problem here. How do we deal with it together as a family? But also family needs support, man.
It's a very important issue to speak about. Suicide prevention is quite important, especially because not a lot of people can have access to the help that is necessary. Not a lot of people on this continent have access to that therapy, have access to even counselors or social workers. The majority of our people live in some of the most rural areas, and you don't even hear in those places, the suicide that takes place in those areas. I feel like it's also sort of undervalued or even undercounted because we don't get to see what people are actually going through in some of those areas. Even here in the cities that we live in, where there's much more access than other places, but people still do go through the kinds of depression and anxiety that lead to suicide. So it's an important conversation to have.
Yeah, because one day you're with someone, they your family members, the next thing they're gone.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, right? I was told a story just a few days ago of a friend of mine was saying, actually, my cousin, I remember the cousin I told you about, they just no longer. I was with them, they looked fine, they were okay. Well, that's what it seemed like to me, because I'm an outsider as a cousin. I'm not always there with them, so I don't know the real struggles that they're going through. Now, in the coming weekend, we're burying him. We were just with him the other day. So how do you see these signs? Because at times we think someone is smiling with us, someone looks happy, but we don't know what's actually going inside of them. So it's a difficult one. So we'll tackle it as a part of looking at this month's suicide prevention month, and it's an important one. If you are sensitive to it, also it could be triggering to you. Be sensitive to the conversations. I always give you those alerts so you know that it is an issue that you might feel like it's not for you, but you can listen, because we usually have good professionals on our show who can help us navigate these conversations. The more we talk about these issues, the better things become. Remember, engage with us on X at Channel Africa 1. We still have that On The Move poll going on there. Right now, we're moving on to our second hour. It's 10:00 hours Central African time. Let's get the latest news.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Top stories this hour. Malawi approves Parliamentary and Local Government Elections Amendment Bill, and China holds its first military parade in 6 years. Good morning, I am Nolutando Buthelezi. Malawian President Lazarus Chakwera has approved the Presidential, Parliamentary and Local Government Elections Amendment Bill. The amendment provides for polling staff, candidate and political party representatives, as well as officers from security agencies to cast their votes at the polling station after they are deployed. General elections are scheduled for September the 16th to elect the President, the 229 members of the National Assembly and 509 local government councillors. SADC has deployed the Electoral Observation Mission headed by the Honourable Themba N. Masuku, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. The African continent has established its first observatory mosquito surveillance network, this as an attempt to address mosquito-borne diseases. Africa carries the highest burden of mosquito-borne diseases in the world. Wits University in South Africa and its researchers have partnered in the observatory called Vector Grid Africa, which has launched in 5 countries: Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique, South Africa and Madagascar. Wits scientist Professor Lisette Kukuma who leads the South African part of the project, says that collaboration between African counterparts is instrumental to fighting the diseases.
We tend to think that malaria is only a problem in this country or this province. And this observatory is a very nice collaborative group effort between all these countries to engage with each other, collect the data, share that so that coherently we can make decisions to support public health at the end of the day. So mosquitoes, of course, don't just stay within South Africa or Kenya. They tend to fly between our neighboring countries and they get a ride on a taxi, bus and truck. So there's lots of migration between not only people, but also our mosquito population that goes up and down in this continent.
A former justice minister in Congo, Constant Mutamba, has been convicted of embezzling millions of dollars earmarked for a prison construction in the northern city of Kisangani. 37-year-old Mutamba has been sentenced to 3 years forced labor. He served as minister in 2024 and 2025 under President Felix Tshisekedi. He announced his resignation in June over the case involving the embezzlement of $19 million while denying the accusations. Earlier this year, Mutamba begged the launch of legal proceedings against former President Joseph Kabila over his alleged links to the M23 rebel group. South Africa's Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille's resolution of the SA Tourism Board is under scrutiny. Parliament's Tourism Portfolio Committee has resolved to seek legal advice on whether the board can be reinstated. De Lille dissolved the board after it placed the CEO, Nombulelo Guliwe, on precautionary suspension. This was preceded by the resignation of the chairperson of the board, Professor Gregory Davids. De Lille members of the dissolved board, as well as two former chairpersons of the board, appeared before the committee. Chairperson Ronalda Nalumango says that they will investigate what legal steps to take.
And I know that majority of the members have proposed for the dissolved board to be reinstated. But we have consulted our legal advice and said that we should have a thorough legal opinion, and then we will come back to attend to the matter. But the matter will not just be swept under the carpet. We will again interact with the matter.
In China, tens of thousands have been lining the streets of the capital, Beijing, for the country's first military parade in 6 years. The massive parade commemorates 80 years since the formal surrender of the Japanese at the end of the Second World War. President Xi Jinping addressed crowds at Tiananmen Square, flanked by Russia's President Vladimir Putin and the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. This is the first time that the three leaders have been seen together. The BBC's Stephen McDonnell has the details.
I'm sure for critics of these regimes and of Xi Jinping, they'll think this imagery seems pretty terrible. But according to China's leader, in the speech he made today, that the war in Japan has made China a country that fears no one. And he also issued a sort of vague warning that the world currently faces choices to again drift into war or to choose a peaceful path without explaining what he meant.
Let's recap the top story now. Malawian President Lazarus Chakwera has approved the Presidential, Parliamentary and Local Government Elections Amendment Bill. The amendment provides for polling staff, candidate and political party representatives, as well as officers from security agencies to cast their votes at the polling stations where they are deployed. For any news stories that you would like to share with us, please do send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I am Nolutando Butelezi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Hey, that's us moving forward now into our second hour. You're listening to On the Move with myself, Benjamin Moshatama, and with the beautiful Palisatau. Can you hear the crowd?
Woohoo!
Yay! All right. That was dramatic, wasn't it?
It was.
Was it needed for broadcasting?
It's always needed. We're moving into the next hour of the show, and we're going into a very serious conversation right now. This particular month, the month of September in South Africa, is Suicide Prevention Month. And this is one that definitely comes with a trigger warning because we will be having conversations about anxiety, about depression, and of course, about suicide.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay with us. If you do feel that trigger a little bit, it's okay. You can stay with us. What the trigger means is that this is something that's sensitive to you. So as the conversation happens, you are in good hands because we'll be speaking to Dr. Kitumetse Mashego. We trust her. She's a clinical psychologist. If we were having another conversation that was different, maybe if it was a debate format, then we'd say, no, you can listen a little bit later. But this is something to help you if you find yourself in a situation where suicide is something that affects you, or maybe mental wellness is something something that you are still struggling with. So stay with us. You are in a safe zone. On the Move is a place where you are at home, and we want to make you feel that you are safe here. So we're definitely going to help you on this one.
That's 100% true. Do join us and be part of our social media conversations as well at Channel Africa 1. Ask the questions that you need to. Go into our live streams. We're live on Facebook, simply Channel Africa, and we're live on YouTube at Channel Africa 1. And you'll be able to interact with us as well as the guests that we have. So if you have any questions about suicide prevention, about anxiety or depression, go there and ask your questions. We'll be there immediately for you.
Benjamin Mushatama and Palisatawo on the Move.
Couldn't find a reason why I couldn't leave. You should have walked away from the start. And I wish that I knew then what I know now, that you're just a man after all. Cause I was trying to save us, hoping it get better, seeing that we made it this far. But I know what I know now, it's not like before, and you're just a man after all. But we keep running around in circles, doing the same thing. And I know you'll never change, but I'll keep coming back to you, back to you. Look what it is, deja vu. If it ain't me, tell me who. Day or night, you can come through, and I'm just waiting on you. Make your move. It ain't right, but I want you. Let's run it back, rendezvous. You say I'm toxic, but baby you too. And don't get mad at me, I get it from you. Oh, how I love to see you. Let me try, cause that's the only thing you know how to do right, right. I'm not expecting much from you, I'm good on my own. But it's only you that gets me in the zone. We keep running around in circles, doing the same thing. And I know you'll never change.
All right, man, that is the beautiful Elaine. I wonder where she went. She was an amazing musician.
But I think she's still there.
She's still around.
Yeah.
No. That one is a beautiful international hit, Deja Vu. It takes us to 10 minutes past 10 o'clock Central African time.
Darubini ya Afrika na I am Henry Shakif.
Dar es Salaam siku ya leo ni ya kijani.
Ya kabisa, Tanzania nzima macho ni hapa, na mkutano wa leo umeshika karibu 90% ya vyombo vyote vya habari viko hapa kusubiri kusikia ni kitu gani hasa ambacho CCM itakisema katika siku ya kwanza ya grand opening ya uzinduzi wa kampeni zake kitaifa.
Rais wa Tanzania Samia Suluhu Hassan ameidhinishwa kuwania kiti cha urais katika uchaguzi utakaofanyika Oktoba 29 mwaka huu na tume ya uchaguzi. Hili unalizungumzia vipi?
Ila kwanza lilitarajiwa, ni jambo liko wazi kwa sababu Rais Samia ndiye aliyepata idhini ya kuteuliwa na Chama cha Mapinduzi kupeperusha bendera ya chama.
Darubini ya Afrika 11 kamili hadi 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
Palisa and Benjamin, fuel your day with fresh African perspective on Channel Africa.
Hey, September is Suicide Prevention Month, and we're putting a spotlight on this very early in the month because many families are trying to navigate this, and it's not very easy. Being there for someone in crisis can be incredibly heavy. It affects your own mental health, your relationships, and sometimes even your ability to cope yourself day to day. What if you do have someone in your life who is at the risk of suicide? The toll it takes on families who lose someone to suicide, or those who have someone who's struggling with depression, is not easy. Today we explore the struggles families face as a result of supporting those at risk, the importance of supporting systems for caregivers, and what we all could do to foster a culture of compassion and early intervention. Our friend Dr. Kitumetse Mashego is joining us on the show, a clinical psychologist. Doctor, welcome back on the show. It's always good to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. Good to see you both.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about suicide, the complexities of it, especially when it affects a person in a family. In fact, everyone who's affected by suicide belongs to a family unit. And it's not an easy journey for that person with that particular issue, but also around the people, or rather the people around that person. It's also difficult for them.
Definitely, someone who's struggling with either suicidal ideation where they've got this ideas about it, or this hopelessness about life, or sometimes what we call passive suicide, when they don't really have a plan or have executed a plan, but they constantly just feel like it's not worth living this life thing. And some people who've attempted and those who've completed suicide or who died by suicide, it's usually quite stressful for the family that remain, because they are left so many times with so many questions, a lot of anxiety for those who remain, even though they have attempted suicide, and also those who, have died by suicide. There's a lot of questions, and there's never logic, right? I think our brains sometimes want logic. We say things like, this person had everything. We gave them everything, and yet it ended this way. So I think those unanswered questions, and also religion, unfortunately, it can foster a view of guilt that this person is doomed for life, or for, eternal life, where they will be punished. So it's the ultimate sin in certain religions. So you can imagine if someone is in that religion and they are remaining, the guilt they live with daily until their own demise can be quite heavy.
You spoke about a term, a suicide ideation. What do you mean by that?
So someone who's got, so when someone comes to see us, we often assess the risk of suicide. So some people have ideas of their life ending. Maybe they are, not necessarily have a plan per se, but they really fantasize almost about their demise or their death, or no longer being here, or they almost feel like their life is not worth living. So they have these ideas around ending their life, or their life not, being worth living, but not necessarily a plan. So it's not to say that they're not at risk, but it's to say that they're constantly overwhelmed with these thoughts and also need help. Just because they haven't got a plan doesn't make it, less of a cry for help.
Dr. Mashiko, it seems like these conversations are happening more and more in the mainstream society, but that's maybe because of social media and perhaps programs like this where we're having such conversations. But it feels like in communities, inside families, there's still a lot of secrecy surrounding suicide, and especially even if someone within a family, a particular community has committed suicide, there's almost like a hiding of the reason behind them dying. Is this healthy for our communities, that hidden element of suicide, that hidden element of depression, and not wanting to speak about it?
Sadly, it's still happening, as you say, in a lot of communities in 2025. And really, it's the more you hide psychological issues, is the burden that increases. And sadly, that's what we see happening. There's still so much stigma, and it's not just societal stigma, meaning how people view someone who's struggling with mental health challenges, but also self-stigma, where people themselves who's struggling stigmatize themselves. They want to snap out of it. They label themselves as crazy. They want to move on from it. And I'm always of, the view that we have to look at it the same way we look at physical conditions, that some people are predisposed to cancer, even though they are healthy, on the outside, physically, they look like, they're doing what it is that they need to do. They still might get diagnosed with physical ailments such as your cholesterol, diabetes, cancer. And it's the same way with mental health challenges. Just because, someone on the outside looks like they have it together does not mean that genetically they don't have a predisposition for mental health challenges. That's why you get two people go through the same thing. One of them just develops anxiety and the other one doesn't.
Yeah.
It's because of the predisposition and the wiring of the brain and the neurotransmitters in their brain.
Dr. Kitumets, then how do you notice when someone has this problem of depression, because it manifests itself differently in people. And how do you see that, okay, now it's coming to a point where it could be life-taking?
I think it's really just to look at people's behaviors. So someone who was the life of the party, suddenly they're very withdrawn. Or the other way, they were very withdrawn, now they are the life of the party. So also in terms of their sleeping patterns, somebody who is now sleeping more or sleeping less. So it impacts people, differently, as you mentioned. And I think that's what also makes it more complex, is that there is no formula as to how somebody will present, but also the intervention is, context dependent. So yes, I think it's really the change in behavior, but also the things people say. So if someone just says, about how their lives are hopeless, they don't see, they don't have meaning, they don't have purpose. So the things that they say can also be a warning sign to some. And also things like appetite and substance use. And substance is not limited to just alcohol.
Yeah.
It could be over the counter medication, where someone just cannot live without the headache tablets. Some people, it's food that they use as a coping mechanism, where they're overeating or they're under-eating. So I think the warning sign is mostly there's the change in behavior. Someone who was well kept, they will just look good all the time. Now suddenly, they are looking as if they don't actually take a bath. So it's signs, subtle signs like that. Sometimes they're very obvious, but also just what the people say and focus on. Very pessimistic, most of them.
So basically, you must just watch for changed behavior, right? And it manifests differently with different people. Dr. Kitumetse, stay there on the line. We'll continue this sensitive conversation. It's great to speak to you because you're an expert in this one. And so we know that we are in safe hands with you. We'll continue the conversation after the break.
This September, Channel Africa celebrates Heritage Month, a time to honor the stories, the rhythms, and the languages that make us who we are. Whether you're in Lagos or the shores of Zanzibar, to the mountains of Lesotho or the markets of Dakar, we are united in diversity.
Najivunia kuwa Mwafrika.
Kukondolera Afrika ndiye ndoto yake.
Proudly African and fabulous.
Let us preserve our languages. Let's embrace our uniqueness. Let's embrace our cultures and celebrate the beauty of our continent. Channel Africa, the African perspective.
On the Move, weekdays, 9 a.m. to midday.
Only on Channel Africa. #On the Move.
September is Suicide Prevention Month, and we continue this very serious yet necessary conversation that we have. Once again, don't forget that this is a trigger warning, as the conversations that we're having will be about suicide, anxiety, depression, and many other mental health challenges. Stay with us though, because we do have Dr. Kitumetse Mashego, who's a clinical psychologist, really helping us unpack this. Dr. Mashego, before we went to on a break, we spoke a little bit about how family, friends, and those surrounding someone who might be presenting with depression or maybe ideas of suicide or maybe suicidal thoughts, and how they can try and recognize that someone might be going through this. But it's one thing to see that someone I love, a friend, a family member, has changed and they're going through this. But it's not like I can lock them in a room or watch them 24/7. How can I prevent this? I mean, it is Suicide Prevention Month, and I think a lot of us might struggle with understanding how to prevent the suicide itself from happening.
It's so tricky with psychological issues in that people must want the help for them to benefit from the help. So even if you drag the person to come to my office, if they don't see the need for help, they will not benefit from it. And I think that's what makes it difficult. But for someone who's watching their loved ones struggle with this, I'm of view that they can start having conversations around it. And instead of using you, so instead of saying, Palisa, you're always doing this, but to rather say, I'm concerned that I see that, you're sleeping more often. I'm concerned, I'm of you. If you need anything, I'm here. Yeah. I know Dr. Dumi, can we kindly go there? So use I more so that they're not defensive around, the struggle that they are, facing. But also to the people who are watching this happen, to them to realize that watching someone almost disappear as in change in personality, can be so overwhelming for you. So compassion fatigue can happen where you constantly, are, trying to assist someone, and burnout as well from trying to help them. So I also recommend that the people watching the struggle, for them to also seek help for themselves. And it's not being selfish or anything. It's just to recognize that treating or dealing with someone like in that state can create what we call vicarious trauma or secondary traumatization from watching them struggle. Even myself, I need to go debrief, and yet I'm trained to do what I do as a clinical psychologist. So for the family members watching this happen, I also urge them to seek their own individual help, because it's not easy watching someone struggle. But definitely I recommend that to have those conversations, but ultimately, the person must be open to the help for them to benefit from the help. And it's not always easy.
Yeah. How do you debrief as a family member? It must be difficult because this is someone that is close to you. How do you find your time to also do some self-care while also making sure that you're taking care of your family member?
I always recommend professional help, because you can imagine if you're trying to debrief to your partner, that's also going to cause traumatization to them. They might also start saying, I don't want to hear about this. Like, this is a lot. This is not for me. So come to people like myself who are trained, and we are there. I know people always say we're expensive, we are rare but we are there in the public sector. Just be patient. You can get an appointment just to go debrief. You don't have to come to us when you're in crises. You can come to us when you're just carrying a lot. We are actually the place where you can bring whatever it is that you're carrying, and we will, handle it, and give you a safe space for you to offload. So I recommend that. And also just being aware of how the person triggers you, because taking care of a person can also trigger you, that, you're doing everything and it seems like they're just not, getting benefiting from what you are doing. That can trigger anxiety in you, a lot of fear, guilt, just feeling hopeless as well. So I think that self-awareness also to see, okay, I think I'm reaching the point where I'm not okay, but what should I do? Some people go to church, some people pray, but at the end of the day, I recommend coming to see someone like myself who's trained to debrief professionally.
Yeah. What sort of early interventions exist? And I know you speak about, going to see a professional. Unfortunately, that isn't really a reality for many, many people. Thank goodness it's becoming a little bit more mainstream, but it's just still not enough. And as, the person themselves, maybe who is ready to receive the necessary help, as well as their loved ones who want to see them get well and fix their mental health, what kind of early interventions can we look at?
I think firstly to put aside the stigma. So understanding that sometimes you're predisposed to this, but it doesn't mean that you're crazy. It doesn't mean that you're weak. It doesn't mean anything except that you're struggling with, brain chemistry imbalance, right? So if we look at it that way, it also can help. And to also show yourself grace. That, sometimes we want to be perfect human beings, perfect parents, perfect siblings, perfect employees. Perfection is an illusion. It doesn't exist. So it doesn't mean that you're imperfect when you're like this. It means you're having the human experience, and emotions are a part of the human being. Therefore, you will get moments where you are overwhelmed. Therefore, it's really important to start self-regulating and to do the work that you need for yourself. And when you do that work, nobody can take it away from you. And yes, I think it's really just starting to be self-aware, because we are on autopilot so quickly as human beings, right? We go into that soldier mode very quickly. So it's important to learn to be present and mindful, and to take a breath when you need to, and to show yourself grace, that you're not failing, you're not weak, you're not crazy, you're just predisposed to mental health challenges the same way someone is predisposed to cancer, cholesterol, diabetes, BP. Therefore, show yourself grace and take the steps. And yes, if you get the professional help, really take advantage of it. And there are free services out there just for people who don't know. You get places where you can call so that you can just get that help where you feel understood and heard.
Suicide is still taboo in our communities. Of course, it should be in a way, because it's something that is still, we're wrapping our heads around it, right? And it's so difficult for us to understand it. How do we as a family assist in terms of knowing that we are also a support system here, and what we say, how we intervene in the way that we also understand suicide is going to affect the person who's going through that experience. I know it's a difficult question, but is there a way for us to be more open and understanding?
Understand that no one chooses to be in a dark space.
Okay.
Because sometimes we want people to snap out of it, to, quickly, come on, move on. I moved on, you must move on.
Sure.
To understand it's a subjective experience, and people who are in the dark place, even if you come with the light, imagine they're in a hole, it's dark, you come with the light, they will not see the light because something is happening in their brain, the neurotransmitters, they don't see the light. And no matter how bright that light is shining, they will not see it. Therefore, I don't think anybody chooses to be in that spot. Therefore, let's show them grace. And just because you didn't struggle with it doesn't mean that this person mustn't struggle with it. It's a subjective experience. And you might find actually it's in the family. It's just that the parents of the person struggling now maybe pushed through. Right? Maybe they actually developed poor coping strategies like alcohol and other things to cope, because also there's a genetic predisposition for some of these conditions. It's just that it might be more prominent in the current generations. They might be more vocal about it and want help than the previous generation. So we really need to show grace, but to understand that nobody chooses to struggle, but there is help. And, just let's show each other grace. Let's be kind to people who are struggling.
Well, we'll have to leave it there. Before we go, where can we find you? And of course, for those who are trying to reach out for some assistance.
So my website is Rebaone Wellness. That's REBAONE wellness.com. I'm also on the socials at Dr. Tumi _DSM, and that doctor is DR. So at Dr. Tumi _DSM, and my WhatsApp mobile is 082-858-7033, where I can be reached.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kitumezi Mashego, clinical psychologist, helping us on this very important conversation as we highlight September as Suicide Prevention Month. If you want to do that call, don't forget, anywhere outside of South Africa, the country code is +27. It is 10:30 Central Africa time. As we keep things moving, let's get our latest sports news.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Let's kick off with rugby news. Springbok winger Cheslin Kolbe appreciates the history staring his side in the face at Eden Park in Auckland. But he says he's more interested in testing himself against the best team in the world when South Africa meet New Zealand in round 3 of the Rugby Championship. The Springboks say they are determined to focus on the job at hand and not get caught up by the history of the fixture.
We're playing against the number 1 team currently at the moment, and that's where you wanna come up against and measure yourself as an individual and as a team, where you're at and if you're still on par. So yeah, definitely excited. And I haven't played at Eden Park before, but I've heard a lot of great talks and memories that's been here. So yeah, super excited if that opportunity does come this coming weekend.
The Springboks are on a 4-match winning run against the All Blacks, stretching back to the Qatar Airways Cup match at Twickenham 2 years ago. However, the last time the Boks played the All Blacks in New Zealand, they lost at the Mount Smart Stadium in Auckland. Springbok Player of the Year, Cheslin Kolbe.
What happened in the past it's in the past. There's a lot that can change within a season, and we've learned a lot up until now. And that's just how we see this game, is to keep improving and developing personally and as a group, and just stay focused on every task that's at hand.
On to basketball now. Italy shrugged off a slow start to their big name matchup with Spain and rallied for a 67-63 win to celebrate booking the sport in the round of 16 of the FIBA Eurobasket 2025. Italy had already secured a ticket to Riga before the game when Georgia downed Cyprus for a 3-1 record, extending their streak of advancing from the group stage to 5 straight tournaments. Italy's victory over Spain continues what could be considered a dominance over the 4-time European champions. Italia have lost just 5 times in now 20 meetings against Spain, including wins in 11 of the last 13 games. On to tennis news. Former world number 1 Novak Djokovic has reached his 14th US Open semi-final in New York and is on course for a record 25th Grand Slam singles title. The 38-year-old Serb reinforced his superiority over the vast majority of the active players, beating 4th seed Taylor Fritz of the United States 6-3, 7-5, 3-6, 6-4 in the quarterfinal match. The 7th seed will now play world number 2 Carlos Alcaraz of Spain in one of the semi-finals. Alcaraz downed Czech Jiří Lihenčka in straight sets. Let's end with golf news. Sergio Garcia has pulled out of this weekend's Irish Open, disappointed after not being selected as a captain's pick for Europe's Ryder Cup team. The 45th Ryder Cup will be played from the 26th to the 28th of September at Bethpage Black in Farmingdale, New York. Captain Luke Donald revealed his 6 picks on Monday, with Garcia, a 10-time Ryder Cup selection, not among them. The Irish Open begins on Thursday at the K Club in County Kildare in Ireland. Garcia plays in the Live Golf League, which hampered his ability to earn rankings points towards an automatic qualification. The Spaniard is the all-time leading point scorer in Ryder Cup history. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Figidi Lingwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa Update on Channel Africa with Lulu Kabu.
Mozambique's opposition leader Venancio Mondlane has been charged with incitement to terrorism and disobedience. He faces a total of 5 charges. The charges relate to post-election violence that left hundreds of people dead. What punishment is he looking at?
The most severe charges are 2. One is incitement for terrorism, and also is being charged for mobilizing people for terrorism during the protests. These charges are really serious and severe. If he is condemned, is found guilty, he could serve 10 years plus years in jail, meaning that he would be banned from political participation, mainly for the 2028 and 2029 electoral cycle.
The director of CDD, the Center for Democracy and Development, Adriano Novunga.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
Thank you so much for that sports update. Tabiso Lihoko is back with our latest in business.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thanks, Pelisand. Good morning. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization says that gender equality remains a huge concern for women employed in sub-Saharan Africa's agri-food systems. A new report has exposed pervasive gender inequalities in sub-Saharan Africa, despite women powering half the agri-food workforce. According to the report, approximately 3 out of 4 working women are employed in agri-food systems, and women make up 49% of the agri-food systems workforce in sub-Saharan Africa. The organization's senior gender officer, Clara Park,
informal work is what allows women to juggle care, domestic responsibility, looking after their children, and productive work. So that is also telling us that the social safety nets and the infrastructure that allows women to work and at the same time take care of their babies or their family is still not in place.
The South African Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Social Development says that it has been given assurance that the measures will be put in place to ensure a smooth transition for the social grant recipients to migrate from SASSA Gold cards to black cards. This after the South African Reserve Bank gazetted a variation notice giving Postbank the green light to generate a new secure key and replace the remaining SASSA Gold cards with upgraded black cards. Bridget Masango is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development in Parliament.
They were even talking about making sure that even schools are approved for this process, because what happened in the past iteration of the switching of cards, the sites were concentrated in urban areas, while the people in the rural areas had to travel long distances to get their cards.
Meanwhile, Masango says that SASSA and the Post Bank are embroiled in a court battle over the termination of SASSA Post Bank MasterCard service agreement at the end of this month.
The termination, which the Post Bank has since taken SASSA to court about, had to do with the fact that SASSA did give notice in 2024 to give the 18 months notice to terminate the MSA as it is written in the MSA.
The largest supermarket chain in South Africa, Shoprite, has largely completed the consolidation of its operations across Africa, but Mozambique is on the list of countries that might be reviewed. The retailer had expanded extensively in Africa, surpassing rivals such as Pick n Pay and Walmart-owned Massmart to become the continent's leading food retailer in about 15 countries. In August, it announced plans to exit Ghana and Malawi, following other exits from Nigeria, Kenya, Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, and Madagascar. Its business in the rest of Africa is now made up of 268 stores across 7 countries, all of which are Southern African Development Community members. The Eurozone economy kept expanding at a snail's pace in August as weaker services growth offset improved manufacturing output, despite the first rise in overall new orders since May last year. The HCOB Eurozone Composite Purchasing Managers Index, compiled by S&P Global, edged up to 51.0 in August, from 50.9 in July, marking a 12-month high, but still indicating only modest growth. The 50-0 threshold separates growth from contraction. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,530 naira. In Botswana, it's at 13 Bula 30, Kenya 128 shilling 452, and Zambia 23 kwacha 65. The BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 real 45, Russia 80 rubles 553, India 88 rupees 55, China 71.14, and in South Africa $1 is trading at 17 rand 67 cents. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Gold is trading at $3,530 and platinum $1,400 per ounce. Brent crude oil is at $68.98 a barrel. For any business stories you would like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business in Johannesburg, I'm Tabiso Lehoku.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Darubini ya Afrika na I am Henry Shakif.
Dar es Salaam siku ya leo ni ya kijani.
Ya kabisa, Tanzania nzima macho ni hapa, na mkutano wa leo umeshika karibu 90% ya vyombo vyote vya habari viko hapa kusubiri kusikia ni kitu gani hasa ambacho CCM itakisema katika siku ya kwanza ya grand opening ya uzinduzi wa kampeni zake kitaifa.
Rais wa Tanzania Samia Suluhu Hassan ameidhinishwa kuwania kiti cha urais katika uchaguzi utakaofanyika Oktoba 29 mwaka huu na tume ya uchaguzi. Hili unalizungumzia vipi?
Ila kwanza lilitarajiwa, ni jambo liko wazi kwa sababu Rais Samia ndiye aliyepata idhini ya kuteuliwa na Chama cha Mapinduzi kupeperusha bendera ya chama.
Darubini ya Afrika 11 kamili hadi 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
Keeping you on the know and on the move. Benjamin Mushatama and Palisatawu on the move.
Niache, nipike niache, vanisali ni trompaka, anarudia tena. Niache, nipike niache, vanisali ni landaka, anarudia tena. Vanessa, ni nini inakuleta, ni nini ulisabwaka, ni nini inakuleta. Vanessa, ni nini inakuleta, ni nini ulisabwaka, ni nini inakuleta.
Oshininga bambongo, obimi singa yuma, oyoki singa soni, nini lisusu oye koluka. Vanessa we, ule ulienda kaingekuwa, ilinasa aungerudi kunililia. Mese kujali, I'm so busy with my new wifey. Mese kotake, I'm busy enjoying my life. Nikaduru, kanenda kanarudia. Nikaduru, kanenda kana.
Vanessa, nini inakuleta, ni nini ulisabwaka, ni nini inakuleta. Vanessa, ni nini inakuleta, ni nini ulisabwaka, ni nini inakuleta.
Hey, that's P-San with one titled Vanessa. That's the remix with Inospi.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have been speaking about Suicide Prevention Month. That's the month of September. We just had a very enlightening conversation with Dr. Gitumeti Mashiro, who's a clinical psychologist, helping us unpack this very important conversation. We do have a voice note from you taking part in this conversation. Let's hear what you have to say. All right, we might not have that audio right now. Okay, we do have that audio already. We are continuing to speak about Suicide Prevention Month. Listen to this.
Good morning. I don't think we speak enough about how emotionally taxing it is for the person who is there supporting their loved one during a mental health related crisis. So I had that experience a couple of weeks ago with a friend of mine who has been struggling with mental health related issues. I received a text about about after 8 in the evening. I remember running to the car, not even wearing shoes. We live in 2 different cities. When I got to her place, she had taken the pills already, laying on the floor, foaming. And I'm not going to describe everything that happened, but I had to bottle my emotions up. There was no time for me to cry, no time for me to react in that moment, but I just had to make decisions that would save her life. And that lasted, I spent the entire weekend with her from Friday to about Monday morning. Immediately when I got to my place, I remember feeling like I had been in a very brutal fight with all the wild animals. That's how heavy and burdened I was feeling. I was so heavy in my spirits. And yeah, I think we need a support group or something, but that was my experience. It's very emotionally taxing. You want your friend to survive or your loved one to survive, but it takes such a toll on you. And you never know where to place those emotions after you have had that experience.
Well, it is a very heavy experience, as you've noted. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us, even though it is quite a sensitive and terrible experience, to go through something like that. But you tried your best, and you were there for your loved one, your friend in this particular instance. And I think that just shows that people are trying to be there for one another, but it's not easy, and it's hard to actually know what exactly to do in that situation.
Yeah, and the thing is, we forget that those people who need support are also the family members as well. It's not just the person who's going through these suicidal thoughts, but the people around them also need the same kind of help in terms of, you can't fill someone if you yourself are empty,
That's
and
true.
that's where it becomes more sensitive.
Well, we love to get more thoughts from you, not just on this conversation, but our last hour conversation as well. Thank you so much for participating in the conversations of On the Move. It's 10:50 Central Africa time. Let's take a break and we'll be back.
Darubini ya Afrika na I am Henry Shakif.
Unadhani kunaweza kuchangia kwa namna gani ili kuweza kurejesha mauzo ya biashara hiyo ya chai?
Inasemekana kwamba kuna ile kamati ama kamati imeweza kuundwa ikiongozwa na mmoja wa viongozi wa taifa la Iran, na inasemekana kwamba itaanza kazi mara moja na kutafuta vile biashara kati ya Kenya na Iran itaweza kuenda haswa kwa mauzo ya chai.
Siku 60 ni chache sana katika kuweza kuamua jambo au maamuzi. Unadhani litaweza kufanikiwa?
Tukitazama kwa undani, nchi ya Iran imeweza kupigwa marufuku haswa na nchi ya Marekani kwa mambo mengi ya kibiashara, na ndio kidogo wameanza kujaribu kutafuta pale popote watakaweza kupata bidhaa.
Darubini ya Afrika 11 kamili hadi 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
Step into the heart of the day on the move with Palisa and Benjamin.
All right, it's 10:51 Central Africa time. I've been enjoying my algorithm these days.
All right, I know it's TikTok time. I'm so keen. I always love your TikToks.
It is TikTok time. And one thing that's been flooding my TikTok, we always thought animations were for children only, but it seems like animations have become entertaining and also informative, actually. There's so many things that I didn't know that, I now know just because of TikTok animations. There are animations about cats that have been taking place. And apparently, I can't play those animations because a lot of them have a lot of dark humor. So I had to find ones that are a little bit more kosher, that have also been popping up on my algorithm. Do you know how to handle all your food? Like, did anyone ever teach you how to store different foods? Those that go into the cupboard, those that go into the fridge, those that go into your pantry. Has anyone taught you that, or did you just have to imagine what goes
I think my mom did a good job with that.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
But absolutely everything?
Yeah.
I'm learning new things every day, actually, because I thought I knew. I thought I knew absolutely everything when it comes to where to store my food and how to store it. But I realized that there are actually maybe rookie mistakes or just mistakes that I didn't know about that I'm making, that these animations have been teaching me in a very interesting way. Fruits and vegetables who talk obviously through AI, through an AI animation on TikTok, and they teach you exactly how to treat them and why sometimes your food has been going bad and you didn't understand why.
So lessons from cats about food storage.
No, lessons from the foods themselves.
Okay. Oh no.
Okay, check this out.
Oh, there's a bit of a delay.
Okay, there's a lot of a delay. So maybe let's take a break. Let's go to some music. I'll come back with that particular one. And then you'll know exactly what I mean. And if you also didn't have anyone who taught you all the ins and outs about how to store your food, those that go in the pantry, those that stay, outside in the light, and those that go in the fridge, this might be really helpful for you too, just as much as it's been helpful for me.
Download the SABC app and take Channel Africa with you everywhere you go. Benjamin Mushatama and Palisatawo on the move.
Bad man. Yeah, bad man. Yeah. Say what's on my mind. Me, I got no time. Nobody can stop. Waiting got design. Me, I'm not the pastor. Me, I love them who wine. The boy no they entitled. If you treat me right, it's fine. Right. Wine for me, sexy girl, then wine for me. Right now, me no got no time to keep no dirty company. Only positivity, no bad energy. I live my life the way I want to own no one apology. Yeah. Rain, go away. Come back and fall another day. Me, I know my fellas and my people want to play. Nobody really care what I hate, I got to say. Rain, go away. Come back and fall another day. Cause me, I know my fellas and my people want to play. Nobody really care what I hate, I got to say. I say day or day, make I day my day. Day or day, oh. Nobody worry, nobody. People wanna play, nobody really care what I hate, I got to say. Rain, go away, come back and fall another day. Cause me, I know my fellas and my people wanna play. Nobody really care what I hate, I got to say. Day or day, make I day my day.
It's Timaya. This one says, day your day. Do what you gotta do, pretty much. I think that's what it means, if I've got my lingo correct. Channel Africa has taught me a lot about the lingo across the African continent. And sometimes I think that I know what they're saying. So I'm assuming day your day means do what you gotta do. If I'm wrong, let me know. If you're from Nigeria and I'm wrong about the meaning of the song, let me know. At Channel Africa 1, that's where you can find us. And on our WhatsApp number, +27 63 406 9126. So I was asking you, do you know exactly how to store all your food? Which foods go in the fridge? Which foods go in the pantry? Which foods need to stay outside? Also, which foods not to put next to other foods? Sometimes I feel like we navigate the world in such a casual way, and we think we know it all, but we actually might not. And the TikTok AI animations have been teaching me a thing or two, and this is the method that they've been teaching me in. Listen to this.
I don't do well in the fridge. I'm patiently waiting for you in a cozy paper bag.
To stay fresh, I like to soak in a little salt water. Just waiting for you to grab me.
That's an apple taking
I
a
need
salt
to be
bath.
stored
really?
upside
Yeah.
down. Help me flip over, will you?
No need to rinse me yet. Just pop me into a breathable produce bag and keep me in the fridge.
Is this
I'll
necessary?
stay fresh and crisp, ready whenever you are.
Okay.
Wrap my stem with plastic wrap, and I'll ripen
a
slowly
pineapple.
and get
Yeah.
sweeter just for you.
I'm already ripe, and I like it cool. Just give me a little space.
That's a
I'll stay
grape.
perfect for you,
Uh-huh.
okay?
Want me to stay fresh longer? Try storing me in water.
That's a banana.
Yep. A container with
No,
a
no,
little
that's a
water in the
blueberry.
fridge does
No,
the
that's
trick.
a banana.
Simple, right?
I'm
Is it?
scared of the cold. Keep me somewhere warm,
Oh yeah, that is a
and I'll
banana.
ripen into something soft and sweet like honey.
Okay, so yeah, no, Pali, no.
But Ben, have you ever put your apple in a salt bath?
I don't think I'll ever
no,
start.
exactly. But that's
I'm not
because you
starting
didn't know.
because-
You didn't know your apples could stay fresher if you gave them a salt bath, did you? No, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't
have
know
you
if
ever
I trust.
have you ever wrapped the stems of your bananas to keep them fresher for longer?
That was a pineapple.
No, that was a
pineapple.
banana.
No, it was
The
a pineapple.
pineapple said that they want to be put on their head, flipped over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, so you do learn a thing or two. And even though you didn't know, you think you knew, but you didn't. And maybe, especially in today's economy, you do need to find ways to keep your fruits and vegetables fresher for longer. AI animations, they work.
So there we go. Salt bath your apples, everybody.
Okay, we're going to keep things moving. Don't forget you can still participate on our On The Move poll. It's up and ready for you. And we were speaking about our first hour conversation on ghost lighting. So go to our TikTok handle or X handle at Channel Africa 1. Sometimes we forget that it's not TikTok anymore. Go on our X handle, that's at Channel Africa 1. We're asking you, why do people ghost light in relationships or friendships? Is it to avoid conflict? Is it for control and power? Is it emotional immaturity or a lack of accountability? At Channel Africa 1, let's hear your thoughts. We're going to the next hour of the show. It's our Live Well feature coming through after this. But once again, let's bring back our latest news update.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Top stories this hour. Rwanda approves law that permits surrogacy, and Australia to pass a law making it easier to deport non-citizens. Good morning. I am Nolutando Butelezi. For the first time, Rwanda's parliament has approved a law that permits a woman to carry a pregnancy on behalf of another individual or family. Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. This new legislation, now awaiting publication in the official government gazette, provides legal protection to families who had little hope of having children. Experts in health and psychology have called for caution, however, noting the importance of monitoring this new law closely to avoid potential issues within families. Channel Africa's correspondent Sylvanas Karimera.
This new legislation, now awaiting publication in the official government gazette following the president's signature, offers legal protection to families who until now had little hope of having children. Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family, conditional upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. The law outlines important requirements for the surrogate mother, which includes attending hospital visit as prescribed by her doctor, avoiding behaviors that could endanger the unborn child, as well as maintaining a close relationship with the child's prospective parents throughout the pregnancy. Healthcare institutions are required to manage the entire surrogacy process, including oversight during delivery. According to this law, experts say this new law brings joy to many couples who had lost hope of conceiving. This is Dr. Emmanuel Semwaga, gynecologist in Kigali. I have seen cases where a mother or the whole family couldn't have children. Sometimes an accident during the first childbirth causes severe postpartum hemorrhage and leads to removal of the uterus. That doesn't mean she's infertile. It was just an accident. She deserves the chance to get a child in case she finds a surrogate mother With this law, if she finds a surrogate mother, it's fine because the baby carries the genetics of biological mother, not the surrogate. The law has been received with many citizens praising it as one that restores hopes for those who had never thought of having children in their marriage.
What I can
Malawian President Lazarus Chakwera has approved the Presidential, Parliamentary and Local Government Elections Amendment Bill. The amendment provides for polling staff, candidates and political party representatives as well as officers from security agencies to cast their votes at the polling station where they were deployed. General elections are scheduled for September 16 to elect the president, the 229 members of the National Assembly and 509 local government councillors. SADC has deployed the Electoral Observation Mission headed by the Honourable Themba N. Masuku, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. South Africa's Deputy Chief Justice Dunstan Mlambo says that the South African judiciary will not blindly adopt artificial intelligence. He was speaking ahead of the J20 summit of the Constitutional Courts and Supreme Courts at the Sandton Convention Centre in Johannesburg. The summit forms part of activities leading to the 2025 G20 summit taking place in November. The event seeks to give international judicial bodies an opportunity to exchange ideas on contemporary legal matters. Mlambo says that the country has a lot to learn from other countries attending the meeting.
AI is seriously beneficial from a research point of view, and we hope to harness it in such a way that it relieves judges from doing all the menial paper-based tasks and use AI to deal with that. But they still remain to exercise their discretion in the decisions because we are careful. We don't want people to start thinking that AI is deciding their cases. We remain in control. So from a research point of view, from a case allocation point of view, from a case management point of view, AI has been shown in other jurisdictions like Kenya, Morocco and Rwanda that it can be very beneficial and speed up issues.
Mauritius, Botswana and Namibia have emerged as the most peaceful countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The Global Peace Index 2025 reports that these three countries, with thriving tourism industries attracting honeymooners, wildlife lovers and adventure travelers respectively, lead in peace as well as security. Conflict-ridden South Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Sudan took the last three spots in Global Peace Index. The GPI placed Ireland on the first spot in the world, leading across all three domains: safety and security, ongoing conflict and militarization. It's followed by Ireland, which continues to put peace at the forefront. Australia is expected to pass a law on Thursday making it easier to deport non-citizens to third countries, reviving criticism from human rights groups that it was dumping refugees in small island states and drawing comparisons with Trump policies. As the United States seek Pacific island nations willing to accept deported non-citizens, Australia has signed a deal with Nauru to resettle hundreds of people who have been denied refugee visas because of criminal convictions. The planned new law removes procedural fairness when Australia deports a non-citizen to a third country and is designed to limit court appeals. We're recapping the top story now. For the first time, Rwanda's parliament has approved a law that permits a woman to carry a pregnancy on behalf of another individual or family. Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. For any news stories that you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I am Nolutando Buthelezi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
But I still can't believe that you have AI fruits teaching you
I
how
have
to.
AI fruits. I have AI cats. AI is doing the things on those TikToks.
So you really take this advice seriously
No,
from AI?
yes, the fruits and the vegetables, I take them seriously, and I've been trying them. My fruits and vegetables have been staying fresh for longer, Benji.
All right, let's move things forward.
It's 11 Central Africa time. We're in the third hour of On the Move right now, and we're going into our Live Well conversations. And today we're speaking about living as an amputee, and it might be quite a struggle to have this very dramatic life change, something that's not just a physical alteration, but an emotional and psychological one as well.
Yeah, and how do you navigate that? But also the stereotypes from people, because being an amputee doesn't mean that you're disabled. Hey?
Yes.
So that's another thing that some people can mistaken it for.
Well, we're going to be joined in studio just in a couple of minutes with Louisa Brown, who's going to be speaking to us about this particular conversation. As an amputee herself, they have a lot of work that they do with other amputees, but also speaking a little bit more about these experiences. So that's going to be quite a good one. At Channel Africa 1, that's where the conversations are continuing. And our WhatsApp number, +27 63 406 9126.
Stay with us right here on Channel Africa.
Africa in Business on Channel Africa.
The United States was very vocal at the beginning of South Africa's G20 presidency, and this is largely due to strained relations with South Africa at the time, that they were not really keen on participating. Where do they stand right now?
The US is planning to take over the presidency of the G20 next year, and our understanding from them is that they intend to continue to do so, and therefore it is quite difficult then to be in a situation where you are not attending deputies' meetings or discussions during our presidency and then to take over the presidency next year. From a finance track perspective, there has been engagement. We've been working on a communique last week and this week here in Zimbabwe. What's important about that is that it's a consensus document. And so all the members in the room have to agree to the language that is used there. And our US colleagues have been part of those discussions and negotiations.
Bringing the African markets into your home. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Step into the heart of the day on the move with Palisa and Benjamin.
Well, in this hour, it's time for our Live Well conversation right here on the Move. And today we're speaking about the journey of an amputee. It's one marked by both physical and emotional resilience, and recovery extends beyond the fitting of a prosthetic limb. It demands extensive rehabilitation, physiotherapy, and psychological support. And today we're exploring what it truly means to recover, to rebuild, and to rise again after losing a limb. We're joined by Louisa Brown, who's a Netcare Rehabilitation Hospital, from the Netcare Rehabilitation Hospital. She's here in our studios. She works with quite a number of amputees, and she herself is an amputee as well. And she's here to let us know about the experiences she's been through, and of course, what it really means to go through that recovery process. Louisa, thank you so much for coming to our studios and joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You are gorgeous,
Benjamin.
by the way.
Thank you. Have you seen the leg?
I have, and I'm like, it also looks good.
That's like the show stuff.
Actually, I didn't even notice it. Yeah.
But that's the idea.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So thank you for once again for coming to our studios. Let's find out a little bit more about your story, how you ended up being an amputee, and of course, how your life has changed from then.
Okay, so my life changed when I was in a motor vehicle accident way back in 2002. So I have 23 years experience.
Okay.
Wow. As being an amputee. So the journey was, in the beginning, very, as you rightfully said, it's quite a progress that I had to adapt to. And I mean, mine was trauma. So waking up in a hospital bed and finding out that you don't have a limb anymore is like, wow, your whole life is shattered. I've just been married for 1 year.
Okay.
We were planning on having a family and, you know, just doing what married couples do.
Sure.
And then you just find that, okay, this happened. So where do we do now? You have to start from scratch. So at that time, I didn't really had funding to get a proper prosthetic leg. So that was one of my challenges.
Sure.
I had to deal with the emotions. I had to deal with the psychology behind it. And then obviously just taking it step by step and then grow from there. And so what you see here is hard work that I had to put in over the years. And then eventually you'll see the fruit. You'll bear the fruits of it.
How is that? I mean, you wake up the next morning, hey, there's something missing. And it's a very critical body part, which is your leg, right? How do you process it? And after finding out that, and you spoke about that trauma, how do you deal with accepting that, okay, this is the new me?
So for me personally, I think my upbringing, if you take it into a psychological setting, the data that I had helped a lot. So my mental data, if I can call it that.
Sure.
So I had family, I had peer support, I had a strong Christian upbringing.
Wonderful.
So that helped a lot.
Yeah.
And then obviously just coming to grips with the initial shock of you lost a limb. You know, that was like, it was tragic. And obviously I had to make adjustments. It was one day at a time, literally. You're in a hospital where you get people taking care of you. You have a nurse 24 hours. You have people checking up on you, blood pressure. You okay, Mrs. Brown, this, that. And then you get sent home. And that's where you really have to now deal with the little demons, if I can call it that. Mentally, you don't sleep.
Yes.
You wake up with night sweats. You wake up because it was trauma.
Okay.
So then actually realizing that I needed psychological help, I needed emotional assistance, but then it was also just a matter of let's just start, assess it, and then see where we can start and then move forward.
And let's continue speaking about that adjustment process, because I feel like, you know, as we are, when we're born with all our limbs and everything attached, we might take them for granted, right? We take for granted the use of our hands. We take for granted the use of our legs and, you know, how they actually help us be in everyday life. And when you lose that immediately, there is that sense that, oh my goodness, I've taken for granted something that really needed, and I didn't realize how much of an effect it had in my life. And so the adjustment of doing things so differently in everyday life, but also maybe needing assistance that you might not have needed before that.
True, yes. And that is, I mean, that it affects you like physically having to become independent again. That's like a major role. For women, it's completely different because there's the whole, you know, it's my look. I was climbing the corporate ladder at the time, so it's body image.
Sure.
It's my self-image. It's, you know, will I be able to get up instead, you know, just walk around, just doing basic daily life activities. So these things was obviously that I had to learn how to do from scratch. So before the prosthetic leg came, I had to walk on crutches.
Okay.
So it's little things like making up the bed. I give myself a little tap on the shoulder.
Nice.
Going to the bathroom, being able to brush my hair, being able to, so, you know, standing. Obviously, I was a very active person. I was active in sports.
Okay.
I was going to prepare to run the Comrades. And I had all these plans, you know, and all these things that I thought, you know, I was going to succeed in. But it's not possible. It's just it's going to take you a long time to get there again. So the challenges of just getting up every morning, remembering, okay, this is what happened. What are you going to do with that? Do you have the data? Do you have the faith? Do you have that, you know, self-confidence, that courage that you need? And not all amputees have that, unfortunately. And that's what we see on a daily basis.
Let's talk a little bit about how society also describes amputees, because when we were introducing you earlier on, before you came in, I was speaking about how we at times don't understand that not all amputees are disabled. And that's a misperception that we have. Yes, there's some amputees that are disabled, there's some that aren't.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you look at the amputees, the reason for the amputation, So if it's vascular, if it was like diabetes, so that they have a critical or a health issue that they still need to take care of along with the amputation. So that can be very hard on them to make sure that their tablets and medication and whatever they're taking, and then still at the same time being a recovering amputee. So that can actually be draining on one person per se. But for society, people looking at me, I would like to bring awareness wherever I go. So you'll always see me in a shorts, or you'll always see me in a skirt. And it's really not for the attention, but it's just so that people see, I just awaken something in them. And hopefully we can spark a conversation. I know when I walk in the malls, mummies with their kiddies, kids are amazing.
Yes, especially because they're so honest and they just say whatever.
They do, and they look and they want to approach, and then the mummy's like,
they're unfiltered, right?
I'm like, no, leave the kids. I'm here to educate.
Sure.
So let them come, let them ask, let them feel, so that at that age at least they start to recognize, all right, there are people who walk around without limbs or with a prosthetic leg.
Yeah, Luz, I asked that question because right now you are not disabled, right?
Not
because you can walk like the rest of us. Do you think there should be more understanding around that?
There should be. There should be just educating kids from a younger age, educating families, educating your communities, and then the main people, the amputees, just letting them know it's not the end of the world. When we walk around the hospital, when we meet new amputees, just looking at me is like, you can already see the face light up. So, it's like, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
You look like me.
You're
we
fine.
Spark a conversation.
Sure.
So I'll be okay. Of course, there's things that they need to deal with, which we gladly take them with, because at the hospital, there's a multidisciplinary team that walks the road with them.
Yeah.
So we try and make it as easy for them, but at the end of the day, it's totally up to them.
And I want to be speaking about that other side of your journey, right? You have walked your own journey, as you said, which was difficult for you, but I mean, look at you now. But now you also work with amputees, and when you walk towards someone who is in the same position you were when you were 25 and just woke up and you realize that you don't have a limb, there is a little bit of a hopelessness that might be there for that particular person, and you have to sort of deal with that on a daily basis. How do you engage people who are, freshly amputated and they still have a lot to go through as well, and you want to be there to be, a sense of light in their lives?
So it's a sensitive topic for most of them, the majority of them. Because I would say, just assessing them, would be obviously at first glance, you can hear already. Are you hopeless? Have you given up? Or, do you want a prosthetic leg? But it's not just a matter of fitting you with a prosthetic leg. There's work that needs to go into that. Because your fitting, first of all, needs to be comfortable. So there's a lot that goes into that. That's when you need your prosthetist or your orthotist. And these guys need to make sure that fitting is good, your socket, everything that you have, your components in that area. And so just assessing them at first, so like I said, very sensitive depending on where their mind is, because losing a limb, you go through a grieving stage as well. So just trying to figure out, okay, as an amputee, where are you now? So having that conversation, making small talk, and then eventually going in deeper, where I'm like, I'm available if you need to talk, because when we start speaking, then obviously lights go on, questions come, and it's like, okay, but then this, okay, and then Louisa, tell me that, and then Louisa, how do you, little things like, do you take it off when you go to the toilet, kind of thing, do you, so it's like deep, it's personal things that everyone's struggling with. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm the only one who can speak to them on that level. So sometimes we keep it surface, sometimes there's others we just dive in and we go in. And then for me, at the end of the conversation, as long as I've shed light, as long as I've brought motivation and encouragement, and as long as you can see, no, anything is possible. Maybe with a little adaptation here, maybe we need to just change our lifestyle a little bit around, but there's hope at the end of the day.
All right, we're speaking to patient liaison officer at the Netcare Rehabilitation Hospital, Louisa Brown, who is joining us in studio today. And we're trying to break some of the myths around amputees and how do they navigate life, but also more importantly, how do we also change the way we see amputees? It's such an important way to have this conversation with someone who has actually experienced it. Stay Stay with us. We'll continue the conversation after the break.
Are you fluent in French, Chinyanja, Portuguese, and Kiswahili? Are you passionate about radio? And are you looking to work in South Africa? Do you have papers that qualify you to work in South Africa? In that case, we might have an opportunity for you to work for Channel Africa. Send us your CV and demo at newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Remember, if you don't hear from us within 14 days, it means you have not made it or you have not been selected. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Balisa and Benjamin, fuel your day with fresh African perspective on Channel Africa.
All right, it's 22 minutes past 11 o'clock Central African time. We've got a studio guest today who's joining us in the Auckland's Park studios. Actually, you're not stationed far away. You're just here at the Netcare in the building behind us. And we're speaking to our guest on this wonderful conversation on amputees. How do we see them? How do they adjust? But also, how do you actually live even beyond the stereotypes? We're speaking to patient liaison officer Louisa Brown, who is an amputee as well, but she works with patients at the Netcare Rehabilitation Hospital. I mean, how did that happen, that transition from helping others? Because you're someone who was experiencing this yourself. I nearly said you were a victim, you know, that's the language, you know, but like, let's talk a little bit about that transition, moving from actually experiencing it and say, actually, I want to be part of the change.
Yes. So, okay, I have a very interesting history. So, somehow between giving birth, having a prosthetic leg. So I gave birth to twins a year after I lost my leg. And then having to go through that and then having two gorgeous little babies, wanting gorgeous photos of them. Got out of a camera. Took some pictures. No, this isn't working for me. Let's go for photography course. Go there, fall in love with photography. Okay, let's do this.
Sure.
At the same time, I'm in the corporate world. I'm back there. Okay, so luckily they're financing it without knowing it. So going into the corporate field, still busy with the road accident fund assessment, getting that, because you know that can be a long, a daunting process. But getting to the point where everything's finalized, I could be paying for prosthetic legs. So that was about 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. But in that 3 years, I had to fund it myself.
Okay.
So my very first prosthetic leg was awful, but I pushed through.
Okay.
I had to make it
What was
work.
awful about it?
So the fit, first of all.
Okay.
And it was what I could afford.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just had to, it's like, okay, that's fine. I went to the orthotist. I'm like, yes, a few money that I have.
Yeah.
Do something
Give me
with
something.
it.
Yeah.
And he was like, a shame, this poor girl. Okay, let's get something, you know, put it on.
So
and there you go.
Is it something like that? Because it does money factor into getting a good prosthetic.
No, it does. Finances play a very big role. Funding is it's a major role. So with me, luckily, RAF, as much as they have their own things, the minute you are secured and you have an undertaking, mine is 100%, so they cover, you know, all accident-related issues. So with your funding, your medical aid and all of that, you can get cover. Unfortunately, if you're in government hospital or in the private sector, a little bit difficult because there's a wait list there. Patients don't get fitted at all sometimes, and some of them give up hope.
Yes.
So by the time they do get fitted, they've already lost what we give them at the rehabilitation hospital. And that's that first response where we immediately respond to whatever, you know, we see is amiss in your life. So holistically. And then going back to the corporate, if you're looking at the public sector, completely different. You know, so it's amputation waiting list. So 2-3 years, whatever the case may be, they get fitted with a prosthesis. Doesn't fit them at all. They just decide, not for me, I'll use the crutches, thank you.
Okay.
So there's like a whole different, you know, if you look at that web, it's not just because it's not available, there's a shortage, or you need to speak to the person to find out, why do you decide to walk with crutches? Why do you decide to remain in a wheelchair when there's all these other options?
So I interrupted you there. You were still telling us about your transition. Sorry, because I just found it interesting. But you can go back and tell us that transition. Sure.
Yes. So then eventually I ended up at the Netcare Rehabilitation Hospital. We couldn't, the authorities there just did an assessment for road accident fund. and that's Heinrich cell prosthetics. So he then, amazing prosthetist. I went in there with this prosthetic, and he was like, this is not right.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the kind of guy he is. And that's my kind of guy.
Sure.
Because if you see something wrong, he just did. He just fixed. He just put alignment a little bit into place. Say you need that.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, this guy, sounds like he knows what he's
doing. Yeah.
And I was like to the other dude, I'm checking out. I'm going to the Netcare Rehabilitation Hospital, and I've been his patient ever since, probably for about 15 years.
Okay.
Wow.
And so with my kids going back to school, done with school,
Yes.
going to varsity and all that, I kind of feel a bit bored at home.
Yes.
Because I was the hands-on mom all
Yeah.
these years. And so being at home, I just reached out, and I'm like, when I go for my checkups, he normally asks me to speak to some of the amputees that are there. And I felt that it just came naturally. I'm sure he saw the potential in me as well, how I could can motivate them. And I approached them, and I'm like, I'm at home and I get bored. Photography is there and the other things that I do, but, maybe I can help out at the office. And that's how it's all right. Let's fine. Let's give it a try. We'll give you 3 months try and see how it goes. And it's been a year and almost 2 years.
Oh, that's cool.
There is a life that you lived before your amputation and a life afterwards. And what really caught my attention is you giving birth to twins and your children, a year after your amputation. That means that your children only know you as, mother who was amputated, whereas you had a different life before that. Let's speak about that transition, especially with the patients that you speak about, how they have to adjust their past life to their new life. And of course, the new people in their lives will know them exactly as who they are now, and the people that they bump into will know them as the person with an amputation, whereas they know themselves and their past life as something completely different.
Yes, Malisa, that is true, because now the whole family is involved, and something like this affects your family. It's not just you. I've noticed that. So now you have to take care of yourself, and you have to be concerned about how do they see me? And I mean, it's just amazing that my kids, for them, when their friends would ask them, it's like, it's normal.
Yes. Yeah.
I went to crèche with my son one day, and all his friends were there, and he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Yeah. And he was like, Mom, you were wearing a shorts. I'm like, yeah, boy. And he says, so everyone was looking, and the kids asked. I said, just tell them your mom's a robot, dude. And he's like, yeah, all right. So the following day he goes and probably had this cool conversation with the kids. The next day when I went to pick them up, I was like, Trey's mom, Trey's mom, what can we see? And so that kind of thing. So that's me, so I can understand other amputees will have difficulty, and their families and their kids, obviously depending on how old they are. But most of the amputees I see do have their family support. We do make them aware that Rehabilitation Hospital do have their family meetings, getting all the key players involved. So you need that peer support, and you do need your children and that too. But I think also it's once again how the amputee sees themselves. Yeah. So it's how I see myself, and that I will give off to whoever looks at me. I want to make you feel comfortable. I want my family to be included. I want to, like now, I WhatsApped everyone, guys. I'm here, so everyone's tuning in.
Oh,
right
lovely.
Now. Yeah. So we're all watching and we're all cheering kind of thing. And, so that's sort of like the energy that you bring to the table, and I think your kids and your family will feed off that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have to wrap it up there. We've run out of time. Thank you so much for coming in, Louisa. I know, 20 minutes feels like 2 minutes when you're on radio, but it was such a pleasure to chat to you. You really do lighten up a room. I can imagine how beneficial you are where you work. That's Louisa Brown, patient liaison officer who works with amputees at the Netcare Rehabilitation Hospital right here in Auckland Park, South Africa. It's 11:30 Central Africa time. Once again, let's get our latest sports news.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
We start off with basketball news. The opening day of the 2025 FIBA Under-16 Afro-Basket belonged to Angola and Cameroon, who defeated their East African opponents after fierce competition. Cameroon beat Uganda 57-50 in a Group B matchup. 3 hours later, Angola held the host team Rwanda scoreless in overtime to win 67-56. Now that they have secured their first win, Cameroon feels confident enough to face Guinea on the 5th of September. Uganda, on the other hand, finds itself in a dire situation where it must win its next game to stay in the running. On to rugby news. Springbok winger Cheslin Colby appreciates the history staring his side in the face at Eden Park in Auckland. But he says he is more interested in testing himself against the best team in the world when South Africa meet New Zealand in round 3 of the Rugby Championship. The Springboks say they are determined to focus on the job at hand and not get caught up by the history of the fixture.
We're playing against the number 1 team currently at the moment, and that's where you wanna come up against and measure yourself as an individual and as a team, where you're at and if you're still on par. So yeah, definitely excited, and I haven't played at Eden Park before, but I've heard a lot of great talks and memories that's been here. So yeah, super excited if that opportunity does come this coming weekend.
The Springboks are on a 4-match winning run against the All Blacks, stretching back to the Qatar Airways Cup match at Twickenham 2 years ago. However, the last time the Boks played the All Blacks in New Zealand, they lost at the Mount Smart Stadium in Auckland. Springbok Player of the Year is Cheslin Colby.
What happened in the past it's in the past. There's a lot that can change within a season, and we've learned a lot up until now. And that's just how we see this game, is to keep improving and developing personally and as a group, and just stay focused on every task that's at hand.
Let's go back to basketball again, where Italy shrugged off a slow start to their big name matchup with Spain and rallied for a 67-63 win to celebrate booking their sport in the round of 16 of the FIBA Eurobasket 2025. Italy had already secured their ticket to Riga before the game when Georgia downed Cyprus for a 3-1 record, extending their streak of advancing from the group stage to 5 straight tournaments. Italy's victory over Spain continues what could be considered a dominance over the 4-time European champions. Italy have lost just 5 times in now 20 meetings against Spain, including wins in 11 of the last 13 games. Let's wrap it up with tennis news. Former world number 1 Novak Djokovic has reached his 14th US Open semi-final in New York and is on course for a record 25th Grand Slam singles title. The 38-year-old Serb reinforced his superiority over the vast majority of the active players, beating 4th seed Taylor Fritz of the United States 6-3, 7-5, 3-6 and 6-4 in the quarterfinal match. The 7th seed will now play world number 2 Carlos Alcaraz of Spain in one of the semi-finals. Alcaraz downed Czech Jiří Lehenčka in straight sets. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Figile Ngwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa in Business on Channel Africa.
The United States was very vocal at the beginning of South Africa's G20 presidency, and this is largely due to strained relations with South Africa at the time, that they were not really keen on participating. Where do they stand right now?
The US is planning to take over the presidency of the G20 next year, and our understanding from them is that they intend to continue to do so, and therefore it is quite difficult then to be in a situation where you are not attending deputies' meetings or discussions during our presidency and then to take over the presidency next year. From a finance track perspective, there has been engagement. We've been working on a communique last week and this week here in Zimbabwe. What's important about that is that it's a consensus document. And so all the members in the room have to agree to the language that is used there. And our US colleagues have been part of those discussions and negotiations.
Bringing the African markets into your home. Channel Africa, the African Perspective.
Thank you, Figile Ngwati, for that final sports update for this morning. And of course, with our final business news for the morning is Thabiso Lehogo.
Business news on Channel Africa, the African Perspective.
Thanks, Palesa, and good morning.
The UN Food and Agriculture Organization says that gender equality remains a huge concern for women employed in sub-Saharan Africa's agri-food systems. A new report has exposed the pervasive gender inequalities in sub-Saharan Africa, despite women powering half the agri-food workforce. According to the report, approximately 3 out of 4 working women are employed in agri-food systems, and women make up 49% of the agri-food systems workforce in sub-Saharan Africa. The organization's senior gender officer, Clara Park.
Informal work is what allows women to juggle care, domestic responsibility, looking after their children, and productive work. So that is also telling us that the social safety nets and the infrastructure that allows women to work and at the same time take care of their babies or their family is still not in place.
South African fashion retailer Woolworths has reported a 23.9% decline in full-year headline earnings due to a weaker-than-expected performance from its Australian clothing chain, Country Road Group. On a comparable basis, headline earnings per share fell to 268.1 South African cents in the 52 weeks ended the 29th of June. Group adjusted earnings before interest, tax and amortization declined by 3.8% to $495.35 million but beat average analysts' estimates of 7.6 billion rand. The South African Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Social Development says it has been given assurance that the measures will be put in place to ensure a smooth transition for the social grant beneficiaries to migrate from SASSA gold cards to black ones. This is after the South African Reserve Bank gazetted a variation notice giving Postbank the green light to generate a new secure key and replace the remaining SASSA gold cards with upgraded black cards. Bridget Masango is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development in Parliament.
They were even talking about making sure that even schools are approved for this process, because what happened in the past iteration of the switching of cards, the sites were concentrated in urban areas, while the people in the rural areas had to travel long distances to get their cards.
Kenya's private sector activity contracted in August, but at a slower pace than the previous months, with improved performance in the manufacturing and wholesale and retail sectors, cushioning that of agriculture, construction and services. The Stanbic Bank Kenya Purchasing Managers Index rose to 49.4 in August from 46.8 in July, which was a year low. Readings above 50 indicate growth in the business activity, while those below that signal contraction. A British Finance Minister, Rachel Reeves, will deliver her annual budget later in November. The announcement comes at a time of renewed financial market scrutiny in Britain, with worries about the UK's ability to keep its finances under control, helping push 30-year borrowing costs to their highest level since 1998. Reeves and Prime Minister Keir Starmer are struggling to meet mounting demands for spending from already stretched public finances. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,530 naira. Botswana 13 pula 30, Kenya 128 shilling 452, and Zambia 23 kwacha 65. The BRICS countries in Brazil, the dollar there will cost you R5.45. Russia, 80 rubles 553. India, 88 rupees 55. China, 7 yuan 14. And in South Africa, the dollar will cost you 17 rand 67 cents. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Gold is trading at $3,530 and platinum is at $1,400 per ounce. Brent crude oil is at $68.98 a barrel. For any business stories you would like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459 for Channel Africa Business in Johannesburg. I'm Tabiso Lohoko.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Ukatili wa kijinsia unaharibu maisha na kutenga jamii. Hutokea nyumbani, shuleni, kazini na mara nyingi kwa ukimya. Lakini hauwezi kuendelea. Ukiona, ongea. Ikiwa unaumia, funguka, kwa sababu kutofanya lolote sio chaguo. Sikiliza vituo vyote 19 vya redio kuanzia Jumatano ya tarehe 23 Julai kwenye mijadala, ushauri, tamthilia, maonyesho ya elimu na mahojiano na wataalamu, manusura, watunga sheria na nchi nzima iliyoathirika na ukatili wa kijinsia kwenye vituo vyako pendwa vya redio. Piga simu 0800 428 428 ili kuripoti unyanyasaji au kupata msaada. GBV ikomeshwe na wewe. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwenu na shirika la SABC.
#On the move and connect with us.
Strawberry on ice. Yeah. Bodies. Shake me. They don't know your flavor. But girl, I wanna eat you up. Me not to try to save ya. I'm just trying to fill you up. Root girl, talk to me nice with the one in who girl. Sugar medicine, me know you want it too, girl. See, I rally on green, white and blue, girl. This is how I move, girl. Baby, me not come here for play. I did it. Baby, just slow wine. Bang, bang, bang. Step up in the club with my gang. Girl, Faji Alaji. Call me your daddy. So much fun that you can't imagine. No, I ain't tryna waste time, baby, come on. So let me give it to you now, cause I want more. And you know that I'ma put it down. Carida, I'ma carida, nigga, carida. If I call you on your cellular, say you go. Baby, let me give it to you now, be a nipple. And you know that I'ma put it down. Carida, I'ma carida. Strawberries on ice. Okay. That's my flavor, what kind ever. African girl with the flavor. And baby, hold on, make we take off. I can't get this out of my mind. Come show me all the things that I like. What you want, baby, I ain't sorry. I love the way you put it all on me. Oh, barefoot, baby, oh yeah, barefoot, oh yeah, almost barefoot, go, oh yeah, try to go, strawberries are nice. Okay. That's my flavor, what kind ever. African girl with the flavor. And baby, hold on, make we take off. No, I ain't tryna waste time, baby, come on. So give it to you now, cause I want more. And you know that I'ma put it down. Carida, I'ma carida, nigga, cardigo. If I call you on your cellular, say you go. Baby, let me give it to you now, be an Igbo. And you know that I'ma put it down. Carida, I'ma carida. Strawberry on
Benjamin
ice.
Mushatama and Palisatawo on the move.
I promise I'll never get tired. Even though I got a girl, you're my side chick. I call you my girl, never might be. Best of both worlds, you a hybrid. All your exes were a little short-sighted, cause they never ever saw the right shit. That's why I buy you do your never like it. You really changed my mindset, cause I used to go for girls who are light-skinned. When you drop it to the floor, girl, I like it. When you drop it to the floor, girl, I like it. I like your curly hair and your physique, baby. You unique, baby. You so complete, baby. Never conform. I swear you got it all. I always think about the first time we got it all. Back up for me. Oh, baby, won't you back up for me? Cause I could get you wetter, set up, living better. I could show you levels never achieved. set up, living better. I could show you levels never achieved. Me and this lady got a thing going on, and ain't nobody know about it. Keep it on the low, ain't nobody gotta know, baby. That's just how it goes. That's my baby, that's my baby, that's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. That's my baby, that's my baby, that's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. You're my baby girl. Tender sun, 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 tender sun.
Casper Nyovest, this is Baby Girl. Before that, gave you Strawberry on Ice with Emerson featuring Davido on that one, 11:50 Central Africa time. What a great chat we had with Louisa Brown, who is an amputee and patient liaison officer at the Netcare Hospital, just around the corner from here. She's so cool.
She's really cool.
She's so
cool.
cool.
I love the leg as well. It's like very robotic and like looks
quite advanced.
Yeah, it's pretty.
If I was one of her son's friends at school and they said my mom is a robot, I think I would believe them.
I would believe them as well. But you know what? It's the story of courage.
Yeah.
It's a story of not letting circumstances define you, but someone who just overcame and say, okay, I had this setback. It's not a small setback. We're not minimizing how hard it is for many people to lose a body part. It's not easy at all. And to make that comeback and say, I'm not only just going to wallow in this, but I'm actually also going to help others, is an amazing, courageous story of hope.
So inspiring as well. Let us know what you think about that one. Hopefully you were following on our live stream on Facebook or on YouTube, and you would get to sort of embrace and see what we were interacting with, or who we were interacting with here in studio. What an incredible moment. It's 11:50 Central Africa time. We're not done yet. We're still on the move.
Je, una jambo lolote akilini mwako? Je, una shauku kuhusu maswala muhimu? Na je, una maoni ambayo unataka yasikike? Kweli, hili jukwaa ni la kwako. Piga simu au tuandikie kwenda WhatsApp namba alama ya kujumulisha 2760552594 na tutakupigia simu.
Mtangazaji wa habari zetu za Afrika Kusini mjini Johannesburg.
Hivyo unaweza kuwa mshirika kwenye matangazo yetu. Sio mazungumzo tu, ni fursa yako ya kuchangia maoni yako na kushirikiana na jumuiya ya wasikilizaji wanaotamani mtazamo wako. Tufuate kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Tembelea tovuti yetu www.channelafrica.co.za na uwe tayari kushiriki na kuchangia maoni yako kwenye Channel Africa. Channel Africa, mtazamo wa Kiafrika.
Heritage Month is a time to remember where we come from and celebrate where we are going. Channel Africa. Catch us on DSTV channel 802. Channel Africa and you have got something in common. The thirst for knowledge.
Eternal Africa.
Greatness. DJ Natil.
Fonya kitleti muke. Omukele baradarite. Uskili magutsi uskili. Fonya kitleti muke. Omukele baradarite. Uskili magutsi uskili. Skanju the one wang you. jaga chango. Dot nalema bantu. Force slow like I'm a ramko. Shonila. Kasta sera ikuzwa. Outside la letoga ituba. 60 la fuga.
Ngo to buffet. No ma get so come on love. Body on che. I thought I don't mind the pepe dem. Don't eat tomato. Casting go be. Apato pepe the jawa machine. I don't wanna hear shit. I don't wanna hear say you did with another man. We your body do it. I know we like that because you with another man. I don't wanna hear shit. I don't wanna hear say you did with another man. We your body do it. I know I don't wanna see you with nobody. Don't wanna see with nobody.
DJ Neptune.
Fonia kids let's okay. Fonia kids let's okay.
DJ Neptune.
Fonia kids let's okay. Fonia kids let's okay.
Baby, this your body, no be yeah. I tell you, say you fine, you know they care. Me, I know me dundee. I see you with the soji. Anyway, me, I know go get. Not only you, I the one I swear. So don't waste time, baby, my rose. Ooh yeah, cause if it you, I want. If it you, I they want. Oh, I go prove my love. I go risk it all. Oh, I don't wanna hear say. I don't wanna hear say you there with another man. The way your body rotate, I know we like that because you with another man. I don't wanna hear say. I don't wanna hear say you there with another man. The way your body rotate, I know I don't wanna see you with nobody. Don't wanna see you with nobody.
DJ Neptune.
Hey, that's DJ Neptune and Nobody's that one featuring Joy Boy and Mr. Easy. It takes us to 11:55 Central African time. We've had so much of a great conversation today, but to bring you more great content is Lulu Gabu to make sure that you're updated on what's happening on the African continent.
Lulu, you couldn't wait for spring.
I couldn't.
Yeah, no, she's got all the dresses
Immediately,
out.
she was just like, yes.
No.
How big is Lulu's closet?
Oh, I wonder. Tell us, Lulu.
This winter was brutal.
It was long.
Who says
It was
it
long.
was not, will not be.
As
is
soon
not
as it was
being
a
honest.
day before spring,
She started wearing her t-shirts.
Lulu was like, "Hey, it's spring, I'm going in."
No, because you know what? I don't do well in the cold, so
Yeah.
I love the sun. I'm enjoying this. I'm thriving in this. So
Cool.
yes.
What's coming up on the show?
All right, so coming up today, we're going to be speaking to our correspondent in Burkina Faso, Eduardo Sambo. Burkina Faso has passed a law banning homosexuality. We have been seeing this in, the east and the west part of the African continent, and it is quite worrying. So we will unpack this. We will be speaking to Eduardo as to what does it mean. I mean, people who are found guilty will face up to 5 years imprisonment. So there's a lot to unpack on that front. And then also, we're going to be speaking to another correspondent in the DRC. That's Jimmy Shukrani Bakomera. This is in regards to the government of the DRC accusing the M23 rebels of committing human rights abuses and forced recruitment of of young people.
Sure.
So there's a lot happening there. I mean, we spoke to Dr. Matanga yesterday, and he was quite brutally honest and calling for a number of ways of how this needs to be resolved, the issues in the DRC. So whether it will be, they will listen as leaders, we are yet to see that. So all that and more coming up in Africa Update today.
Thank you, Lulu. That is the Africa Update from 12 to 1 p.m. Central Africa time. We'll be back once again tomorrow. We've had a fantastic day with you. Thank you for engaging and thank you for tuning in. Keep tuning in. Channel Africa is the right place to be for that African perspective. Have a great day.
Hey, don't go anywhere. We leave you with Ruga. This one is titled JJ.
Inside the bin bag, so why won't she be bitter? She ordered a good man, but she got a bad man. She not feel live without social media, stalking me with a Finsta, yeah. And she dey try make me a mister. Anybody got time for that, Tamina? As you can see, you need plan B. Pregnancy is not for me. Tread carefully, rationally. No try put me for trouble, girl. She asking, boy, what are we? We better be what we have been. No stress me, no fast forward me. She want to tackle me with a dream bull tete. And I dey ball like JJ. I dey play home and away. And I dey give them gege, tete. Me with a dream bull JJ. And I dey bring my gege. Cause I dey give them gege. She want to dance with kukuruku. Next thing she wanted me to, if it is impromptu, she's still coming through. She also gives emotional support too. These girls don't know what they want. Sometimes they want love, also want to do short time. You can't love me, you just they waste your time. Anybody got time for that time, you know? As you can see, you need plan B. Pregnancy is not for me. Tread carefully, rationally. No try put me for trouble, girl. She asking, boy, what are we? We better be what we have been. No stress me, no fast forward me. She want to tackle me with a dream bull tete. And I dey ball like JJ. I dey play home and away. And I dey give them gay.
We are on Open Audio Day. Channel 628.
To you live from Johannesburg in South Africa on Channel Africa from an African perspective. I'm Lulu Gabu. I'm in studio with Matapela Mahapi, Musibudi Makura and Chanduko Ligege. Coming up in this hour.
It was imminent. Yes, it was just a matter of time. So as they went through the process of the in-camera hearing, I was not surprised.
Ghana's president has removed the nation's chief justice.
I have seen cases where a mother or the whole family couldn't have children.
And Rwanda's parliament has approved a law that permits women to carry a pregnancy on behalf of another individual or family. But first up, the news with Matapela Mahape, followed by our sports update with Msibudi Makura.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu, and good afternoon. For the first time, Rwanda's parliament has approved a law that permits a woman to carry a pregnancy on behalf of another individual or family. Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. This new legislation now awaiting publication in the formal government gazette provides a legal protection to families who had little hope of having children. Experts in health and psychology have called for caution, noting the importance for monitoring this new law closely to avoid potential issues within families. Channel Africa's correspondent Silvana Sakaramera reports.
Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family, conditional upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. The law outlines important requirements for the surrogate mother, which includes attending hospital visit as prescribed by her doctor, avoiding behaviors that could endanger the unborn child, as well as maintaining a close relationship with the child's prospective parents throughout the pregnancy. Healthcare institutions are required to manage the entire surrogacy process. Experts say this new law brings joy to many couples who had lost hope of conceiving.
And Malawian President Lazarus Chakwera has approved the Presidential Parliament and Local Government Elections Amendment Bill. The amendment provides for polling staff, candidate and political staff representatives, as well as officers from security agencies, to cast their votes at the polling stations where they are deployed. General elections are scheduled for September 16th to elect the President, the 229 members of the National Assembly and 509 local government councillors. SADC has deployed the Electoral Observation Mission headed by the Honourable Themba N. Masuku, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. On to this now. South Africa's Deputy Chief Justice Dustin Mlambo says that the South African judiciary will not blindly adopt artificial intelligence. He was speaking ahead of the J20 summit of the Constitutional Court and Supreme Courts at the Sandton Convention Centre in Johannesburg. The summit forms a part of activities leading to the 2025 G20 summit taking place in November. The event seeks to give international judicial bodies an opportunity to exchange ideas on contemporary legal matters. Mlambo says the country has a lot to learn from other countries attending the meeting.
AI is seriously beneficial from a research point of view, and we hope to harness it in such a way that it relieves judges from doing all the menial paper-based tasks and use AI to deal with that. But they still remain to exercise their discretion in the decisions, because we are careful. We don't want people to start thinking that AI is deciding their cases. We remain in control. So from a research point of view, from a case allocation point of view, from a case management point of view, AI has been shown in other jurisdictions like Kenya, Morocco and Rwanda that it can be very beneficial and speed up issues.
Australia is expected to pass a law on Thursday making it easier to deport non-citizens to third countries, reviving criticism from human rights groups that it was dumping refugees in small islands, states, and drawing comparisons with Trump policies. As the United States seeks Pacific Islands nations willing to accept deported non-citizens, Australia last Friday signed a deal with Nauru to resettle hundreds of people who have been denied refugee visas because of criminal convictions. The planned new law removes procedural fairness when Australia deports a non-citizen to a third country and is designed to limit court appeals, said the government. It is expected to pass in Australia's parliament after the opposition Liberal Party said it would support the move. On to this now. Mauritius, Botswana and Namibia have emerged as the most peaceful countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The Global Peace Index GPI 2025 reports that these three countries with thriving tourism industries attracting honeymooners, wildlife lovers and adventure travelers respectively lead in peace and security. Conflict-ridden South Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Sudan took the last three spots in the Global Peace Index. The GPI placed Iceland on the first spot in the world, leading across all three domains: safety and security, ongoing conflict and militarization. It's followed by Ireland, which continues to put peace at the forefront. For any news stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I am Matapela Mahape.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
And coming up in your sports news this hour, Pat Cummins to take rehab risks to be fit for the upcoming Ashes, while Arina Sabalenka gets a walkover into the US Open following a Marketa Vondrousova injury. I'll have details of these and other stories at the bottom of the hour.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
Well, thank you to Matapela Mohapi with our news update and Msibudi Makura with our sports headlines. It is 12:07 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa on DSTV's audio bouquet channel 802, OpenView channel 628, and on www.channelafrica.co.za, as well as on the SABC Plus app, available on the Apple and Google Play stores. And join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1. On Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 at 406 9126 #Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. And if you have any stories that you'd like us to highlight or to focus on, send us an email. It is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or give us a call on +2711 714 4459.
Tune in and turn up the volume. This is Channel Africa.
Today on #Africa Updates Ask, we focus on Ghana, with Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama having removed the West African nation's Chief Justice effective immediately. How much do you know about the role and the integrity of a Chief Justice in a country? That's our question to you. Let us know your thoughts and your views on all our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 as 406 9126 #Africa Update Us.
AUSISA, the Association of Water and Sanitation Institution of South Africa, is a platform uniting Africa's water professionals. This November, Africa leads the conversation on water and sanitation. Join global and African leaders at the AUSISA Africa and Global South Dialogue 2025 from the 9th till the 12th of November at the Emperor's Palace, Johannesburg. From policy innovation, this is where action meets collaboration for a water-secure future. Register today at ausisa-watersan-dialogue.org or follow at AUSISA on social media. AUSISA, working together for sustainable water and sanitation security in Africa. Your window to the continent and beyond. Africa Update, only on Channel Africa. Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
It is 9 minutes after 12 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Burkina Faso has passed a law banning homosexuality. Those found guilty will face up to 5 years in prison as well as fines. Burkina Faso becomes the latest African country to ban homosexuality, joining more than half of African countries that penalize the sexual orientation with either prison sentences or the death penalty. And for more on this, we are joined on the line by our correspondent in Burkina Faso, Eduardo Sambo. Eduardo, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Yes, good morning.
Now, Eduardo, this new law expected to go into effect immediately. Has this been done, and what is the reaction on the ground?
Yes, it was a surprise, and people were astonished when they understand that the government had decided to act for the future, that in Burkina Faso, if your sexual orientation is homosexuality, you can be put into jail for 5 years. You can also be punished according to the law. And it was a surprise because of what happened in Burkina Faso today. The emergency situation is not for homosexuality. It is against terrorism. But when the government decided to adopt this position, and they explained that it is because of the cultural cultural situation, so that to give an orientation, to explain clearly that Burkina Faso has its own culture, and his own culture can be focused about marriage, and marriage is between a man and a woman, not a man and a man and a man and a woman and a woman. So it is, they say that according to today in Burkina Faso, we have to know for the future and the new generation, and to teach them that we can be influenced by Western culture. We can also be influenced by others, but we have to know that there are some cue, there are point, there are some keys, and there are principles cannot be modified. This principle is like marriage, cultural situation like marriage. There is no, they will not, it will not be acceptable for Burkina Faso to say that one day in Burkina Faso we have homosexuality. But at the same way, even you are doing your homosexuality in a private term, like in your room, there is no problem, because the law is not focused the private what happened in private areas. The law is focused on what happened in public areas, so that if you are doing your sexual intercourses in your room, in your ground, and there is no effect on public opinion, there is no problem. There is no problem on this case. But today, it is very important to know that the law decided to punish 5 years for those who opt for homosexuality. And until today, homosexuality is forbidden in Burkina Faso. And this situation has come like a surprise among the population.
Now, Eduardo, let's talk about the population in Burkina Faso. In terms of figures, you may not have the exact figures, but of the GBVI community. What's the numbers? What sort of numbers are we looking at when we talk of this community?
Oh yes, when we talk about the community, it is very difficult to identify the percentage. But what we can say is that people say that those who are women who are defenders say that there is a few persons who has, or Burkina Faso who has this orientation, this sexual orientation. So that it means that the law now is focusing on this kind of groups in order to allow this group becoming very big in the future. That's the first point. The second point is, according to the national culture of Burkina Faso, there are many persons who are religious. There are Muslims, there are Catholics, there are also traditional ones. And according to this culture, the internship culture in Burkina Faso, it is not acceptable for people to see a man and a man, and woman and a woman, and they say that they get married. Though it is understandable. It is not understandable. So, according to this, and to continue preserve this kind of culture, in it there is to protect those who are in those who are practicing the old culture. When I say the old culture is traditional marriage between a man and a woman, and to protect them and to continue and assure people that and Burkina Faso can respect this old culture. It's why they say that these few persons of homosexuality will not be permitted to continue practicing their orientation.
Now, Eduardo, just going back to the LGBTQI community, in terms of their not public display, but is it known who they are? Won't it be a case of these individuals being targeted, or are they just we have different types of people, and some may be flamboyant and out there and outspoken, and others just calm about who they are. Do you have that situation in Burkina Faso? Are people known? Are people out there?
Yeah, sometimes people say that there are a little few. Sometimes because of when you try to see all the ground of Burkina Faso, and you try to focus on those who are in the group of LGBTIQ, and you ask, you will not find someone who will say, I am. It means that there are a little few, and these people, they are not openly known. They are existing. Now, in privately, certainly people are practicing this, but publicly is not known. Then according to that, there is no list where they are identified, because the law and the culture is not authorized people to be identified like homosexual.
Yes. Now,
So
Eduardo,
people
just
are-
in
people are
wrapping
there-
up, you spoke of different communities and different religious groupings in the country, as in any other country. And, what is the response to this new law with regards to how people feel, and are they voicing out whatever feelings they have?
We have 2 points of view. The first point of view say that Burkina Faso is facing terrorism, and the main solution is not to fight against terrorism, is not to vote laws against homosexuality. It is to bring peace. These are this part of religious and citizens, and the other parts of religion say that sometimes it is important to protect the future generation. So that adopting this kind of law is to protect and to set clearly that we have an identical culture, and this identical culture must be protected and must not be influenced by Western culture. You know that people consider that homosexuality is a Western culture, and because of the mentality of the people, it means that they need to take time to understand more this kind of culture, so that they say that according to the sacred scriptures, like those who are using Bible and those who are using Quran, they also say that according to their culture, it is forbidden. So that religious, a big part of religion support this law, because of this law is like the continuing of their own culture. Because of according to the traditional culture, there is no homosexuality taught in the families. Every time is marriage between a man and a woman. So that today, when you are religious, like you are in this kind of mentality, and when homosexuality comes, it's like an influence. Then this kind of influence is not acceptable by those of practicing religious systems.
All right, Eduardo, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to leave it here for today. That's our correspondent in Burkina Faso, Eduardo Sambo, joining us on the line.
Africa. It's time to plug into the heartbeat of the continent. Tune in to Channel Africa, your go-to radio station that broadcasts in 5 different languages.
L'Afrique du Sud célèbre la journée nationale du
Kabla hujaitwa kwa jina la Double K or more of our forests have been destroyed.
Partido Africano da Independência da Guiné.
See, Channel Africa represents every corner of this amazing land. From Lagos to Cape Town, Nairobi to Dakar, we've got you covered with the freshest news, music, and cultures. So, turn up the volume, feel the rhythm. And join the conversation. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Kapu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
It is 21 after 12 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. The government of the Democratic Republic of Congo has accused the M23 rebels of committing human rights abuses and forced recruitment of young people. A Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior and Security, Jacquemin Shabani, addressed a news conference saying they had found human rights violations in the DRC's North and South Kivu provinces. For more on this, we are joined on the line by our correspondent in the DRC as Jimmy Shukrani Bakomera. Jimmy, good afternoon and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Lulu.
Now, Jimmy, tell us more about these allegations of human rights abuses and forced recruitment.
Yes, so of course, in the press conference held in Kinshasa, the Minister of Interior Security, Jacquemain Chaban, have just accused them 23 just to the violation of human rights just in the areas which are right now controlled by them 23. And he precise that these have just go so far even in the question sector. The Minister of Interior Security have just emphasizing some things like allegation which the government or maybe have repatriated since the M23 is in Goma, and in front of press he told that there is some cases which registered in last week, but things which on its side the M23 is trying to denying, saying this is the new fundament of Kinshasa. The Minister of Interior Security have just back with the sector education, saying the M23 is trying to violate the sector, the education sector, something which is happening according to the minister in the areas which are under control by the M23. And about the education, the minister said this is happening when the day before yesterday, the M23 have just procedure for the launch of the new school year in Goma and Bukavu, things which the Minister of Interior Security have just recognized like a violation. Instead of the M23 say this, it's a calendar which proclaimed by government of Kinshasa. So then, as the school or the children, the education sector is unpolitic, they could do this. But all these the allegation are denied by the M23, saying that are the fundament of the government of Kinshasa, Lulu.
Now, the Eastern DRC has been plagued by conflicts for decades. Now, have these types of allegations surfaced previously?
Some reports, you've just understand, due for the human rights and the government of Congo, they just accuse always the IFM 23 to commit or to violate the human right in the areas under control. Previously, of course, reports have just given, and the M23 have just recorded them, but the only response, the M23 is only to deny and saying the government of Kinshasa is trying to found this in order to see how it can gain some things like brilliance just in people, because there are some people who are in the area and controlled by the M23. So the only response which the M23 gave and which he gave until now is to deny it, saying this cannot happen in the area which they control for now.
Just they are denying these allegations, but also they've accused the DRC government of not wanting peace in the region. Now, in July, the DRC as well as the AFC signed a ceasefire deal in Doha, but this was not observed for long. I mean, have any of these parties involved said anything about the deal as well as the talks, and why the finger pointing still continues?
Yes, before yesterday, before yesterday was in a press conference held in Goma, where the coordinator of the M23 just emphasizing and accused the government of Kinshasa also to violate the human rights in the area which they are controlling. And we asked this question to say to the peace agreement on the talks in Doha in Qatar, and M23 in a sentence he said that the only one they want is to see peace reign in the area they are controlling and to go forward in other areas. So the coordinator of M23 informed and accepted that the delegation of the M23 will be represented wherever way the talks will be held. For now, he told to the press that in Doha, the delegation of M23 must be in Doha because they are prioritize peace, something which maybe they are consider that a pledge of the government of Kinshasa. But on the side of government, they don't accept to put everything in clear. But you see, there are two parties, opposite parties, but them 23 on his side. He told to press that the delegation will be in Doha and anywhere where peace talks will be held.
Now, let's look at what the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, said on Friday, or did on Friday, rather, where he met with the AFC M23 to discuss the critical issue of the safe and durable return of Congolese and Rwandan
And the Rwandan refugees who are in DRC, they can go back in their country. And I think these processes have just begun because Rwanda, it's the Rwanda is Almitrov of the South Kivu, and right now are under control by them 23. And according to some statistic, those two provinces of the eastern part of the country record a big of number of Rwandan refugees in 94. They enter in the country through those two provinces. So the M23, which is controlling those two provinces for now, they accepted that maybe this process can be done. But Kinshasa, the government of Congo, says this. Of course, it can be held, but Kinshasa required that this can be involved with the UNHCR and the International Red Cross in order to save, to make sure if those refugees which are in DRC, they go back, and those who are in Rwandan refugees
they also come
back in their country.
All right. Well, Eduardo, we have run out of time, and I beg your pardon, Jimmy, we have run out of time, and we are going to have to leave it there for today. Thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Thank you so much, Lulu.
That's our DRC correspondent, Jimmy Shukrani Bakomera, joining us there on the line. It is 12:31, and our news headlines up next with Matapelo Mahapi.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. The headlines this hour. The government of the Democratic Republic of Congo has accused the M23 rebels of committing human rights abuses and forced recruitment of young people. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior and Security, Jacquemain Shabani, addressed a news conference saying they had found human rights violations in DRC's North and South Kivu provinces. And Malawian President Lazarus Chakwera has approved the Presidential, Parliamentary and Local Government Elections Amendment Bill, allowing polling staff, candidates and security agencies to vote at deployed stations for the upcoming general elections scheduled for September 16th. And the Thai Parliament has accepted a deal with the opposition parties, or People's Party rather, to form a new coalition government. More details on these and other stories at top of the hour.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective. Sports. On Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
And a very good afternoon from the sports desk. I am Musibu Di Makura with your latest sports news at the Sawa. So let's start with some cricket news. So Annika Bosch, who's a batter for the women's national cricket team, has described her recent period out of the team with illness as the worst of her career. Bosch, who was recently reintegrated in the squad after initially missing the tour of Sri Lanka earlier on in the year as a precaution, she ultimately also stayed behind as they travelled to the Caribbean. Bosch explains the whole ordeal.
Yes, it was definitely a tough couple of months. Being sidelined is never nice or easy. I've had my fair share of injuries and time away from the game, but this one was definitely the worst. So it started at camp that we had in April before the Sri Lanka tour, and I started feeling a bit ill and went for a couple of tests, and unfortunately I then had to be ruled out for Sri Lanka and then later West Indies as well.
As frustrating as it was to be away from the team, she also revealed that coach Mandla Mashimbi was very supportive and would often advise her to keep her eyes on the prize.
Yeah, Coach Mandla, management and the team were really supportive and checked in with me regularly. I just remember Coach Mandla telling me that whenever I feel a bit frustrated or I want to disobey or go against the doctor's orders, that I should just think ahead and think of the bigger picture and keep my eye on the World Cup and recovering fully for that.
On to some basketball news now. The opening day of the 2025 FIBA Under-16 AfroBasket belonged to Angola as well as Cameroon, who defeated their East African opponents after fierce competitions. Now, Cameroon defeated Uganda 57-50 in a Group B matchup, and 3 hours later it was Angola who held the host side, Rwanda, scoreless in overtime to win 67-56. Now they have secured their first win. Cameroon feels confident enough now to face off with Guinea on the 5th of September in their second match. Uganda, on the other hand, find itself in a very dire situation where it must win in their next game to stay in the running of the continental tournament. Well, defending champion Aryna Sabalenka received a walkover into the US Open semi-finals on Tuesday after Marketa Vondrousova was forced to withdraw from the last 8 showdown due to a knee injury, with organisers having confirmed the news on Tuesday. Now, the Czech Republican, the 2023 Wimbledon champion, had impressed in New York with upset victories over 7-seed Yasmin Paolini as well as the 9th-seed Elena Rybakina, but her return, or should I say her run, came to a painful end after she pulled out of practice earlier on Tuesday. So TV footage showed the 26-year-old bending over in pain after hitting a forehand before leaving the practice in tears and later confirming her injury. And finally, the woman who made allegations of sexual harassment against former Red Bull team principal Christian Horner is back working in Formula One. The woman has not been working since being suspended by Red Bull in March of 2024. The woman and her employer declined to comment on this matter. Now, Horner was sacked by Red Bull as team principal in July of this year. The company also gave no explanation for his removal, but it came in the wake of continuing on-track struggles for the team, uncertainty about the future of star driver Max Verstappen, as well as the tension at management levels at Red Bull. Verstappen has since publicly confirmed he will drive for Red Bull in the 2026 season after being courted by Mercedes. With that, it concludes your sports news this hour. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11714 4459. I'm back with more sports news in the next hour. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Mosibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Mornings made better with Peter and Asanda on Rise and Shine, weekdays 6 till 9.
Former politician and diplomat. He's the leader of the Democratic Alliance Party at one stage, and also served as South Africa's ambassador to Argentina, Uruguay and Paraguay. Ambassador Tony Leon, if you were party leader now and in the GNU, what would you be pushing for?
I can speak with some direct experience because, as you might know, I was actually one of the negotiators of the GNU last year when it was formed. What I'd be pushing for is to hold the government or the president's feet to the fire on actually operationalizing the agreement that was implemented. Unfortunately, that agreement has been honored only in its breach. And I think, go back to basics and just say, okay, we're not going any further with this arrangement until we actually implement these steps.
Mornings made better with Peter and Asanda on Rise and Shine. Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you. Good afternoon. With a business report, I am Chandruko Ligege. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization says gender equality remains a huge concern for women employed in sub-Saharan Africa's agri-food systems. A new report has exposed pervasive gender inequalities in sub-Saharan Africa, despite women powering half the agri-food workforce. According to the report, approximately 3 out of 4 working women are employed in agri-food systems, and women make up 49% of the agri-food systems workforce in sub-Saharan Africa. The organization's senior gender officer, Clara Park.
Informal work is what allows women to juggle care, domestic responsibility, looking after their children, and productive work. So that is also telling us that the social safety nets and the infrastructure that allows women to work and at the same time take care of their babies or their family is still not in place.
South African fashion retailer Woolworths has reported a 23.9% decline in full-year headline earnings due to a weaker-than-expected performance from its Australian clothing chain Country Road Group. On a comparable basis, headline earnings per share fell to 268.1 South African cents in the 52 weeks ended the 29th of June. Group adjusted earnings before interest, tax and amortization declined by 3.8% to $495.35 million US, but beat average analyst estimates of 7.6 billion. The South African Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Social Development says that it has been given assurance that the measures will be put in place to ensure a smooth transition for the social grant recipients to migrate from SASSA Gold cards to black cards. This is after the South African Reserve Bank gazetted a variation notice giving Postbank the green light to generate a new secure key and replace the remaining SASSA Gold cards with upgraded black cards. Bridget Masango is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development in Parliament.
They were even talking about making sure that even schools are approved for this process, because what happened in the past of the switching of cards, the sites were concentrated in urban areas, while the people in the rural areas had to travel long distances to get their cards.
Kenya's private sector activity contracted in August, but a slower pace than the previous month, with improved performance in the manufacturing and wholesale and retail sectors, cushioning that of agriculture, construction and services. The Stanbic Bank Kenya Purchasing Managers Index rose to 49.4 in August from 46.8 in July, which was a year low. Readings above 50.0 indicate growth in business activity, while those below that signal contraction. British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves will deliver her annual budget later in November. The announcement comes at a time of renewed financial market scrutiny on Britain, with worries about UK's ability to keep its finances under control, helping push 30-year borrowing costs to their highest level since 1998. Reeves and Prime Minister Keir Starmer are struggling to meet mounting demands for spending from the already stretched public finances. Let's have a look at financial indicators at this hour. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 naira 530. In Botswana, 13 pula 30. Kenya, the dollar is at 128 shilling 452. Zambia, 23 kwacha 65. BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is at 5 real 45. In Russia, 80 rubles 53. India, 88 rupee 55. China, 7 yuan 14. South Africa, $1 is 17 rand 67 cents. $1 is 74 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Taking a look at commodities, gold is at $3,530. Platinum at $1,400 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil at $68.98 a barrel. That is all for now. For any business stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or you can call us on +27 11714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Chanduko Ligege.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Your window to the continent and beyond. Africa Update. Only on Channel Africa. Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Well, thank you to Chanduko Ligege with our business news. It is 12:43 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. For the first time, Rwanda's parliament has approved a law that permits a woman to carry a pregnancy on behalf of another individual or family. Experts in health and psychology are urging caution, noting the importance of monitoring this new law closely to avoid potential issues within families. From Kigali, Silvanus Karamera has more.
This new legislation, now awaiting publication in the official government gazette following the president's signature, offers legal protection to families who until now had little hope of having children. Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family, conditional upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. The law outlines important requirements for the surrogate mother, which includes attending hospital visit as prescribed by her doctor, avoiding behaviors that could endanger the unborn child, as well as maintaining a close relationship with the child's prospective parents throughout the pregnancy. Healthcare institutions are required to manage the entire surrogacy process, including oversight during delivery. According to this law, experts say this new law brings joy to many couples who had lost hope of conceiving. This is Dr. Emmanuel Semwaga, gynecologist in Kigali. I have seen cases where a mother or the whole family couldn't have children. Sometimes an accident during the first childbirth causes severe postpartum hemorrhage and leads to removal of the uterus. That doesn't mean she's infertile. It was just an accident. She deserves the chance to get a child in case she finds a surrogate mother. With this law, if she finds a surrogate mother, it's fine because the baby carries the genetics of biological mother, not the surrogate. The law has been received with many citizens praising it as one that restores hopes for those who had never thought of having children in their marriage.
What I can say is that surrogacy is truly a game changer for Rwandans who had lost hope of becoming parents. Why I'm saying this is that for many couples and individuals struggling with infertility, it offers not just a medical solution but also emotional healing and a renewed sense of family. It gives them a chance to experience the joy of raising a child who is biological, connected to them, something they may have thought was impossible. So I believe beyond medicine, it restores hope, dignity and the dream of parenthood in a deeply personal way.
The law specifies that the surrogate mother cannot receive compensation beyond necessary medical and related costs. The child's biological parents are obligated to cover all hospital and related expenses. Before surrogacy can begin, both the surrogate and the intended parents must sign a legally binding contract. Legal and psychological professionals emphasize that if this process is not handled with utmost care, it may lead to complex issues, especially emotional complications similar to those experienced in other countries. Christopher Sengoga, an independent lawyer in Kigali, cautions.
Akimara kubyara umwana kuvuga ngo azabatwitira namara kubyara umwana ahite amwegurira babandi bamwe.
Once the surrogate delivers, she must immediately transfer the child to the parents to prevent emotional confusion. In some countries, surrogates develop emotional bonds with the child over time, which can make separation difficult.
Hagati y'umwana na nyina kugira ngo rero azekureho wa mwana nyuma y'igihe runaka bikaba ikibazo.
This new Rwandan surrogacy law is poised to offer hope to families who have struggled with infertility while also demanding careful safeguards and oversight. It's a breakthrough that blends legal clarity with ethical responsibility. The law has now cleared all legislative stages and waits its official gazette before it comes into force. Silvanus Kalemera, reporting for Channel Africa in Kigali.
Africa. It's time to plug into the heartbeat of the continent. Tune in to Channel Africa, your go-to radio station that broadcasts in 5 different languages.
L'Afrique du Sud célèbre la journée nationale du
Kabla hujaitwa kwa jina la double K or more of our forests have been destroyed.
Tamo kutuli bwanji ndi Partido Africano da Independência da Guiné.
Channel Africa represents every corner of this amazing land. From Lagos to Cape Town, Nairobi to Dakar, we've got you covered with the freshest news, music, and cultures. So, turn up the volume, feel the rhythm. And join the conversation. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Africa Update, your daily dose of African insights with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa.
It is 12:48 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. The inaugural Vision 2040 Indaba is set to open this afternoon in the Gqeberha city of South Africa's Eastern Cape province. Our Vision 2040 is a bold strategy that advocates for a people-centered, conservation-driven agenda that will ensure collaborative thrivability between biodiversity conservation, social justice, and economic empowerment. Organized by the South African National Parks, SANParks, the event has brought stakeholders in the conservation sector to foster meaningful dialogue and forge collaborative actions that will advance the implementation Vision 2040. And we are being joined on the line by the head of communication. All right, JP Lowe is not joining us. That's a spokesperson of the SANParks, head of communication, who is at this inaugural Vision 2040 in which is set to open this afternoon in Gqeberha. But while we try and sort that out, we will go to the big story that came out from Ghana, where Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama has removed the West African nation's Chief Justice effective immediately. The president's decision was reportedly based on a report by a committee that found grounds of misbehavior and recommended Gertrude Tokonu's removal from office. President Mahama launched an investigation into Tokonu, Ghana's third female Chief Justice, earlier this year and suspended her. Tokonu has rejected the allegations of misconduct, saying they are unfounded and politically driven. Dr. Kwame Asa Asante, a senior lecturer for the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana, spoke to my colleague Nhlanhla Mahlangu.
Given what we heard in the media space, I realized that it was imminent. Yes, it was just a matter of time. So as they went through the process of the in-camera hearing, I was not surprised yesterday that they handed down that decision and the president acted on it by removing the Chief Justice.
Does she have any grounds to appeal the dismissal?
I must be honest, I have not checked whether he has that, option. But I want to assume that once it's a legal process, obviously, if you are dissatisfied, you should be given opportunity to, as it were, go to court and seek the redress. But I'm a layman and I'm not checked. So this one, I cannot put substance on that.
What exactly is she accused of?
Has not come out clearly on the grounds for that. So any other thing would be, would dovetail into the realm of, rumor. And you and I, we are not interested in that. So unless they publish those grounds, we may not be able to state the grounds. Remember, the whole exercise of the process took place in camera. So the government statements that we have read so far are true, that she was removed on stated grounds of misbehavior. But the charges that were leveled against her, for which reason she was not able to respond appropriately, and for that matter, that has led to her removal, we don't have it. But there are snipers of information within the media space and all that, but which you and I cannot place a finger on.
And how will you describe her tenure, as short as it was?
From where I sit, I saw her tenure that he was discharging her duties according to the dictates of her office. And we didn't get much in terms of any breach that she has committed until this whole issue came up.
Will this dismissal in any way undermine the country's judiciary?
There are people who believe that this is going to undermine first the executive, because to them they see the executive, hand in here, and it's far-reaching, and it has consequences for justice system in the country. And then they also expand the conversation to include the fact that it is going to undermine the country's democratic credentials. I'll start with the judiciary. I don't see any effort on the part of this whole exercise in undermining the judicial independence of this country. Our country's judiciary is independence, and that the beauty of it is what we are experiencing. This is a Chief Justice. Before becoming a Chief Justice was a lawyer, an astute lawyer, a reason to become a Chief Justice, and then he later was appointed as a Chief Justice. You realize that he has seen it all and all that. So if there is something, a decision which is taken and it's affecting a right or any process, she knows what to do. And that is why he filed a number of petitions at the Supreme Court, and she lost all of them. She even went to the ECOWAS Parliament to seek redress on the issues, and there she was not successful. That tells you that the courts are working and working independently. Back to the democratic process. Democracy, you and I know, hinges on rule of law. It doesn't mean that if you are heading any institution or you are any human being within the state and you take a decision contrary to the laws of the land, you are going to be spared. No, that is not democracy. It's something else. But the real democracy is where decisions are taken based on law and reflect the rules of the game. So anybody who operates within the democratic space, you are limited by any law that exists to regulate your conduct.
That was Dr. Kwame Asa Asante, Senior Lecturer for the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana, speaking to my colleague Ntlantla Mahlangu. And today on Hashtag Africa Updates Ask, we focus on this big story where Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama has removed the West African nation's Chief Justice effective immediately. Now, our question to you today is, how much do you know about the role and the integrity of a Chief Justice in a country? Share your thoughts and your views on all our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 as 406 9126. Hashtag Africa Update Us.
Mornings made better with Peter and Asanda on Rise and Shine, weekdays 6 till 9.
Former politician and diplomat, he's the leader of the Democratic Alliance Party at one stage, and also served as South Africa's ambassador to Argentina, Uruguay and Paraguay. Ambassador Tony Leon, if you were party leader now and in the GNU, what would you be pushing for?
I can speak with some direct experience because, as you might know, I was actually one of the negotiators of the GNU last year when it was formed. What I'd be pushing for is to hold the government or the president's feet to the fire on actually operationalizing the agreement that was implemented. Unfortunately, that agreement has been honored early in its breach. And I think, go back to basics and just say, okay, we're not going any further with this arrangement until we actually implement these steps.
Mornings made better with Peter and Asanda on Rise and Shine. Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa.
Well, it is that time of the day where we say a happy Wednesday, happy hump day to the Upside team. It is Dabukholo Kuleni. How are you today?
I am hot.
It's very hot outside, hey?
Hot is how I'm feeling at the moment. I tell you what, I'm going to declare an international shorts day on Friday.
Okay.
This Friday, and I'm challenging every single show to wear shorts on Friday.
Okay. I hope the bosses are not going to...
Even management must wear shorts.
Okay, there we have it. Management must also wear shorts. So it is a shorts day according to Dabukholo. What's coming up today?
Here's what's coming up on the show. The first weekend of October, there will be an Ultimate Braai Festival that will be hosted, and we'll be getting into conversation with celebrity chef Pete Goff Wood on the show, and then experience the blend of a safari adventure with fine wine. They're calling it a walking wine safari. I don't know how that's going to work out, Lou.
Okay.
Personally.
Well, you should tell us,
Wine and walking don't go together.
Okay.
And then we find out why more and more people are turning to acupuncture to relieve themselves from pain. That's all coming up on the Upside. Maybe I'll get my voice back with a bit of acupuncture this
Okay, maybe you must try it and give us feedback, right? Okay, that's the Upside coming up at the top of the hour. Now, for myself, Lulu Gabu and the Africa Update team, thank you for joining us, and continue with us on our social media platforms. Our producer, Tracy Bumga, technical operator, Tuto Siremi, and Ndando Lituli. It's been a great one. Let's do this again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
With the news at 1 o'clock, I'm Matabala Mahape. Good afternoon. The government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, has accused the M23 rebels of committing human rights abuses and forced recruitment of young people. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior and Security, Jacquemaine Shabani, addressed a news conference saying they had found human rights violations in the DRC's North and South Kivu provinces. In the DRC, Jimmy Shukrani Bakomera.
M23 in a sentence. He said that the only one they want is to see peace reign in the area they are controlling and to go forward in other areas. So the coordinator of M23 informed and accepted that the delegation of the M23 will be represented wherever way the talks will be held. But on the side of government, see, there is two parties, opposite parties, but the M23 on his side, he told to press that its delegation will be in Doha and anywhere where peace talks will be held.
A former justice minister in the Democratic Republic of Congo was convicted of embezzling millions of dollars earmarked for a prison construction in the northern city of Kisangani and sentenced to 3 years forced labor. Supporters of the former minister, Constant Matumba, have been protesting against the 37-year-old politician's arrest. Last week, clashes between activists and police in Congo's capital, Kinshasa, forced the court to postpone the verdict. Congo's attorney general was authorized in May to prosecute Mutumba, who served as minister in 2024 and 2025 under President Felix Tshisekedi. Mutamba announced his resignation in June over the case while denying the accusations. And for the first time, Rwanda's parliament has approved a law that permits a woman to carry a pregnancy on behalf of another individual or family. Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. This new legislation, now awaiting publication in the official government gazette, provides legal protection to families who had little hope of having children. Experts in health and psychology have called for caution, noting the importance of monitoring this new law closely to avoid potential issues within families. Channel Africa's correspondent Silvanus Karamera reports.
Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family, conditional upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. The law outlines important requirements for the surrogate mother, which includes attending hospital visit as prescribed by her doctor, avoiding behaviors that could endanger the unborn child, as well as maintaining a close relationship with the child's prospective parents throughout the pregnancy. Healthcare institutions are required to manage the entire surrogacy process. Experts say this new law brings joy to many couples who had lost hope of conceiving.
Malawian President Lazarus Chakwera has approved the Presidential, Parliamentary and Local Government Elections Amendment Bill. The amendment provides for polling staff, candidates and political party representatives, as well as officers from security agencies, to cast their votes at the polling stations where they are deployed. General elections are scheduled for September 16th to elect the President, the 229 members of the National Assembly and 509 local government councillors. SADC has deployed the electoral observation mission headed by the Honourable Themba N. Masuku, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Onto this now, a candidate in Thai Parliament has accepted a deal with opposition People's Party to form a new coalition government. Anutin Charnvirakul will now become a Prime Minister but must call a new election within 4 months. The government crisis was triggered last week by the dismissal of the Prime Minister. The BBC's Jonathan Head has the details.
The constraints of Thailand's military-drafted constitution have all but paralysed its politics. 2 Prime Ministers have been sacked by the Constitutional Court. The same court dissolved the Reformist Party, which actually won the election 2 years ago. After days of agonising over the choice, the People's Party has now accepted a deal to back the Bumjai Thai leader Anutin Charnvirakul as the next Prime Minister. A vote in Parliament could take place by the end of this week. There is seemingly no end to Thailand's political turmoil unless a new constitution is drafted.
For any news stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I am Matapela Mahabe.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
5 minutes into 1 p.m. in Central African time. Happy Wednesday afternoon if you're tuning in on Central African time. Otherwise, if you're in a different time zone, well, good afternoon in any case, or hello.
Or a different year.
Hello, a different year. Yes, of course. Maybe it is Ankutatash where you are. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe it's 2017 where you are. Welcome to the show, The Upside, with Tebohole Kuleni and myself, Matsako Musito. We in each other's company until 4 p.m. in Central African time. A good day to really have wholesome conversations, just like we are going to be doing today. We're going to be moving through the adventures of barbecuing, or as we love to call it in South Africa, a braai. Okay, so we're going to be moving through conversations around that, to safaris, meeting some delicious wine, and then, of course, ancient medicine. Thanks to the Chinese, we call it acupuncture. We know it as acupuncture, and I'm about to sneeze, so you need to take over.
All right, listen. First of all, we both have concoctions in the studio.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's the healthiest thing. Look, my concoction
Yes, what's in yours?
contains some orange juice.
Cheers.
There we go. Some orange juice and ginger. All right, and what does yours contain? Looks very pink and purpley. It's got, is that watermelon? It's not watermelon.
No, this is just grapefruit.
Is that grapefruit?
I just bought grapefruits
Powerful.
from the supermarket and I juiced them in my citrus juicer.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, cheers to you. I declared during the throw forward with Lulu Kabu, I said on Friday, I want us to have an international shorts day. It's hot now. So can we wear shorts? All the shows, I'm putting it out there to all the shows. I'm challenging all the other shows on Friday, wear shorts, even management. Even management.
You would love to see management's legs
On a
wouldn't you?
Friday, hey. Let's see management's legs.
Oh my goodness.
On Friday. So International Shorts Day is what I'm declaring it. They still have to approve it, by the way. I'm
Listen,
just saying it. I'm hoping for the best, but I think it will be fantastic. Let's get into the new year, the new new season. It's spring. It is hot. So International Shorts Day, if you agree and approve, drop us a WhatsApp and say, yes, we approve. We want to see everyone's shorts. We want to see their legs. +27634069126 is the WhatsApp line.
I signed that petition. I definitely signed that petition. Okay, just some further details on our first conversation in this hour. I did mention barbecues. So South Africa is gathering around the fire around the spring-summer season of 2025 for the ultimate braai festival for this year. And if you want to find out what that's about, it's amazing. It's almost become tradition, okay, at this time of the year. Lots of braaiing, and this braai festival making a comeback with some comedic names in the mix. David Gao, Chris Forrest, Nick Goliath. It's going to be really extraordinary. So we're going to be speaking to celebrity chef Pete Wood.
Pete Goff.
Wood.
Why are you Frenching it? Who's
Okay, Pete Goff Wood.
You went to Netherlands there.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I come back from Scandinavia. Peter is going to be joining us, or Pete is going to be joining us, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
And we're going to speak to him about this Ultimate Braai Festival. In the middle hour, we're going to be looking at safari adventures, meeting wine, and we're going to be speaking to a sommelier and a chef. So, sommelier being a wine waiter, and a chef. His name is Takura, and he's going to tell us about how these two wonderful experiences meet.
They don't.
I thought it was interesting.
Now you're going to be walking
and not very
in
conscious.
Yeah, you're not going to be conscious.
Listen, he knows all about that.
If,
so
if there are lions in the area, I don't trust. But it sounds like an interesting experience.
Yeah.
And then acupuncture later on during the day. It's 10 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African time. Welcome to The Upside.
Zilipendwa na Abedi Jean de la Croix.
Wewe ni mjasiriamali unajihusisha na biashara ya kuuza dawa. Jaribu kutuambia kwanza, kwa nini ulianzisha biashara hiyo?
Tutasema kwamba maisha ya kila siku ni kwamba mtu anapashwa kuwa na maisha ya kuweza kutegemea. usitegemee kuajiriwa, lakini utegemee kujiajiri na baadaye utaweza ukaajiri wengine. Na hiyo ilinipa msukumo mkubwa kwa kuweza kujiajiri na kampuni hii kwa ajili ya kuweza kuwasaidia wale ambao wanahangaika zaidi.
Unauza aina gani ya dawa?
Unasema ni dawa, lakini kwetu sisi tunaita kama vile ni pipi, ambayo ni virutubisho ambavyo vinakwenda kusaidia kwa wale ambao wanatatizwa na aina tofauti ya magonjwa.
Virutubisho hivyo sasa vinatibu magonjwa gani?
Virutubisho hivi vinatunza magonjwa kama vile ya kisukari, shinikizo la damu.
Zilipendwa kila Jumamosi kuanzia saa 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati hadi saa 1 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
Você é fluente em português? É apaixonado por rádio e quer trabalhar na África do Sul? Você tem documentos que o qualificam para trabalhar na África do Sul? Nesse caso, podemos ter uma oportunidade para você trabalhar no Canal África. Envie seu currículo e demonstração para Canal África newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Lembre-se, se você não receber alguma resposta nossa em 14 dias, isso significa que você não foi selecionado. Canal África, a perspectiva africana.
No matter where you are, Channel Africa is always with you.
Clarity is clear to see. I think it's time we confronted the situation in front of us. And I think it's time we talk it out and forget all the fuss. And if it's not me, I'll have to understand, and I'll be out your way. No drama involved, but if you feel it's me, if you feel I'm the one, you're gonna need to make a way for me to see. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. I know you're the one, I know our time will come. I feel you in my heart, I see you in my dreams, I keep you in my prayers. I think it's time you admit that I'm the only one for you, yeah. And I think it's time you let go of all your fears and just trust me, babe. Cause I know you are, and I know this isn't what you're meant to do. You have pure intentions, what is the issue? So just open up and let me see inside. Maybe you should just put your pride aside. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. I know we can make it, baby. Take a chance on me. Let me show you good times, baby. Take a chance on us. Take a chance on us. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. But as for me, you're the one, and in my heart, time will come till the end. I'ma always be right by your side. I know you're the one, I know our time will come. I feel you in my heart, I see you in my dreams, I keep you in my prayers.
It is 15 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. Can you believe that that song came out in 2019? Elaine, You're the One. And I remember how we butchered it as a nation, as South Africans.
What were we doing?
Aye, the lyrics were not lyricsing the way we were singing. Hey, so me, you're the one, time,
Listen, we do that with all the songs.
At that time, you're not making sense what you're saying. We butchered it. We butchered it. Listen, in South Africa, it's time to gather around the fire as the Ultimate Bride Festival 2025 gets ready to light up the first weekend of October. From Saturday the 4th to Sunday the 5th, the Fire and Wine venue will host 2 days of flavor, fun, and family, where the smell of sizzling meat meets the sound of live music and comedy. With braai masterclasses, craft beer, wine, and celebrity chefs like Pete Goff Wood and Susie Wandrag. Hey. On the grills, this festival is a true celebration of local culture, adding to the mix comedians such as David Gao and Chris Forrest, who can cook also. Chris, I wonder if Chris is also going to, showcase, not just on the mic, but also have like a masterclass himself, because he was a celebrity chef himself on MasterChef once upon a time.
He's phenomenal, yeah.
Plus soulful music and the braai competition, and you've got memories served alongside the meals. How amazing is that? Joining us on the line to tell us a bit more about this festival is celebrity chef, the godfather of cooking with a braai stand, Pete Goff Wood. Pete, thank you so much for your time. Welcome to the Upside. This year's Ultimate Braai Festival, it's all about celebrating food, music, and culture. Tell us what excites you the most about being part of this year's festival.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on the show. Look, it's an exciting weekend. For me, I just love it. Love the interaction with the public. It's a dedicated space, and we're having everything that concerns braai in any form, shape, or size. And it's nice when we do the demonstration. It's just nice to meet the fans. We've had great support from the Ultimate Braai Master program, which we've just shot season 9 of now. Congrats. And it's nice to hang out with the Mensa, and gather around the fire, swap stories, swap recipes, check out some new techniques. So it's a really nice weekend.
Pete, let's talk about just the tradition of braaiing in South Africa. What are some of the considerations that you had as you put together, this year's grill adventure, if you will?
Well, I think it's one of those things that it's universal to all cultures, that gathering around the fire. It's been with us since the dawn of time. It's it's where we swap stories. It's where we, traditionally it was where we found out about what was happening in the next village. So it's always been that kind of gathering around the fire has always been like a communication hub. So we will try to make it as interactive as possible, just making it accessible to all and sundry. I mean, the ticket's only about 150 Rand. But then, we've got different things for different people. There's lots of kids stuff. There's lots of, there's tons of live music. And what we've got is an interesting pairing with the comedians is each chef who braais is paired with a comedian. So, for example, myself and Chris do a number of demos together. And then you can also sign up to be a judge yourself. We have a braai competition that goes on during the weekend, and you can actually sign up and be a VIP judge, and you'll judge with myself and Benny, and we'll take you through the paces of what it is to judge a braai competition.
Well, it sounds exciting. This year's Ultimate Braai Festival 2025 taking place from the 4th to the 5th of October, and we'll continue our conversation with celebrity chef Pete Goff Wood right after this.
Hi there. Do you want to elevate your business and give it a voice in South Africa and Africa as a whole? Well, in that case, let Channel Africa make this a possibility. Channel Africa is willing to advertise your business for as little as 30,000 rands or $1,719.18. To get access to these great rates, send all requests to mokoenata@SABC. That's MOKOENATA@SABC. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Your afternoons just got even better, fresh and exciting. The Upside, hooking you up with today's news from an African perspective.
Well, we're talking all things Ultimate Braai Festival 2025, taking place from the 4th to the 5th of October at the Fire and Wine venue. And to tell us a bit more about it, we're joined on the line by celebrity chef Pete Goff Wood. Pete, you mentioned that chefs will be paired up with comedians. I don't think it's a fair combination to have you and Chris in one team, because Chris can actually cook.
Oh, he can indeed. He's a very accomplished chef. In fact, that's exactly how we know each other. Many years ago, Chris was the finalist. In fact, he won MasterChef Celebrity.
Yeah.
And we've pretty much been cooking together ever since. We've got a comedy show, a live comedy show that the two of us do. So for us, it's a natural pairing because we've been cooking together for quite a while.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the competition.
The team can't be beaten. No one's going to beat that team.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, Pete and Chris, come on.
The concept of the comedians cooking with us has actually worked out really, really well, because it makes it a fun demonstration to watch. Sometimes chefs get a little bit involved in the food and get a bit carried away, whereas at least there's a comedian on board to lighten the mood a little bit and keep it entertaining.
Yes, that's a wonderful concept. But I wanted to make a point, Pete, around your experience having judged shows like Ultimate Braai Master and MasterChef SA. How does that how does a festival atmosphere, I want to say, like this compare to the intensity of a television competition?
Well, I mean, a little bit different. I mean, the intensity of the cooking, particularly when you're cooking in front of cameras, that can be quite hectic. Everyone watches the program and they think, "Oh, I could do that. That's not too bad. I could, I can braai chicken in 45 minutes." But then when you add that sort of time clock that's ticking down, and you've got three cameramen sticking their camera in your faces, and someone asking you, so tell us what you're doing. How confident are you? It's another kettle of fish entirely. So the pressure of the program is unique and really quite hardcore. So we'll be a little bit more forgiving with the competitions we have at the actual Braai show. Because we want to encourage people to a little bit more fun, and say we want people to enjoy themselves. So we're a little bit lighter than when we do it live than when we're actually on television.
Chef, tell us about some of the innovations that have been made over the years on the Braai stand, because in terms of technique, in terms of flavor combination, things that we haven't seen before. Because for the most part, we just throw the meat on the grill and that's it. But there are different techniques now. I have seen a guy take a whole chicken and stuff the chicken with a bottle of beer or something like that. And I was like, I've never seen that before. Tell us about some of the techniques that we haven't seen before that you think we need to know about.
Okay, so obviously the beer can chicken is one of my favorite. You literally take a can of beer, open it, and then you put the chicken, put it inside the cavity. And what it does is it helps to roast the chicken evenly. And the beauty is that the theory is the beer heats up and steams from the inside. So it cooks a little bit quicker and it keeps it nice and moist. But I think also that the other sorts of techniques that we'll see a lot of, which is relatively new to South Africa, I think it's globally it's a lot more popular, and that's kind of the sort of low and slow barbecuing. The smoked brisket that take 10 hours to do. We're quite the experts when it comes to just the actual grilling. But I think those long and slow techniques are really starting to take hold now and become more and more popular. So we'll see quite a bit of that over the weekend. We've got one guy who's going to be doing some big cuts the whole weekend. And then, of course, obviously, the little bits of gadgets. That's the beauty of the Braai. There's always a gadget for this and a gadget for that. I mean, now you can buy these state-of-the-art meat probes where you can literally you download the app on your phone and you put your probe into your whole sirloin and you program 55 degrees, which is medium rare. So when the internal temperature gets to 55 degrees, you get a message on your phone that your steak is ready.
Oh, wow. What?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's it. So there are all manner of these kind of new age gadgets that are coming up. There's some beautiful rotisseries at the moment, and then of course there's just the myriad of different types of braais. You've got that's one of the things that will be on there. A lot of that braai gear. I know Builders Warehouse is going to have a massive stand with all their kind of different braais that they sell, and we'll be doing some demos on. I know we're using, as we did previously, the Firesmiths, which is a locally produced braai that's like quite a specialist sort of smoking equipment. It's very, very good for normal grilling, but if you're going to do long and slow food, even if you're going to do something like smoke a whole salmon, something like that, the gear is there for that these days, and all of that will be on display over the weekend.
It sounds absolutely exciting. And also, as I understand it, Pete, there's going to be, all kinds of things happening as you've unpacked it, but there's also going to be an expo. Tell us about that and how the expo fits into the braai culture that you're trying to promote through the festival.
Yeah. Okay. So there again, you've got everything from innovative sauces and marinades and spice rubs to top of the range cooking equipment. There's some fantastic knife sharpeners. There's all sorts of aprons and other bits and pieces. So it's pretty much a kaleidoscope of everything you can imagine you'll ever need on a fire. You'll be able to find it at the show. There'll be that expo is quite a large portion of it. There's outdoor eating areas and there's bars and there's stages, but there's this big expo of everything fire related. You've got all sorts of innovative ways of firelighters these days. You've got these compacted dung firelighters. You've got these other ones that that are kind of eco-friendly. So we're looking at a lot of that kind of equipment. A lot of the briquettes these days, of charcoal suppliers. Everyone's trying to be kind of as environmentally friendly as possible. So we start to look and showcase some of those ideas.
And important to note that there'll be a kids area as well, fantastic for the family, and there'll be a rugby game, which will be Argentina going up against South Africa on that Saturday.
That's right. Yeah, we'll have a massive screen for that. And we've also got a fantastic music component to the festival this year. We've got a great live concert on the Saturday night. So that should also bring a nice crowd. We've got a nice mix of local musicians. I know we've got Drum Syndrome. I'm trying to think of the other ones that I know we've got. I've got a list of them here. We've got the Drum Syndrome. We've got Luffy, Jasper Dan, Ross Learmonth. So we've got that, and then we've got the same again on Saturday. We've got Jody Matthews, we've got Lungelo. So we've got a great lineup so there's a little bit of everything for everybody. As you say, you're right. Yeah. We've got a nice big kids area, so kids can play safely, but it's certainly something for the entire family. So that's kind of it. That you can buy a family ticket and bring the whole crew with you, and there'll definitely be something for everybody.
And then finally, Pete, before we let you go, 6-gun grill. Do we really need that spice for every single braai? Every single braai I've been to, there's been a 6-gun somewhere. do we really need it, or are we overhyping this thing?
It seems to be it's become this universal South African seasoning, and now you're seeing people's recipes going, I have my 6-gun grilled chicken and a lamb, and it's a great universal braai seasoning. I'm a salt and pepper man myself. I prefer to keep it simple. But, each to their own.
Salt and pepper sounds good to me. Good to me. Pete, it was so good to have you just share so generously what is going to happen. It sounds to me like it's just the ultimate South African festival. Like, if you're South African, you must just go to this. And also, even if you're from other parts of the African continent, this is a great opportunity to just mingle and share ideas and learn about the braai culture in South Africa. So go to ultimatebraaifestival.co.za. There's so much information there, and also visitor information. That tab will give you all the details of how you can get yourself tickets for the 4th and the 5th of October. Okay, Saturday and Sunday. All the details are on the website. It is 1:30. Let's cross to the sports desk.
Sports. on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
It's a very good afternoon from the sports desk. I am Musibudi Makura with your latest sports news. At the SAWA, Australian captain Pat Cummins says he is willing to be aggressive and take risks with his rehabilitation from a back injury in order to be fit for the first Ashes test against England later on this year. So Cummins has been ruled out of Australia's upcoming white ball series against New Zealand as well as India after scans revealed a lumbar bone stress in his back. The 32-year-old says it would be devastating if he missed out on the first Ashes test, which officially gets underway on the 21st of November in Perth in the western parts of Australia. Now, Cummins has been restricted to light gym work since his last test appearance against the West Indies in July and is prepared now to go into the Ashes without having played any domestic cricket. Back home now, Swimming South Africa President Alan Fritz has admitted that the Federation is unable to host any major international competitions due to the lack of proper facilities in the country. Now, Fritz told SABC Sport that while there is a strong desire to welcome top swimming nations to South Africa, the reality is that inadequate infrastructure rules out any possibility. He revealed that even if approached by World Aquatics to stage a global event, the answer would be no. He also stressed that at this stage, South Africa is not in a position to even consider staging such competitions.
We are unable to host any international event. We could most probably host a regional competition, but it's very, very hard with the facilities that we don't have to host an international event. We can't do that.
Fritz also explained that while South Africa does have the training facilities for athletes, they fall short when it comes to competition standard venues required for international tournaments. He pointed out specific provinces where facilities are outdated and urgently need upgrades, also highlighting that this remains one of the sport's biggest stumbling blocks.
There is facilities where athletes can train if they are improved and if they are maintained. There's no doubt, and we can also teach kids to swim in those facilities. But what we need is competition facilities. We need Kings Park to be a facility that can host international events. We need the swimming pool in Port Elizabeth to be it's of such a standard it can host international events and build facilities throughout the country. The Western Cape is most probably the tourism province in our country. And there is no facility in the Western Cape right now that can host an international event.
On to some tennis news now. Defending champion Aryna Sabalenka received a walkover into the US Open semi-finals on Tuesday after Marketa Vondrousova was forced to withdraw from their last 8 showdown due to a knee injuries, with the organisers having confirmed this on Tuesday. Now, Vondrousova, the 2023 Wimbledon champion, had impressed in New York with upset victories over 7th seed Yasmin Paolini as well as the 9th seed Elena Rybakina, but her run came to a painful end after she pulled out of practice earlier on Tuesday. Now, TV footage showed the 26-year-old bending over in pain, this after hitting a forehand before leaving practice in tears, and she later confirmed her injury. And finally, in basketball news, the opening day of the 2025 FIBA Under-16 AfroBasket belonged to Angola as well as Cameroon, who defeated their East African opponents after fierce competition. Now, Cameroon defeated Uganda 57-50 in a Group B matchup, and 3 hours later, it was Angola who held off the host side, Rwanda, scoreless in overtime, went on to win 67-56. Now they have secured their first win. Cameroon feels confident enough to face Guinea on the 5th of September. Uganda, on the other hand, will find itself in a very dire situation where they must now win their next game to stay in the running for the continental competition. Well, that concludes your sports news on the first hour of The Upside. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, get us on our email address newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or contact us on +27 11714 4459. I'm back with more sports news in the next hour. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Musibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. In this episode of Channel Africa Conversations, Peter talks to Dr. Tulisile Buddha, an academic, author, and an expert in indigenous knowledge systems. Join us for a compelling discussion on preserving African languages and traditions in the digital era. Dr. Tulisile unpacks the role of educators, explorers, and how technologies like AI can support cultural preservation, and challenges us to rethink how we honor African heritage. You can find the episode on YouTube, SABC Plus, and on our website, channelafrica.co.za. This episode is a must-listen for educators, creators, and change makers across the continent. Channel Africa, the African perspective. The Upside. On the Upside, your voice matters.
35 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. Let's say good afternoon to Chanduko Ligege, who's standing by with business news.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you, Debuho. Good afternoon. Ghana's inflation rate fell for an 8th straight month to the lowest level in almost 4 years, supporting the argument for a further reduction in borrowing costs. Annual inflation slowed to 11.5% in August from 12.1% in the previous month. Government statistician Al-Hassan Idrisu told reporters in the capital, Accra, that prices fell 1.3% in the month. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization says gender equality remains a huge concern for women employed in sub-Saharan Africa's agri-food systems. A new report has exposed pervasive gender inequalities in sub-Saharan Africa despite women powering half the agri-food workforce. According to the report, approximately 3 out of 4 working women are employed in agri-food systems, and women make up 49% of the agri-food systems workforce in sub-Saharan Africa. The organization's senior gender officer, Clara Park.
Informal work is what allows women to juggle care, domestic responsibility, looking after their children, and productive work. So that is also telling us that the social safety nets and the infrastructure that allows women to work and at the same time take care of their babies or their family is still not in place.
African Energy Chamber Executive Chairperson NJ Ayuk has called on the Angolan government to strengthen its position as a leading energy supplier in Southern Africa and beyond. Speaking at the 6th edition of the Angola Oil and Gas Conference underway in Luanda, Ayuk reflected on Angola's at 50, highlighting the country's energy reforms and their role in shaping the future of its oil and gas sector.
50 years of resilience. 50 years of a nation that fought through its independence, but 50 years of a nation that came together to continue forging ahead. But 50 years, more than 50 years, but with those 50 years, an oil and gas industry that stood up through turbulent times, stood up when nobody believed it could, stood up when people gave up on the country.
British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves will deliver her annual budget later in November. The announcement comes at a time of renewed financial market scrutiny on Britain, with worries about the UK's ability to keep its finances under control, helping push 30-year borrowing costs to their highest level since 1998. Reeves and Prime Minister Keir Starmer are struggling to meet mounting demands for spending from the already stretched public finances. Let's have a look at financial indicators. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 Naira 530. Botswana 13 Pula 30. Kenya the dollar is at 128 shilling 452. Zambia 23 Kwacha 65. BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is at 5 Real 45. Russia 80 rubles 53. India 88 rupee 55. China 71.14. South Africa 17 rand 67 cents. $1 is 74 pence to the British pound. 85 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is at $3,537, platinum at $1,399 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil $67.93 a barrel. That is all for now. For any business stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or you can call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Chanduko Ligege.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa. It's time to plug into the heartbeat of the continent. Tune in to Channel Africa, your go-to radio station that broadcasts in 5 different languages.
L'Afrique du Sud célèbre la journée nationale du
Kabla hujaitwa kwa jina la double K or more of our forests have been destroyed.
Sud-africaine de indépendance de Guinée.
See, Channel Africa represents every corner of this amazing land. From Lagos to Cape Town, Nairobi to Dakar, we've got you covered with the freshest news, music, and cultures. So, turn up the volume, feel the rhythm. Enjoy the conversation. Channel Africa, the African Perspective. Get Channel Africa on DSTV Audio Bouquet. Channel 802.
Eyala mtuda motoe esima koase. Bane yala mtuda motoe esima koase. Nongo ponango ojongele diala. Engingila ye diala babambambe. Odo dibola mabe mama soma onyole yala mutuda motoe. So digo weke awasikika sonae sidimea bambambe usidindea edunari keku esimamba tuba wea sidimea soba bongo badiela biso binana etube chisale sopungule kwan iyo asu etimbe musango sonne sonie odilo walonge lasu osima bola bonam tolambo disima takae nanginya bambambe onyola de babo badiele no biso badiele no biso osibente moto omboko mwa isanga osimanyo etibonde la mao yemba bwamo tuwe malon so digo isobese dikeke owengi sana yele kombo titime ka opunda kwang soni ye disima pula petu ene bwan umbo asu dikase eyala mutuda motoe weke awasikika sonae sidimea bambambe usidindea edunari keku esimamba tuba wea sidimea soba bongo badiela biso binana etube chisale sopungule kwan iyo asu etimbe musango sonne sonie.
Upside, 1 to 4 p.m. Central African Time. With Debokholi Kuleni and Mateko Mosito. Only on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Jason Derulo. Hasimbaluma. Basikhohlwe ngenkinga. Sekukubalisela. How'd you? Basikhuphula imizwa. Wezombi. Sukumisa umzimba. Basikhohlwe ngenkinga. Sekukubalisela. Basikhuphula imizwa. Sukumisa umzimba. Koma sava. Koma sava nana. Aye sava. Aye sava nana. Koma sava. Koma sava. Koma sava. Koma sava. Aye sava. Aye sava. Aye sava. Aye sava. Aye sava. Koma sava. So easy, you just be body. What's the price to love you? Would you still leave here with me if I didn't have $1? You fucked up my brother, put lipstick on my color. Could be my dirty secret if we keep it undercover. Como sava? It's nice to meet you. You couldn't wait, so you said fuck me in the club. What made you walk my way? Was it my smile or my diamond rolling? You ain't seen nobody else in the place till you heard me say, Como sava? Como sava? Como sava? Como sava? Aye sava. Aye sava. Aye sava. Aye sava. Aye sava. Aye sava. Como sava? So easy, you just be body. So easy, you just be body. How are you? Unjan. Como vai? Habari gani? Ni hao. Assalamu alaikum. Como estás, amigo? Namaste. Como ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Aïe ça va. 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 Comment ça va? So easy, you just be body.
Itiwe sanbonani amba namachita sekreteti yapila ntwana wena unjani ayiwena ngithi vele funani ayiwe zombi sanbonani amba namachita sekreteti yapila ntwana wena unjani ayiwena ngithi vele funani ayiwe zombi sava 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 ay tata
Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Aïe ça va. 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 Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Aïe ça va. Aïe ça va. Aïe ça va. Aïe ça va.
A whole song dedicated to asking, how are you? Comment ça va?
Ça va bien, merci beaucoup.
Bien, bien. Diamond Platinums there featuring Jason Derulo, Khalil Harrison, and Shlay. And before that, we had a song all the way from Cameroonian singer Kaisa with a song titled Eyala. It is now 10 minutes before 2 p.m. Central African time. This is The Upside on Channel Africa, the African perspective with Tebogo Kuleni and Matseko Mosito. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. Hope you're having a fantastic, productive day so far. Keeping cool in this very hot hot Johannesburg heat. I don't know how the weather is elsewhere, but I know in Johannesburg it is hot. Let us know how you are dealing with the heat right now, especially for those who work outside. I always worry about people who work outside, manual laborers, construction. In this heat, do the employers say, you know what, let's work in the evening instead?
No, they don't. And when you look at the farming space in particular, the people are prone to heat strokes. Parts of Uffington have been prone to that, where apple farmers are just collapsing everywhere. It's actually really serious, the issue around hypothermia and people that work outside. So you're actually raising something quite important.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it in a second. It's 10 minutes before 2 p.m. Central African time.
This September, Channel Africa celebrates Heritage Month, a time to honor the stories, the rhythms, and the languages that make us who we are. Whether you're in Lagos or the shores of Zanzibar, to the mountains of Lesotho or the markets of Dakar, we are united in diversity.
Najivunia kuwa Mwafrika.
Kupondolera Afrika ndiye wake.
Proudly African and fabulous.
Let us preserve our languages. Let's embrace our uniqueness. Let's embrace our cultures and celebrate the beauty of our continent. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Get the news, music, and lifestyle of Africa on Channel Africa, the African perspective. We take no sides, none whatsoever. We are the upside.
It is 9 minutes before 2 p.m. Central African time. Listen, a couple of weeks ago, Cape Town, the international airport there, had been awarded the title of World's Most On-Time Airport in the Air Help Score 2025, with 86.7% of flights departing punctually. It also retained its title as Best Airport in Africa for guess how many years?
8 years.
10 years.
Okay, I was close enough.
Consecutive years.
Wow.
Wait, are there no other airports that can rival Cape Town International Airport in
It would
Africa?
be interesting to find out who comes second.
You've been around Africa. You've traveled to different airports. There's none that would compete with Cape Town International Airport.
I don't know. I honestly don't have a strong and accurate response for that. But I think we've clearly redefined African time. South Africa, that is.
What, being on time?
Being on time.
Well, but that's Cape Town. That's a country on its own. That's different.
Yeah, well, that is different. But we really are redefining African time. I think being punctual is a beautiful thing. You know,
it is.
And you're a very punctual person. You take time very seriously. So I would imagine that this pleases you. And also, who wants to wait for a flight? Nobody wants to do that.
No one.
So I think that is definitely an award that is necessary. There's so many unnecessary awards, but this one is necessary.
No, this is a very necessary one.
Man,
I love it.
Big ups.
So best airports in Africa, 2025. Cape Town, number one, obviously. Number two, take a guess. Africa, right? Take a guess.
Somewhere in Senegal, maybe.
Or Tambo.
Oh, okay.
Johannesburg. Second, number two. Number three, take a guess. 2025, best airports in Africa. Who gets the bronze?
I will give it to the airport in Rwanda.
It's a gold, silver, and bronze to South Africa. King Shaka Airport in Durban takes bronze.
So everything goes to South Africa.
Number four, we go to Marrakesh.
Interesting. I wouldn't have gone that far.
Number four, we go to Marrakesh. Number five, we go to Casablanca. Number six, we go to Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. Number seven, we go to Kigali. At number 8, we go to Mauritius. Number 9, Cairo. And then number 10, Antananarivo.
Just tell us the country. Wow. Okay.
Wait, you see now I must. No, I have to check.
What are you doing?
It's a real airport. It's a real place. Antananarivo. Okay, let me say it properly. Antan.
Is that in India somewhere?
Narivo,
Let me see.
Madagascar. It's a real place.
Avanto International Airport.
Yes, that wraps up our top 10 airports in Africa, with gold, silver, and bronze going to South Africa. Do you disagree? Do you disagree? Let us know if you're disputing the top 3 there. OR Tambo, Cape Town International, OR Tambo, King Shaka.
Who are the judges?
Yeah. I don't know who judges these things. Don't add me. I don't know. I don't know. But let's listen to some music. It's 4 minutes after 2 p.m. Central. 4 minutes before 2 p.m. Central African time. Let us know if you dispute those results. First, second, and third positions. Best airports in Africa. Going to South Africa, Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Durban. Do you dispute? +27 63 406 9126. Let us know.
She football on the air, don't grab ball again. She telescope me, don't go on my clip. Don't you there before, don't blame it on it. Go power did I let you come to me with him. Oh, Nikin Latan, oh, Nima Latan, oh, Nikin Dojo me, oh, Loma Lapa, oh, Nikin Latan, oh, Nima Latan, oh, Nikin Dojo me, oh, Loma Kampa, oh, Maradona, oh, Maradona, Maradona me, oh, Maradona, oh, Maradona, Maradona me, Maradona. Don't be wicked, die for you. If I die for you, all is in vain. Wicked, die for you. If I die for you, all is in vain. Kini mo ṣe fún ẹ? Will I satisfy you? All my friends, you are the best. Will I satisfy you? Oh, Nikin Latan, oh, Nima Latan, oh, Nikin Dojo me, oh, Loma Lapa, oh, Nikin Latan, oh, Nima Latan, oh, Nikin Dojo me, oh, Loma Kampa, oh, Maradona, oh, Maradona, Maradona me, oh, Maradona.
Niniola. The song is called Maradona, a song that dominated South African charts when it came out. Spent about 13 weeks on Metro FM, right, including 6 weeks at number 1. Nominated for Best African Music Album at the South African Music Awards, earned a nomination for Viewers' Choice at Best New International Act at the 2018 BET Awards. Shout out to Niniola for Maradona. You
Amazing.
see, when you use people who have dominated in their space of gifting or skill set or whatever, and you just talk about them, it's a combination and a partnership that is going to win you awards. Same as Maradona Maradona won back then when he was playing soccer, just using his name. Just using his name, that's all. Even Lord Casper, whose name did he use when he sang that song? Mbowe.
Tito Mboweni.
Thank you very much.
Former governor.
If you're a singer, songwriter, find people
Reserve Bank.
Thank you very much. Find people who are doing amazing things, just sing about them. The song will go viral.
Actually.
And gold, platinum.
Who are we going to sing about? Because we need a hit, y'all. We need a hit. Dangote.
They already sang about Dangote.
Oh, have they?
Dangote.
Oh, I remember that song.
It's 2 p.m. Central African time. Let's get the latest news with Matapelo Mahabe.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Deborah. Top stories this hour. DRC accused of human rights abuses and US rapper Cardi B cleared of assault. Good afternoon. The government of the Democratic Republic of Congo has accused the M23 rebels of committing human rights abuses and forced recruitment of young people. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior and Security, Jacquemain Shabani, addressed a news conference saying they had found human rights violations in the DRC's North and South Kivu provinces. In the DRC, Jimmy Shukrani Bakomera.
M23 in a sentence said that the only one they want is to see peace reign in the area they are controlling and to go forward in other areas. So the coordinator of M23 informed and accepted that the delegation of the M23 will be represented wherever way the talks will be held. But on the side of government, see, there is two parties, opposite parties, but the M23 on his side, he told to press that its delegation will be in Doha and anywhere where peace talks will be held.
A former justice minister in the Democratic Republic of Congo was convicted of embezzling millions of dollars earmarked for a prison construction in the northern city of Kisangani and sentenced to 3 years of forced labor. Supporters of the former minister, Constant Mutamba, have been protesting against the 37-year-old politician's arrest. Last week, clashes between activists and police in Congo's capital, Kinshasa, forced the court to postpone the verdict. Congo's attorney general was authorized in May to prosecute Mutamba, who served as minister in 2024 and 2025 under President Felix Tshisekedi. Mutamba announced his resignation in June over the case while denying the accusations. And South Africa's Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Regina Mhaule, says the ongoing sexual violation of school learners remains a major concern. Mhaule was speaking at the National Teachers Union NATU elective conference underway at the Birchwood Conference Centre in Boksburg, Ekurhuleni. The 3-day conference is looking into issues affecting teachers, learners and the education system at large. Mhaule says what is even more disturbing is what some learners are raped in what should be considered safe spaces for children.
If you are found having raped a child, you get your name gets stricken from the roll. You are no longer a teacher, and your name will be included in the sexual offense register. In many instances, when we allow investigation to happen, you find that the child was raped at home. Some teachers do rape. Some parents, biological parents, rape their children. Stepfathers rape their children. Uncles, they rape. Want schools, to be safe environments for our children.
Rwanda's parliament has approved a law allowing women to carry a pregnancy on behalf of another individual or family. This new legislation provides a legal protection to families with little hope of having children. However, experts in health and psychology warn of potential issues within families and urge close monitoring of the law. The legislation is awaiting publication in the official government gazette. Channel Africa's correspondent Silvana Sakaramera reports.
Under this law, a woman will be permitted to carry a child for a childless family, conditional upon a formal agreement with the receiving family. The law outlines important requirements for the surrogate mother, which includes attending hospital visit as prescribed by her doctor, avoiding behaviors that could endanger the unborn child, as well as maintaining a close relationship with the child's prospective parents throughout the pregnancy. Healthcare institutions are required to manage the entire surrogacy process. Experts say this new law brings joy to many couples who who had lost hope of conceiving.
And U.S. rapper Cardi B has been cleared of assault by Los Angeles jury. Security guard Imani Ellis alleged that the singer cut her cheek with her 3-inch or 7.5 centimeters fingernail and spat on her. The two had a heated argument when the security guard reportedly followed and recorded the then pregnant rapper attending an obstetrics appointment in 2018. Ellis was suing the rapper for $24 million. Speaking after the verdict, Cardi B said she now wanted both of them to move on.
I do also want fans at home, though, not to find their social media, her family's social media, her social media, and bother her. I hope that this is something that I leave behind, that she leaves behind.
A recap of your top story. The government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, has accused the M23 rebels of committing human rights abuses and forced recruitment of young people. For any news stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I am Matabela Mahabe.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
We're 7 minutes in to the 2 p.m. hour in Central African time. If you've just started listening, thank you for tuning in. This is The Upside, and you are officially an upsider. Okay, that's what we're going to call you, because we the upsiders, you're an upsider. Let's do this until 4 p.m. in Central African time. So we come through in conversation once again in this hour, and it's always a pleasure to talk about wonderful experiences and to bring them to the radio. So if you're listening via channel PAS10 across the African region on satellite, we welcome you. Otherwise, the traditional World Wide Web, channelafrica.co.za. We are talking about an experience that blends safari adventure and fine wine on a walking wine safari. What picture are you painting as I say that? What does the picture look like? Is it romantic? Is it?
I can see it.
Is it sexy? Is it beautiful?
Sexy.
Yes. What do you think? When you mix
sexy.
Yeah. Wine.
Where did sexy come from?
Wine. Why isn't wine sexy?
Romantic. I get romantic.
Romantic.
I can see the
sensual. Anything.
I can see the giraffes. I can see the zebras. I can see the wildebeest walking all around. While you're walking on this safari experience. I just hope there are no predators. That's my only thing. I hope, and we'll be getting into conversation with Somalia and chef Takura Makadzange to tell us a bit more about this experience. I want to know, are there predators? Because wine and predators don't mix. But if it's just bucks, zebras and impalas, I'm not saying that they're not dangerous, and giraffes, but less so than if you were dealing with lions in the area, just prowling around, waiting to see which one of the group,
too much.
Which one of the group is swaying a bit to the left and to the right. That's my target, that one. But it's quite an experience, and I can't wait to find out more about it, what we can expect. I've never been on a safari walk with wine involved. Usually when we do nature walks, safari walks, they ask you to be clear-headed.
Yeah, you've got to be conscious.
So you can be alert and focused, dangers around, whatever the case may be. But maybe this one is different, and we'll find out all about it right after this. It's 10 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. Welcome to the golden hour of The Upside.
Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations from Wednesday, 23rd of July for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and around GPV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and the whole country affected by gender-based violence. For all your favorite SABC radio stations, call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GPV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC. Your afternoons just got even better, fresh and exciting. The Upside, hooking you up with today's news from an African perspective.
They call me. Are you gone? Are you gone? Are you gone? Are you gone? Are you? Are you gone? Are you? The person tell me say I go fall for a woman like you. I go say in papa, mama, brother, sister, thunder, fire, all of them. Because this kind thing where you the do. I been no say you go fit move me. She not only me, but you like overdo. She sweet you as you told me to move. That like the woman that I like. I feel no make everything alright. But if there's anything I can do, as I be do, I'm with my mind. Oh, let me draw, don't be shy. You know you sweet my antenna. You must meet my antenna, my antenna, my antenna. Now you gon' let me be your one and only. You gon' let me be your one and only. Baby, ooh, baby. Couple goes not small. When we start our love, Rihanna go say she want her like this, oh. Couple goes not small. When we start our love, Beyonce go say she want her like this, oh. Hey, I just want to know if there be any chance for me and you. I just want to know, no, if there be any chance for me and you. Are you gon' let me be your one and only? Baby, oh baby. Are you gon' let me be your one and only? One and only, baby. I like the woman that I like. I feel no make everything alright. But if there's anything I can do, as I be do, I'm with my mind. Oh, let me draw, don't be shy. You know you sweet my antenna. You must meet my antenna, my antenna, my antenna. Are you gon' let me be your one and only?
Techno coming through with Gone. It's 13 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. Welcome to The Upside. If you've just joined us on this beautiful, hot Wednesday afternoon, we are broadcasting live from the Auckland Park studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. This is The Upside on Channel Africa, The African Perspective with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Matseko Mosito. Join us live on our social media platforms at Channel Africa on Facebook and YouTube and at Channel Africa 1 on TikTok. Let's talk about it. This safari experience, a safari walk paired with wine. Do you picture something romantic? Is this your kind of vibe? I have questions, and I'm going to throw them to our specialist.
Deathwa, I have questions. Like it's a special report, an investigation. Okay, perhaps you have imagined, as we're playing that wonderful piece of music, maybe you imagined yourself walking through the African bush guided by an expert while wildlife quietly just walks nearby, along the way. And then you just stop at a beautiful stop, enjoy some hand-picked wines paired with local snacks and some really just amazing flavors that come with that. So this is what we're talking about, a walking wine safari as we see it here. It's said to be an unforgettable mix of safari adventure and wine tasting right here in Southern Africa, in Zimbabwe. Over 2 hours of game guided storytelling, checking out the land, the culture, and of course with the guidance of a sommelier and a chef. And he joins us right here on the line so we can talk about this wonderful experience that I'm sure you are enticed by. Takura Makadzage is a sommelier and a chef, and he joins us on the line. Takura, wonderful to have you on Channel Africa. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. It's nice to be back. I'm not sure if I was with you two last time, but it's nice to be back chatting with Africa.
Thank you very much. No, you are novelty to our particular show, so we're very excited to find out about this. Please paint a picture for us. What is it about this experience, the walking wine safari, that makes it extra special?
Yeah, we just thought of doing something a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Allay all your fears. So it's not going to be, well, generally they wouldn't let you walk in a place where there's plenty of lions and that kind of action happening. But the experience kind of starts off with a quick chat about MCC, South Africa's sparkling wine, which just this week celebrated MCC Day, and also MCC as Methode Cap Classique. It's MCC month, so we're going to start off with that, and then we'll set off on our little walk, a beautiful walk through savannah. Most animals will be antelope, so your kudus, your zebras, your that kind of thing. And then we'll get to a beautiful heightened platform. We will have our first stop, which will start looking at some light white wines. And then we got some interesting little pairings to have them with. Noting very well that these will be tasting amounts. And then on our final stop, we can actually sit down and really start to enjoy the drinks. But we'll be doing things like biltong crostinis. Up here in Zimbabwe, we've got beautiful trout from a place called Nyanga. So I'll be making a smoked Nyanga trout tartlet. We also have goat's cheese manufacturers here. So we'll be showing that as well. And then also some of our fish from our big lake in Kariba. So we're going to be doing local ingredients, but shown in a way that it blends in with being out in the savannah. And then we also have some really interesting non-alcoholic options and options that are child-friendly.
What makes this experience the perfect combination? I'm talking wildlife and wine. What makes it such a perfect combination, according to you?
I think generally wine never really offends. Wine's kind of always welcome wherever you are. No, but I understand your fears of saying, "Oh, hang on, I'm not so sure about being tipsy with game." But no, we will be guided. We will be walking with a hunter and guide who'll be showing us through everything, and just beautiful, lovely little places to stop. So the activity will really be walking and enjoying the nature, and seeing a beautiful little game park just outside of Harare, and then also just having different types of food that you probably wouldn't come across, the dining scene, and just getting to share some nice stories, having a little sip of wine, learning about different wineries, the stories behind each wine, and then with our different manufacturers. So where I get the beef for the biltong is close by. The goat's cheese is made nearby. The trout farm is very, very famous here. So it's going to be weaving those stories into a beautiful walk, and then a really nice sunset, and then you'll be at your car by sunset. So the tasting will become a bit more tasting, but you would have seen some animals and interacted with nature on the way.
All right, you had me at interact with nature and sunset. I love it. Takura Makadzange.
And plenty of water and plenty of non-alcoholic options as well. So it's not. So don't fear being unsafe amongst animals. We'll be in perfectly safe hands.
Okay, that's wonderful, and I really love the story around, just the agricultural story around sourcing some local ingredients. The wine is also from Southern Africa. You mentioned South Africa to be specific, so we're going to delve more into that. Takura Makazange joining us in his capacity as a sommelier and a seasoned chef, and we are talking about an experience that really introduces wildlife and winery. We're back after this.
Es-tu préoccupé par quelque chose? Es-tu passionné par les questions qui comptent? As-tu une voix qui mérite d'être entendue? Eh bien, nous avons la plateforme parfaite pour toi. Téléphone-nous ou fais-nous un WhatsApp au +27 66 408 87 42 et nous te rappellerons. Sois dans la conversation.
Salut Channel Africa, ici Beno le diamant rouge et Bina l'export depuis le Cameroun, le pays des lions. Voilà.
Sois dans la conversation. Il ne s'agit pas seulement de parler, mais c'est ta chance d'exprimer ton point de vue, de partager tes opinions et de t'engager avec une communauté qui valorise ton avis. Suivez-nous sur les réseaux sociaux, visitez notre site www.channelafrica.co.za et préparez-vous à partager vos points de vue sur Channel Africa, la perspective africaine.
Whatever you want to hear about today's talk, you can only get it on the Upside. Every weekday, 2 to 5 p.m. Central African Time.
Welcome back to the Wednesday edition of The Upside, and we are talking about experiences. Sometimes we like to bring those to wherever you are, and perhaps you may want to experience a safari and pair it with wine. Well, Takura Makazange is joining us on the line. He's a sommelier and a chef, and they've curated, together with his team, something so wonderful, an experience that blends safari adventure and fine wine. Chef Takura, let's talk about, because I think it's just so fascinating, as I'd mentioned, the food pairing, the wine, and then the safari, and of course, location, okay? Zimbabwe, talk to us about the role that culture and heritage play in this particular story, in this experience, beyond just the wine and the wildlife.
Yeah, well, I mean, the wine and wildlife obviously play quite a big part in the tasting, but we try our best to use a lot of ingredients that you'll only find here. I have, as part of the tart casing, we'll be using traditional grains. Weirdly enough, English escapes me. If there's a Zimbabwean listening, please tell us what munga is in English. But that's a traditional thing that we'll be having as part of the tartlets and the crossinis, and as an alternative to flour. We'll also be making like an amarula and baobab panna cotta, which is a traditional Italian dessert, but we'll also be having some baobab, which is local in the area that will be, and also with some amarula, which I think the world knows from our part of the world now. I've got an interesting non-alcoholic drink. It's going to be a play on an Indian lassi, which is like a sour milk based drink. This part of the world we call it amasi. I'm sure you do the same in South Africa. And that'll be flavored with mango, and then just wild teas as well as the wines as well. So we'll be telling a story a little bit about African foods and African traditions and cultures that you can find in the wild in Zimbabwe, and then also for our local people, just to show them that there's things that you can use that might not be in every household kitchen, and that are very good for you. Baobab is a superfood, extremely rich in vitamin C.
It is, yeah.
Takura, let's talk about the wildlife. All right.
Yes.
I want to know, for those experiencing it for the very first time, who've probably never interacted or been close to the bucks that you're talking about. They haven't been close to a giraffe or a zebra or an impala or a gnu. Tell us what we can expect, some of the rules of engagement when we are on the ground. Yes, we'll be led by experienced guides who will, help us along the way. But what are some of the sort of the takeaways that we need to consider when we go on a safari walk with yourselves, so that we don't scare off the animals and we don't try to do too much, where we try to now pet the zebra when we don't need to because it's going to kick us. So tell us a bit, some of the rules of engagement with the wildlife.
Yes, sure. Very, very good point. There are already walked trails in this particular park, so they do walking safaris all the time. Most of the animals on there will be somewhat far. They get quite close. It won't be one of those experiences where you get to touch the animals or feed giraffes or anything like that. It's a very nice walk, and we'll spot what we can spot. But it doesn't always have to be big wildlife. Wildlife begins with insects. There's very interesting insects which interact with the wildlife. There's birds. There's all kinds of things that you can come across when doing these safaris. So it's not just the big animals, definitely not the predators. But we will get somewhat close to animals, but definitely not close enough to touch. We do these in very small groups, 6 to 10 people maximum. So generally, the thing is to keep quiet as possible so you don't scare animals away. The guide will get us out of wind space from the animals. The animals won't really smell or hear us coming. And it's a really nice experience. It's sitting out on the viewing platforms, overlooking this mass expanse of grassland, and it's got a really, really nice place where we finish the walk, which is back close to where the cars are parked, which has got a beautiful viewing platform where we can see the sun come down and all those beautiful colors of the sunset.
It sounds like a beautiful story. Talk to us about how we can experience it then. I mean, if I'm listening to you and I'm feeling enticed and I want to experiment and be adventurous, but give us some details of how we can get in.
I think the fastest way to do it is on all of my social media, which is easy. It's just Chef Takura on everything. So on I think it's called X now, or Twitter if you're old like me.
Yep.
It's Twitter. on Facebook and on Instagram. It's Chef Takura across all of them. If you can just send me a DM, I'm normally quite quick on those, and we can get you booked in. It's a Sunday experience, so it doesn't happen all the time. But if you have a special booking, we'll try and accommodate you as well.
Chef, what about those who want to stay over or sleep over that particular night? They have drank a few wines and they don't want to drive, they don't want to go home. Are there accommodation options for them to consider for this experience?
At this particular park, there are.
Okay.
They would need to book that quite a while in advance. And we also do have driven options as well, so you don't actually have to drive. You can park your car in Harare and we'll drive you out. It's only about 40-minute drive outside of town.
Wonderful. I love that it's a Southern African experience. It really is just so beautiful. From the food to the wildlife to the experience and the stories. Thank you very much, Chef Takura. We'll check you out on Twitter. Listen, it will forever be Twitter for me as well. I don't do X. It's Twitter.
my Twitter is mostly jokes. Follow my Instagram if you want to see food and wine related material.
Okay, yes, audio visual. I mean, if you want to see the visuals and see the actual story, yes, you're absolutely correct. I think Instagram is a more better experience, as it were, or a better social media experience. Thank you once again for talking to us. This was wonderful.
Thank you for giving me the platform. Always happy to talk to everyone in Africa.
Yes, thank you very much. Are you enticed? Are you going to try this?
Go check out his social media platform. That's at Chef Takura on Instagram. Am I enticed? Yeah, I love these sort of experiences. As long as I don't have to drink, right? Because I don't drink. But I think it would be a fun experience. I guess time would be a concern for me. What time of the day? You don't want to walk out when it's too hot and be exposed to the sun.
I was about to ask you, when is actually the best time to enjoy a safari experience?
In the morning. If you're walking, in the morning. If you're doing the game drives,
Yeah.
afternoon is fine. Late afternoon, going into the night, even better.
the sunset,
Because
yeah.
the animals then are a bit more active. The big cats, the predators become more active. And then you can also see them in the morning as well when they're coming back or they're trying to get some food as well. But morning walks for me are a thing. More than afternoon walks because the sun is out and I don't want to feel that heat. But if you want to experience this, go check out his page, Chef Takura. It will be happening this Sunday on the 7th of September at 2 p.m. Central African time, the Dana B. Savannah camp in Melfort. And all the contact details are there as well. 30 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time, Musibudi Makura is standing by with sports.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
And a very good morning, good afternoon from the Sports Desk. We'll start with this story. Harambee Stars head coach Benny McCarthy was yesterday named the Coach of the Month for August, becoming the third foreign tactician to win the award this year. Now, the South African legend follows his compatriot Carlos Katwa of Cabra's Sugar RFC, who won in April, and Burundi's Etienne Ndiaregege of Kenya Police FC, who scooped the June accolade. So McCarthy, the only South African to have ever lifted the UEFA Champions League trophy with Porto back in 2004, guided Harambee Stars to the first ever quarter-final appearance in a major competition in 38 years. Now, Kenya stunned two-time champions Morocco 1-0 before beating 2016 winners, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then Zambia by the identical 1-0 scoreline. They were then draw, and they went on to play to a 1-0 draw, should I say, against Angola, and finished top of the group before making it into the knockout stages of this year's tournament, which was eventually won by Morocco just this past weekend. Onto this now. Australian captain Pat Cummins says he's willing to be aggressive and take risks with his rehabilitation from a back injury in order now to be fit for the first Ashes test against England in November of this year. So Cummins has been ruled out of Australia's upcoming white ball series against New Zealand and India after scans revealed a lumbar bone stress in his back. The 32-year-old says it would be devastating for him to miss out on the first Ashes test, which starts on the 21st of November in Perth in the western parts of Australia. Cummins had been restricted to light gym work since his last test appearance against the West Indies in July, and is prepared to go into the Ashes without playing any domestic cricket. Back home now, Swimming South Africa President Alan Fritz has admitted that the Federation is unable to host any major international competition due to the lack of proper facilities in the country. Fritz told SABC Sport that while there is a strong desire to welcome top swimming nations to South Africa, the reality is that inadequate infrastructure rules out that possibility. He revealed that even if approached by World Aquatics to stage a global event, the answer would be no. He stressed that at this stage, South Africa is not in a position to even consider staging such competitions.
We are unable to host any international event. We could most probably host a regional competition, but it's very, very hard with the facilities that we don't have to host an international event. We can't do that.
At the same time, he also explained that while South Africa does have the training facilities for athletes, they fall short when it comes to competition standard venues required for international tournaments. He also pointed out specific provinces where facilities are dated and urgently need upgrades, highlighting that this remains one of the sport's biggest stumbling blocks.
There is facilities where athletes can train if they are improved and if they are maintained. There's no doubt, and we can also teach kids to swim in those facilities. But what we need is competition facilities. We need Kings Park to be a facility that can host international events. We need the swimming pool in Port Elizabeth to be of such a standard it can host international events, and build facilities throughout the country. The Western Cape is most probably the tourism province in our country. And there is no facility in the Western Cape right now that can host an international event.
And finally, in tennis news, defending champion Aryna Sabalenka moved into the US Open semi-finals without playing against Marketa Vondrousova as she withdrew with a knee injury, setting up a repeat of last year's final against Jessica Pegula of the USA. So the world number one Sabalenka was set to play the unseeded Czech Republican Vondrousova in Tuesday's night session in New York, but the 2023 Wimbledon champion, whose career has been decimated by injuries, pulled out less than 2 hours before they were due to take on the court, and thus missing out on a potential place in the semi-finals and giving Aryna Sabalenka that easy walkover into the semi-finals, where she'll play Jessica Pegula, the home favourite in this year's tournament. With that, it concludes your sports news this hour. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11714 4459. It's 14:35 p.m. Central African time. I'm back with more sports news in the next hour. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Mosibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Africa, voici Abedi.
Oui, c'est moi.
Abedi est un passionné de musique dans l'âme. Il a un goût pour toutes sortes de musique et passe ses journées à écouter Channel Africa.
J'aime beaucoup la musique africaine.
Ok. Devinez quoi? Channel Africa veut aider Abedi et les mélomanes du monde entier à découvrir encore plus de musique incroyable. C'est pourquoi Channel Africa appelle les artistes africains à soumettre leur musique. Chers artistes, n'oubliez pas de nous fournir toutes vos informations pertinentes à l'email adresse musique@channelafrica.co.za. Les soumissions sont votre chance d'être entendues, mais elles ne garantissent pas une playlist. Toutes les soumissions seront soigneusement examinées pour voir si elles répondent aux exigences de notre station. Channel Africa, la perspective africaine.
It is 2:36 and Chanduko Legege is standing by with the latest business news.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Masego. Good afternoon. Ghana's inflation rate fell for an 8th straight month to the lowest level in almost 4 years, supporting the argument for a further reduction in borrowing costs. Annual inflation slowed to 11.5% in August from 12.1% in the previous month. Government's decision, Al-Hassan Idrisu told reporters in the capital, Accra, that prices fell 1.3% in the month. African Energy Chamber Executive Chairperson NJ Ayuk has called on the Angolan government to strengthen its position as a leading energy supplier in Southern Africa and beyond. Speaking at the 6th edition of the Angola Oil and Gas Conference underway in Luanda, Ayuk highlighted the country's energy reforms and their role in shaping the future of its oil and gas sector.
50 years of resilience, 50 years of a nation that fought through its independence, but 50 years of a nation that came together to continue forging ahead. But 50 years, more than 50 years, but with those 50 years, an oil and gas industry that stood up through turbulent times, stood up when nobody believed it could, stood up when people gave up on the country.
The South African National Treasury has reported significant progress in its smart meter rollout, with 67,000 smart meters already installed across 18 municipalities during the last financial year. The project is part of a $113 million government initiative distributed over 3 years to help municipalities with high Eskom debt. The aim of installing smart meters is to improve revenue collection, reduce electricity losses, and give consumer real-time data on their usage. The National Treasury is looking to bring more municipalities on board. Director of Local Government at the National Treasury, Sadesh Ramjathan.
The two municipalities that we went into detail is Salt Plaiki and Bella Bella, and we could see that the installation of the smart meter in these spaces have helped these municipalities with payment to Eskom.
British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves will deliver her annual budget later in November. The announcement comes at a time of renewed financial market scrutiny on Britain, with worries about the UK's ability to keep its finances under control, helping push 30-year borrowing costs to their highest level since 1998. Reeves and Prime Minister Keir Starmer are struggling to meet mounting demands for spending from the already stretched public finances. And U.S. President Donald Trump is set to imminently ask the conservative majority Supreme Court to validate his broad emergency tariffs after two setbacks at lower courts, but will face tough legal questions as his administration presses ahead with backup plans. Legal and trade experts say that Supreme Court's 6-3 majority of Republican-appointed justices may slightly improve Trump's odds of keeping in place his reciprocal and fentanyl-related tariffs after a federal appeals court ruled 7-4 last week that they are illegal. Trump says that his administration will seek as early as today an expedited ruling by the Supreme Court. Let's now shift our focus to financial indicators at this hour. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 Naira 530. In Botswana, 13 Pula 30. Kenya, the dollar is at 128 shilling 452. In Zambia, 23 Kwacha 65. BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is at 5 Real 45. Russia, 80 rubles 53. India, 88 rupee 55. China 7 yuan 14, South Africa 17 rand 67 cents. $1 is 74 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Commodities: gold is at $3,537, platinum at $1,399 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil at $67.93 a barrel. That is all for now. For any business stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or you can call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Chanduko Ligege.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Darubini ya Afrika na I am Henry Shakif.
Unadhani kunaweza kuchangia kwa namna gani ili kuweza kurejesha mauzo ya biashara hiyo ya chai?
Inasemekana kwamba kuna ile kamati ama kamati imeweza kuundwa ikiongozwa na mmoja wa viongozi wa taifa la Iran, na inasemekana kwamba itaanza kazi mara moja na kutafuta vile biashara kati ya Kenya na Iran itaweza kuenda aswa kwa mauzo ya chai.
Siku 60 ni chache sana katika kuweza kuamua jambo au maamuzi. Unadhani litaweza kufanikiwa?
Tukitazama kwa undani, nchi ya Iran imeweza kupigwa marufuku aswa na nchi ya Marekani kwa mambo mengi ya kibiashara, na ndio kidogo wameanza kujaribu kutafuta pale popote watakaweza kupata bidhaa.
Darubini ya Afrika 11 kamili hadi 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
We take no sides, none whatsoever. We are the upside.
Au début c'était tout nouveau, tout beau. Avec elle j'étais au 7e ciel. Par la suite je faisais plein de mauvais rêves où elle me disait que c'était fini entre nous sans me donner des raisons valables. Mais tu sais c'est quoi le pire? C'est que ces rêves étaient devenus réalité.
Après tant d'années, quand je l'ai revu, mon cœur a fait boum boum. Je me suis posé un tas de questions qui m'ont mené à la conclusion que dans le fond je ne l'ai jamais oublié. Mes sentiments j'aimerais bien les bafouer, mais y a des choses que je suis obligé d'avouer, comme le fait que tu ne seras jamais à moi. Aujourd'hui tu es là mais demain tu seras dans un avion. Tu dis que tu m'aimes mais tu t'endors dans les bras d'un autre. Ainsi va la vie. Dis-moi à quel moment je devrais croire que t'es pas comme les autres. Baby tell me. Je te pose des questions dont j'ai les réponses, et je veux voir si tu vas me mytho. Et tu n'as fait que me mentir. Pendant que les soirs tu dors dans sa maison, moi je suis dans une bataille entre le cœur et la raison. Pendant que les soirs tu dors dans sa maison, Moi je suis dans une bataille entre le cœur et la raison. Et j'entends mon cœur crier oh. Est-ce que ça c'est le destin? Et j'entends la raison qui me dit laisse tomber, car c'est déjà la femme d'elle. J'entends la raison qui me dit laisse tomber, car c'est déjà la femme d'un autre.
Entre nous c'était si spécial, et ça frôlait l'illégal. On était pour mais c'était pas assez pour nous. Il était déjà dans les parages. J'ai dû faire un choix entre mon cœur et ma raison. Je vois bien que tu m'en veux, mais je suis déjà dans sa maison. Bébé, c'est moi que tu m'aimes. Avec lui, ce n'est pas la même. J'ai troqué notre amour pour une traîne. On est passé de l'amour à la haine. Je te vois partout, partout. T'étais mon tout. Mon bébé, redis-moi que tu m'aimes. Dans tes yeux, je vois tellement de haine. Pendant les soirs, je dors dans sa maison. Je suis dans une bataille entre le cœur et la raison.
Pendant que les soirs tu dors dans sa maison, moi je suis dans une bataille entre le cœur et la raison. Et j'entends mon cœur crier oh. Est-ce que ça c'est le destin? Et j'entends la raison qui me dit laisse tomber, car c'est déjà la femme d'elle. J'entends la raison qui me dit laisse tomber, car c'est déjà la femme d'un autre. Baby Chouka, là je suis touché oh. Je ne peux pas zouker.
Some beautiful, calming rhythm and blues inspired music from Gabon. We are listening to the music there of Making featuring Emma. All right, this song, or rather the artists are Cœur et Raison. Cœur means heart in French. Raison means reason.
Reasons.
Reason for my heart, or I don't know, something to that effect.
Okay,
And
not
here we
raisins.
are. No, not raisins. Reason. Isizathu. Isizathu in the Guni languages. Okay, thank you for being here. Thanks for tuning in. This is The Upside. Welcome to the show if you've just started listening. We are fast approaching the final hour of the show. And as per, in the middle hour, we always check in with what caught your eye. What is it that possibly has resonated with you, that you've been thinking about, that has stimulated a burning question? Well, if you happen to catch this broadcast live, you're welcome to tell us or let us know on our social media platforms, on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. We're there. We're everywhere. So you're welcome to drop us a line there. So what caught your eye?
It's an interesting one.
Hmm.
It's an interesting one because it's got to do with sport, and that's not your that's not your forte. That is not your interest as Matseko Mosito. But I will share it nonetheless, okay? Because not disagreements with the coach, Jose Riviero at the time, and so they decided, let's put him on loan, because in the 2023-24 season, if I'm not mistaken, 22-23 season as well, the boy was playing on the field. Masterclass. Masterclass. And so they were worried that he's lost his flair, his passion for the game, so they put him on loan into another team so that he can get more game time. Now, this coach went on to this platform on Metro FM, and he was basically just talking about, he was saying negative things about this player, saying that along the lines of, we are not getting out of him what we thought we would get from him. Like, he's not producing what we thought he would produce. I mean, he comes from this big team and we have expectations that he's not really producing. And when he is, and in actual fact, we are playing much better when he is not on the field. Because when he is playing, all the other players are looking to him and they're not giving 110%. My thing is, as a coach, should you be saying such things on public platforms? should you not be protecting your team, your teammates? What is this going to do to his confidence? Already he's in quite the pickle. Now his coach is saying that, man, you're not producing one. And it doesn't look like he'll be supporting him for the rest of the season, getting him onto the field, playing and all these things. Why, as a coach, would you go and put out your team's business on a public platform like that? Should you not be protecting your team? For the